Mount Panorama Bathurst, a track that demands everything from drivers and their machines. This Easter Sunday, and for a milestone 10th time, 70 cars, 13 brands, 30 different models, and nearly 190 drivers go into the fight for 6 hours on one of the toughest circuits in the world. It's a race of speed, strategy, reliability, and survival. From extreme performance machines to turbocharged pocket rockets, and just about everything in between, this is a multi-class endurance race at its absolute best. The mountain doesn't care who you are. It rewards the brave and punishes mistakes. And it's the mountain who decides who wins on Sunday. 6 hours, 70 cars, one mountain. Welcome to the 10th running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
The scene so beautifully set by Richard Craill. Happy Easter to you all. Welcome to Mount Panorama, the 10th annual running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. We're celebrating history. We're celebrating the tradition of motorsport at Easter at this famous Mount Panorama place. We're approaching the 90th anniversary of this amazing facility. 2000 Bathurst 1000 winner Jason Bargwanna is back with us today for another production car classic. And Bargs, I'm thinking of a word today. It starts with P. Patience. 68 cars are going to line up today across 8 classes. Everyone has to keep calm.
Yeah, you're dead right. Yesterday was all about pace. It was all about qualifying. That battle we saw between those supercar drivers, one lap, having a crack on that Hankook tyre. It was great to see. A really close battle, but those Mustangs are in there as well as that Camaro. 8 classes across the course of the day. Today's about traffic. It's about strategy. It's about maintaining a rhythm throughout the course of the day. And, of course, we're going to see that battle between the A2 cars with 2 less pit stops than the X-Class cars. It's on. The
BMWs that run in Class X are the dominant cars. They've won every 6 hour over the course of the history of this race. Yesterday, qualifying was unbelievably quick. For a time there, we thought it was going to be Jaden Ojeda, the former winner of this race, on pole position. Then Cam Hill, who's a last-minute replacement for Cameron Crick in the car that won last year, he jumped to the top. And we thought it was all done. Thomas Randle had other ideas, though.
It was an exciting battle, wasn't it? I mean, that outright pace of those cars, record pace. We've never seen those 18s before, but so close to the front row of the grid. But as we said, today it's all about the race. It's all about getting through. You can hear the rattle guns going. The spanners are working at the moment. They're just double-checking everything before we see a classic 12-hour, a classic 1000, and now this 6 hour is going to be an electric day here at the mountain.
Great news yesterday, Bargs, too. It was confirmed that the ARG organisers of this event and the Bathurst Regional Council have extended the deal for another 5 years. So this event has found its home at Mount Panorama. First run in 2016. It was won back then by Chaz Mostert and Nathan Morecambe. They overcame the grid penalty. But anything can and usually does happen here at Bathurst, because remember that Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick won the race, but they started 66th on the grid. Could we possibly break that today? I don't think so.
It's going to be a lot of fun, this one. 6 hours ahead of us, the 10th running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. You and I were here for the first one back in 2016, Rich, when Chaz Mostert and Nathan Morecambe won on that day. I believe it's Nathan Morecambe's birthday today as well. So if he's watching, very happy birthday and happy Easter Sunday to young Nathan. But yeah, it's a great event, this one. It's the happy Bathurst that we always say. And what I tend to agree with, Rich, it's the drivers and teams, crews, everyone, family, they race here because they want to be here, not because they have to be here.
It's what makes this event special. Before we look at the grid, Barks, you've actually come in with perhaps a little bit of news.
Oh, I don't like this sort of news, guys. I was out on the grid after I did my cross there earlier, and just walking past Will Davison, I was walking past Tim Lay, had a quick chat and said, good luck, boys, looking forward to it. And they had these very long faces. I could tell there wasn't something right. There was a bit of a control-alt-delete happening with the 23. They're not sure if it's going to solve that problem or not, but there's a little bit of nervousness around the 23. We've seen this happen before. Beric Linton's currently in the car, so hopefully it's sorted itself out, but they were a tad nervous and booking some early seats at the pub, I think, was one of the comments they made, so we'll see what happens.
The team that has the most dominant victory in the history of this race, Beric Linton and Tim Lay, won the 2019 edition by a full lap, and they led every single lap of the 131, which is a distance record on that day. So they are a contender, and with Will Davison part of that combination as well. They're always in the mix. The BMW is at the front of the field, but the storyline has been the performance of the A2 class cars. So here's the starting grid, 69 of them. So Class X cars 1 through 4, they're all BMWs, and no brand other than Bimmer has ever won this race outright. But keep an eye on Kasuki and McLeod, Lillis, Muggleton and Bates in the Camaro, super strong. The next two BMWs certainly contenders as well, and then Bryce Fullwood, White and Barnes have been really strong in car number 18. Over the page, Alford and Timmy Slade in the Mustang Mark 1 there. Tony Alford will take the starter. Hadrian Morale and Tyler Mecklem have been strong. And then the Quins and Grant Denyer in the second of the Camaros off the 7th row of the grid. 19 of the top 20, all Class X or A2 cars.
And then you go to our Class A1 leader with Paul Ebbets this weekend, Glenn Ebbett I should say, with Paul Bacchini and Michael von Rappard as well. There's that car number 10. We spoke to them earlier on in the day, Brock Giblin. It's going to be a long day for them up against all those BMWs, and we turn over the page as well. So many different variations and different classes. Of course, the Class C leaders for this weekend, the Keynes entry from Orange, they're going to be tough to beat, you would suspect, of course, in that updated VW package as well.
Carly Bacchini will start the Team Bacchini Racing 999 car today from 27th position outright, but pole position in their class, and they are looking for a three-peat in Bathurst victories, which has never been done in the Bathurst 6 Hour in any class, let alone at an outright level. In fact, there are two combinations looking to go the hat trick today. The other one will be Aaron Seaton and Jason Gomersall in Class A1, and I suspect if they win Class A1, they're probably, A2 I should say, they're going to be somewhere near the pointy end of the field at an outright level as well at the end of 6 hours of racing. So here's where we sit. We're ready to go. It's a beautiful day for racing on Easter Sunday. The clock starts ticking on the formation lap. So the race technically underway, and they'll grid up 2 by 2 behind the Bathurst Mazda safety car and get ready to let them loose for 6 hours of very, very competitive motor racing on Mount Panorama. And this, Jason Bargwanna, is a race that can be won from anywhere.
And we've seen that a couple of times in the past, haven't we? The car sitting on the front row last year started on the back of the grid by, I think he passed 36 cars in the first lap, Cameron Crick did. Unfortunately, Cameron, we wish you well, sitting at home there at the moment watching this, not feeling well, but the replacement of Cam Hill did a ripper job yesterday. The two M2s on the front row of the grid, Tommy Randle versus Cam Hill with Juice or Jaden Ojeda. He's sitting in third. So this is going to be a really good battle for the first, what do we think, 4 laps before they start catching traffic? And then it becomes the full-on endurance Bathurst 6 Hour.
4 if they're lucky, I think, with the field the way it is. So Thomas Randle, Cameron Hill, Jaden Ojeda, full-time supercars drivers will start the top 3 cars. Beric Linton will start from 4th place. Then Keith Kasuki alongside Chris Lillis. Gooley, Auld, White and Gomersall and Alford the top 10 as we get ready for a start in Bathurst's biggest enduro.
It's the calm before the storm. Looking forward to this one. Jaden Ojeda behind the wheel. The 2-time champs in 2023 and 2024.
He's pretty relaxed there. He's got one finger on the steering wheel. He's got the arm resting on the old glove box there. He's ready to go. We're going to come around the corner here. Been rolling starts in number categories, but it makes it very safe for these guys to get a rolling start. They get away nice and safe, and then they get into the endurance race.
What started in 2016 arrives in 2026. The 10th running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour at Mount Panorama is going to be green on this Easter Sunday at this glorious mountain. Away we go, and it's Ojeda that looks hungry off that initial start in car number 21. Randle, though, holds the Thrive entry on the inside line. They play it clear through the opening turn. It's going to be a long day for these drivers as they rock their way up Mountain Straight for the first time.
Rob Goulart looking racing. It's busy behind. Someone's fired off to the right-hand side and has made heavy contact, and it's the game over Chevy Camaro. Ryder Quinn starting that car. Early dramas in the 6 Hour. Randle, though, leads the way up to Griffin's Bend for the first time. Cameron Hill in an arm wrestle with Jaden Ojeda, and they're going side by side. This is the Juice. He's third.
Busy there in the mid-pack as we ride on board with Jaden Ojeda there for a moment as he went into the Worth cutting. So many different Mustangs battling already inside that top 10.
Out of the Worth cutting for the first time. Mustangs in the mix. The Camaro there too. Dropped one spot potentially off the line as they run up the hill. No, in fact, it's gone up one because it's leading Class A2. These three BMWs clear away out in front.
So many different sounds, don't we love it, from turbos to V8s as well. Already our leader starting to pull clear. Randle, 0.8 of a second as he came across the top of Mount Panorama on that opening lap. Hill has got his hands full here. Ojeda already looking to try and make his mark early. It's all about track position at the early point of this race.
Massive start from the three BMWs.
Oh, you can see the confidence in those three guys. They were very committed into turn one. They pushed up mountain straight, side by side. And these three guys, we expected them to pull away. They're confident at the moment. They know what they're doing, but the traffic will start playing into this within 3 to 4 laps. Berwick Linton obviously got a great start there as well. That car running cleanly at the moment, which is good to see. And Gooley has made his way up to 5th place. It was Keith Kasulki a little bit cautious in that first corner, but at the end of the day, it's a 6-hour race. They know where they're at. They've got 2 less pit stops to do than these big BMWs.
Young Hayden Hall just got past Chris Lillis there, the blue, white and red BMW. Battles further back, side by side as they work their way through the DBA chase for the first time. So Jason Gomersall in car 30. Tony Alford was in the mix there. Rick Shaw's up a bunch of spots in the Class X car as well. There's the B1 leaders in the mix. HSV Astras in Class C. Mercedes A45 AMGs as well. So one racing lap down, a whole lot of them to come on Easter Sunday. But what a racy start for Hayden Hall. That's car 24, middle of shot, chasing the Speed Cafe car in a really good run out of turn 1. And this is a great story for that team who crashed early in the weekend last year, all but wrote the car off. And it has been rebuilt in the intervening 12 months, they say. It's better than ever. Young Hayden driving out of his skin on the opening lap. Brilliant start. Here's a battle side by side. Up the inside goes, is that Rick Shaw? And he gets another position. So the BMW, as is somewhat of a tradition in this race, charging their way forward early.
So Keith Kasulki behind the wheel of that number 6 machine. Cam McLeod, we've plugged in a little bit later in the day. And we would suspect he will be the driver that will take that car towards the finish line. They've elected to do something a little bit different when you've got a 2-driver combination. Typically, the trend has been here at Mount Panorama. If you run 2 drivers, you start your pro driver in the car. But they've elected to run Keith here up against a very tough field in the opening stint of this race.
The aim as well, keep your powder dry when it comes to the pro, because there will be, and we say there will be pretty confidently, there will be a fight at the end of this one.
Oh, absolutely. This is all about just positioning yourself into that last hour and a half of the race. And we know that the Cammy McLeods, the Tommy Randles, the Cam Hills, the Ojedas, the Will Davisons, we know they'll be getting in the car in that last sort of hour and a half to have this great battle all the way. Grant Daniel rejoining. We saw that little bit of damage. There's the sign that he's driven through. A bit of contact there. It looked like the Carpenter car was also in pit lane. So that might explain that flat tyre on their car on the 195. So they may have had some contact there. Obviously, Grant's rejoined the race and stayed on the lead lap, which is important at this stage of the day.
Apologies, I said it was Ryder Quinn at the start. It was Grant who ultimately took the start in 101 out of 13th position. Unlucky for them at the start. Smoke coming out of a car already on the rundown Conrod. Rick Shaw is already getting ground, and down the inside goes Hayden Auld at the chase. So he's got another position now. That's 5th position for the GWR car. There's smoke at the right front corner of the 51 Mustang. Ryan McMillan is behind the wheel. Fortunately, he's very close to pit lane. This is a cruel car race.
Looks like a tyre failure there on the left-hand side. So, again, maybe a little bit of contact in those opening laps, cut a tyre, and it's obviously let go down Conrod straight there. So if they can limp that car back, very lucky to get it back at this stage of the race. And then, obviously, the pit window hasn't opened yet for the compulsory stop, so they're going to have to do the tyre change and get that car back out and hopefully stay on the lead lap.
Well, car number 51, which was the car that we just saw heading into the lane with that damage on the left front, car 101, driven by Grant Daniel, were starting alongside each other on that opening lap. So maybe, potentially, that might have been the contact there that we saw between those 2 cars, ultimately resulting in that left front damage.
Detective Van der Wakker hard at work at the start of this one. Out in front, you've missed nothing, except for the fact that Thomas Randle smashed the lap record, and these two might well bring out the Bathurst Mazda safety car for the first time in the gravel trap at the DBA Chase, and they're 2 quite strong cars that have been contenders throughout the course of the weekend. We're going to go yellow for the first time.
You can see the witness marks there as well, heading into the sand trap there through the kick at the fastest point in Australian motorsport. They've sort of just tripped it into the gravel trap there. Hopefully we get an understanding as to what happened there, but gee, that's a very fast point of the racetrack. Here we go, the Bathurst Hi-Tec Oils 6-hour replay. And we've got the Ebert Bocchini von Rappard 71 car that's gone around originally. And I reckon just towards, in fact, there's more cars going around. There potentially might have been something on the road. In fact, you can see, I think there's a bit of a shine on the racing line there going through the chase. So potentially something might have been on the road from maybe car number 51 if there was oil. So that might explain why we've got two cars as well in the sand trap with oil down there at the DBA chase.
So maybe that 51 wasn't a tyre. It was clearly an engine issue or some sort of oil cooler issue maybe that has spread that oil, but it spread the field around. There's cars going everywhere. We've got our first safety car, only 2 laps into this Bathurst Classic. So that Tommy Randle took advantage of that clear road ahead of him and managed to punch out a 20.9. So that's a very impressive time considering they're on full tanks of fuel. He's conserving that tyre. You still don't want to attack that tyre too hard. You know, you've got to do at least 2 stints on that tyre as the day goes on. So they want to look after those tyres. But Tommy Randle, Cam Hill and Jaden Ojeda was certainly the class of the field. They've pulled away. The 3 of them were nearly 6 seconds a lap faster than the next fastest car. So that just shows you how hard those guys were pushing as the Hayden All car made that move on the 60 and he got through as well. So under the safety car now, a bit of a chance for the cars to cool down, get those tyre temps back to where they need to be for a restart, but it'll bunch the field back up again and we'll have to see if this cleanup will happen down at the chase and get these cars out. A bit of oil early is never good at this type of at the start of the race, that's for sure.
So it's Stephen Thompson behind the wheel of the number 57 Hire Express Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 RS, and Trent White started the Ultimate Diesel tuning Ford Mustang that he's sharing with Cooper Barnes and Bryce Fullwood. That car's been very speedy throughout the course of the weekend, especially with Cooper Barnes behind the wheel and Bryce Fullwood, the Territorian, former full-time supercars racer, has been super strong. So there are a couple of class contenders that are going to go a couple of laps down early. A dramatic start. Top 3 cars were in fact under Cameron Crick's existing lap record, which I will add he set on the final lap of last year's race in that 1-lap dash that was set up at the end of the Bathurst 6-hour last year. So Randle, Hill, Ojeda, Linton, he gets an 8.5-second free kick to get back onto the leaders. Hayden Auld is next, up to 5th position. So a racy start for young Hayden in the GWR number 24 car that has been patched up since last year. Rob Gooley behind the wheel of car number 60 is next, and Rick Shaw as well with a really racy start in 115.
Yeah, he was hungry early there in the initial start of the race, which was good to see. And they had some good results up here last year, struggled with some tyre issues early, but made their way back through the field. And I think that was one of the takeouts, in fact, from this race 12 months ago, is that if you had issues early in the race, typically a lot of people actually came back and got to stand on the Bathurst podium in class, and I think that's going to be a key factor for today. Keeping your powder dry, keeping out of trouble early on, and trying to make your way back in the case if you do get caught up in a little bit of trouble. And you can see here now that 51 car with Ryan McMillan parked on the entry into pit lane, and the team and Marshall's just trying to soak up some of the oil down there as well, but that's a frustrating start for them. They started quickly at the early part of this weekend, but it's not the way they wanted to open up their campaign.
Experienced combination, Tyler Cheney, Ryan McMillan and Tim Brooke, experienced New South Wales driver behind the wheel of that Mustang. This is a race where you can effect repairs and get yourself back on to the racetrack, so hopefully they can do that. This is the race leader. Hearing reports about car 23. So Jason Bargwanna flagged the little issue at the start of their day, potentially for them, that they had to do a Control-Alt-Delete reset. And I'm hearing from Alex Davison, in fact, that it might have been an ABS failure on that car. Into the lane comes the 101 Game Over car, so they're going to take this opportunity to get some repair work done and get rid of the driver's mirror. You don't need that where we're going on Sunday afternoon. Down to the Scheffler pit lane with Aaron Noonan.
Rich, they've just topped it up, and as you saw there, that's one way to get rid of your rear-view mirror here at Bathurst. You can see over here on the pit wall, Ryder Quinn's got the stopwatch going. Donald Kington's the car controller here, highly experienced, done a lot of racing with the Quins over the years. He's on the phone there to Grant Denyer. But before Grant departs, he's brought back a lovely souvenir for us here at Bathurst. We might have to get him to sign that polystyrene signboard that he's brought back with him from the first pit stop. So this is the second visit to the lane, so they're getting another one ticked off here. He's fired up the Camaro. It's one of 2 in the race today. It's going to be hard today, though. No rear view mirror for Grant, but don't look back. Just look forward. That's how it's got to be here at Bathurst. They're timing it off. There you go. And let's come and have a quick look in here, because I've got something for you guys. This is absolute gold. This can go to the National Motor Racing Museum. For Pitman Trucks, we're really sorry for your sign. Maybe Grant can sign that, and it can go on the wall down at the museum. But not the way to start your Bathurst 6 hour, but good for the memorabilia hunters. I'll start it at $50.
51. Thanks, Noons. Brad Owen, the manager of the National Motor Racing Museum, already on the phone, I'm sure, to collect that one. So clean-up underway at the DBA Chase for the oil that was laid down, we understand, by that Ford Mustang that has ultimately caused a couple of cars to end off in the gravel trap. They are being recovered as we speak. We're behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car here at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Great news just through. So great news just through that Garth Walden Racing have agreed, Brian, to donate their $1,000 that they got for the Auto Glen Best Presented Award to the charitable cause for breast cancer trials as well, which is great stuff.
And they did that yesterday as well with the Norwell Motorplex Pole Position Award, which was $1,000. So yes, that's $2,000 now going there already at the start of the weekend. We spoke to Ben Kavich prior to the race start. Up to $266,000 they've raised over the 10 years, or the 9 years, I should say, now of that campaign up here at Mount Panorama. This might explain some of the oil on the screen already. That is Amar Sharma in car number 90, the BMW Class X machine. And the last thing you want to do is actually use the windscreen, because that'll actually smear the oil on that on the front of that car.
Right, we're behind the control of the safety car at Mount Panorama at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Randle, Hill and Ojeda leading the way. And yeah, to your point, that will be very, very messy. That's going to be a pit stop issue. The radio's working, though, because they're being told that they are on TV at the moment with their in-car camera, the vast entry. There's Dean Campbell getting ready to bolt in. Now, the mandatory pit stop window, CPS window, doesn't open until 30 minutes into the race. So they're not able to complete a mandatory stop just yet. So the teams will, some of them will be hoping this safety car goes a lot longer so they can sneak one in. But I suspect that may not be the case, given we're only 19 minutes and 40 seconds in.
That will play out plenty throughout the course of today, depending on what class you're in, dictates the amount of pit stops that you have to make. And once that pit stop process starts playing out, we'll explain to you a little bit more how that will work out, particularly towards the back end of the race, because if you've started your pro driver, we'll be looking for that window to open quite soon to pit them, and then ultimately put them back in the car around the half race distance and get them home, as we've got cars now starting to come out of the sand trap, and the 18 machine of Trent White now will roll back into possibly pit lane, and then we won't be too far away from a resumption of this year's 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour, which is under control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car at the moment. Fast pace from Tommy Randle early, wasn't it? That 2:20.9, continuing on that tremendous qualifying lap that he did yesterday. And you were the one that looked over some of those micro sectors from that pole lap, because it sort of went under the radar, didn't it? We saw that he only did a personal best to the first sector, the second sector, and likewise the third sector. It didn't come up as a session best, so it went under the radar, but those micro sectors that you saw were very impressive by all accounts.
Yeah, just in key areas, he was marginally better than Cameron Hill. On one or two, he was quite significantly better, but the way those different BMWs are producing their speed differently was quite effective. Just wanted to give a shout out to Jem Usul, who's running 17th at the moment and leading Class A1. They're in the Volkswagen Golf that has been a contender in this race, the Harding Performance entry in the past. They started in 26th position, so up to 17th already. That's an outstanding job for that crew. Ian Salteri will be in that car for the second half, so they've been class winners in the past as well. Good to see the Golf back this year in a field that has been going quicker than it ever has, as we've touched on throughout our broadcast race or qualifying lap records banked in 7 of the 8 categories in the lead up in qualifying to this year's Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. So Randle Hill, Old 4th, Gooley, Shaw. Chris Lillis leads the way in the A2 class in 7th position in front of Hadrian Morel, Jason Gomersall and Keith Kasulki. Brock Giblin in 11th position. That's a Class X car. Jem Usel leading the way in Class A1. So they're in 18th position at the moment. Joel Heinrich, the reigning Touring Car Masters champion for Whiteline Racing, has climbed up the order there, leading Class B2 at the moment, and are in 19th outright in front of all of their key rivals. In fact, it's Chris Holt in 2nd in class in 23rd. So a really good start for Joel Heinrich to get car 86. The Osborne's Transport CR International car up well inside the top 20. We remain behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Shouldn't be too long before a restart, and then I wonder how soon before we start seeing mandatory pit stops rolling out. And this was one of the cars that was caught out in that drama and ended up buried in the gravel trap down at the DBA Chase. Trent White was behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang Mach-1, the ultimate diesel tuning entry. Bryce Fullwood to drive this car later on in the day has been very, very rapid. In fact, that was a performer late in last year's race, Brian, that was good fun to watch as they charged their way through the field right into class contention by the end.
Probably expect that again this afternoon, because we know their pace now across the top of Mount Panorama. We saw that in qualifying and even in practice session number 4 yesterday morning, how these Mustangs now are producing their speeds across the top of the mountain. These turbo BMWs are very quick up and down the chutes, but now these Ford Mustang cars, and likewise the Camaro, is very quick now. Very balanced race car across the top of the circuit. So watch for that this afternoon, because it's going to be key. They'll need to get their elbows out at certain points if they want to hold track position. It's that run to the flag and getting yourselves right for that final pit stop. And the team already going to work, changing some of the tyres. And we're going to see this today. Some battery-operated drills in order to change what is really the 5 studs on these Hankook tyres.
And they push the Mustang into the garage, and the reason for doing that is you can have many more people work on the car when it's in the safety of the garage. There's some of the Bathurst Regional Council's gravel trap that's been left at the Mitsubishi Lancer's garage, but good to see them back out. They've both dropped a couple of laps, but this is a race where you can get them back. Get good intel inside the bunker at the 23 Central West Prestige Racing BMW squad, and we understand that an ABS drama potentially for the Berwick Linton Tim Lay Will Davison car, and they're waiting for the first CPS compulsory pit stop potentially to have a look at the wheel speed sensors on that car to try and get that ABS operating once again. Let's go down to pit lane with more with Aaron Noonan.
Richard, one word for you for your update just then. Confirmed. That's what's going on with car 23. So they're going to look to bring that in after the 30-minute mark and see what they can do about it. But yeah, these cars, you would think with no ABS brakes it would be better, but they're not built to run without them like that. So it's kind of like the brake pedals are literally a light switch. It's either on or it's off. So it's pretty hard to get the feel and to run 6 hours that way. So yes, no, you're on the money there.
Thanks, Nooms. Sorry for stealing your thunder with the pit lane report down there. It's one of the dramas that you manage in these complex production cars, and you're putting racing electronics over the top of standard road car electronics that aren't designed to cope with some of the rigours of long-distance racing like this. And it is a common theme storytelling throughout the course of this race. That's the view looking over Conrod Straight from the Thrive drone. Coming into view shortly will be number 505 Conrod Straight. Waldo's on Conrod. There's several places you can stay here. The Cutting, Mount Panorama, another nice accommodation option, but Waldo's is just on the left of shot there. That is where the party will be tonight, by the way, if GWR get up, because the whole team's staying there. So convenient location for them. And speaking of the Bathurst Regional Council, they've got the street sweeper out to clean up that big oil down from the Ford Mustang, which is at a pretty hairy point in world motorsport on the entry to the chase. So when we talked about before that we weren't sure if this safety car would roll in.
Okay, That's a key message. So Luke King on the radio to Amar Sharma. Sorry to steal your thunder here, Rich. Let's see if he talks again. No, not going to. What Luke was just saying then to Amar, and the point that I was actually just about to make, so we're at 27 minutes past in this race so far. The pit window will open in 3 minutes, and I would suspect that a lot of these pro drivers that are behind the wheel already, like a Thomas Randle, Cam Hill, Jaden Ojeda, will take the opportunity to do their first compulsory pit stop, because it opens the window then for them to step back in the car at the half race distance and maybe quadruple stint through until the end of the race. Now, depending on what class you're in today, it dictates the amount of pit stops you've got to make. So if you're in Class X, that's 6 compulsory pit stops. Classes A1, A2 and B1 is 4 stops. And then you go to classes B2, C, D and the baby class, Class E, you've got to do 3 compulsory pit stops today. So that is going to start playing out here, I reckon, in the next couple of minutes. However, you can only do 1 compulsory pit stop per safety car. You can't keep bringing the car back in.
Yeah, if you watch the Bathurst 12 Hour, it's the Craft Bamboo strategy from 2022, where every time there was a safety car, they pitted. And there were a lot of safety cars early in that race, and they ticked the boxes. They ticked what they needed to do early in the race to make sure that they were very clear. And then once you tick all the compulsory pit stop boxes, you can do whatever you like. You can run the race to your own design. The other interesting thing is the smaller class cars a little bit further back, so Class C, Class D certainly, they can go almost 2 hours on a tank of fuel. The Toyota 86s can go an hour and 50, an hour and 55 on a full tank. So they've got massive flexibility with how they play out their pit stops. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of those cars stay out. Of course, they've only got 3 mandatory stops to make in the race. 6 for the Class X Extreme Performance cars. And the big story this year, given how much closer they are to the outright pace, there's only 4 stops for the Ultimate Performance A2 class cars, Extreme Performance cars in Class A2. Why is that critical? Well, a mandatory pit stop is 90 seconds. So you're saving 180 seconds of race time compared to the Class X cars that they are fighting with. That gives them an advantage, and it could give them track position late in the race, in theory, with 2 fewer pit stops to make than the Class X cars. And the more safety cars there are, the more opportunity there is as well for the Mustangs and the Camaros to play themselves into outright contention as today plays on.
And sometimes the critical part of this race isn't always fuel and tyres, it's actually driving time. Because if you run a 2-driver combination, the window is actually quite tight. So the maximum cumulative driving time for any one driver in this race is 3.5 hours. And there are significant penalties if you go above that. So for instance, if you exceed it up to 5 minutes, that's 1 lap deleted at the end of the race. But what it means is your minimum driver time for a 2-driver combination is 2.5 hours. So you can already tell that window is extremely tight. But if you run a 3-driver combination, then your flexibility is a lot more. You can basically split it up to 2 hours in order to get the drivers home and not have to worry about exceeding that maximum cumulative driving time.
Yeah, so right now, it's eating into the ability for Thomas Randle, for Cameron Hill, for Jaden Ojeda to be in the cars for the longest at the end of the race. So they're going to have now, they've been in the car for 30 minutes. They're now only got 2.5 at the end of the race, essentially, to be in that car, give or take a little bit. So the strategy's playing out. All the teams employ very smart people to work this out on the fly as the pit stop window now is officially open. So stops can take place. The cleanup continuing down at the DBA Chase. Love the safety car just trying to move some of that dust out the way. I think you have to take the stop now, even though there's a good chance the safety car may well be in at the end of this next lap because the street sweeper's now out of the way. I still think you have to roll the dice and pit now to tick one of those mandatory stops out of the way under a safety car.
100%. So we'll wait and see if our Scheffler pit lane will get busy here in the next few minutes, and our pit reporting team, Aaron Noonan, is going to be quite under the pump. And it's like NASCAR, isn't it?
Ooh.
Some people deciding to pit, others not, and we saw that from Cam Hill in car number 1, doing something different now to everyone else. So it's going to get very, very hectic here in pit lane. Most of our leading contenders in, except for Cam Hill.
Interesting strategy ploy by the team who are basically pitted at pit entry. The defending champions, they won the race from pit entry rather than the fashionable pit exit end of pit lane. So the race leaders in, so Thomas Randle will jump out of the Thrive number 92 car, Ojeda. We're on board with the Secure Wealth Advisors car now, the DBA on board, showcasing this. Bang, hits his marks, as you'd expect. Turns the car off and will jump out. And this is going to be an important stop for car 23 for the Central West Prestige team. Berwick Linton's squad. They'll go to work and try and unpick this ABS issue they've been battling with car number 23. And Berwick, it looks like, will stay behind the wheel. Plug the iPad in and try and diagnose what's going on. So the wheel off. So they're trying to get to the wheel speed sensors. They simply run a sensor to the car's ECU and the ABS system, which is what manages it. And if the sensor fails, the ABS, basically, for lack of a better term, wigs out. Car controller just holding 92 in. That's going to be an important part of the race today, is managing your pit lane behaviour, because penalties can be applied for not getting it right. And that's one such example, with cars trying to roll into position to get to the fuel churn, the fuel rig to put fuel in. And actually, that's been a jump in track position there. The 21 cars jumped the 92 in ultimate track position in a little pit stop battle. 90-second is the pit stop time. That's the Harding Performance Volkswagen, just waiting to get back into the lane in front of the Team Buccini BMW, and does so nicely. But this car's losing a lot of track position now, stationary, as they try and unpick the issue with the ABS system on car number 23. And the word is that the Bathurst Mazda safety car will be in at the end of this lap, Noons.
While we watch this 23 car go on, I'm just standing next to Will Davison and Tim Lay. What's the story here, lads? Can this be fixed?
We'll tell you in a minute. We noticed very early on that...
They got more chance of fixing it than Will working on the car anyway, mate.
Yeah, you don't want me on the banners, but no, it's had an ABS issue, so obviously changing the wheel speed sensor to hope that that helps us. We've done all the old Control Alt Deletes. These production cars are tricky at times, so one of those things. We replaced one of these Friday night because we had an underlying issue Friday. We thought we were on top of it. Perfect in the warm-up, the old usual story. But let's see now. I'll tell you any second whether we've had luck with this fix.
We'll report back soon. Thanks, Will.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you to Aaron Noonan down in the Scheffler pit lane. This is going to be a jumbled-looking order when the field goes back to green. The A2 cars at the pointy end have pretty much all elected to remain on the racetrack. So Hadrian Morale, Jason Gomersall, Keith Kasuki, Tony Alford, Daniel Natoli now in the 16 car. Back up the leaderboard, Braden Wilmington inside the top 10, and Joel Heinrich hasn't stopped either. The B2 class leader inside the 10. Cameron Hill and Rick Shaw, the only two of the Class X Ultimate Performance cars elected to not stop under this Bathurst Mazda safety car. So they're just doing things a little bit differently. They're going to have track position, but they're going to be out of sequence with a whole bunch of their rivals. But their rivals are all going to be buried down in the pack with new drivers behind the wheel having completed those driver changes. So Jaden Ojeda out of the Secure Wealth car and Simon Hodges jumping in. And Thomas Randle out of the race-leading number 23. One of the Kavich brothers will be jumping in that car too. Noons?
Went to leave the number 23 BMW pit bay. Berwick Linton went back out. Will Davison walked out of the garage. He looked at me. I looked at him. I looked at him again. He gave me the thumbs up. They think it's okay at the moment. So fingers crossed, this gets them back in the game and they're going to be okay from here on. So Bathurst, production cars, drama. We haven't even really got going in this race since it's already started.
Great news. Thanks, Noons. And Bez is going to have to do a full Days of Thunder restart here. He's going to have to get to the back of the queue at full speed because we are going back to racing. Our first safety car restart of the afternoon, and it's Cameron Hill who leads Rick Shaw, a legend of production car racing, a guy who's got Bathurst 1000 priors, 12-hour, 24. He knows how to drive cars at Mount Panorama. He's second. Hadrian Morale in the Mustang, the red car in third place. And then it's Jason Gomersall, Keith Kasuki, back to Tony Alford and Daniel Natoli next. Back to green flag conditions, 36 minutes into the race, 5 hours and 21 to go.
Paul Pacini looking down the inside there in car number 71. And how's the Kia Stinger as well? We haven't spoken about that yet. Scott Wakker behind the wheel at the moment, and that's a brand new package for them this weekend in Class B1. Been quite strong in class so far throughout the course of this weekend, but fingers crossed they have a clean and successful day, because sometimes bringing new packages up to Mount Panorama for the first time is lingered with issues, but so far they've had a great weekend.
Shout out to Daniel Natoli, running in 7th position outright in the A2 Mercedes AMG. It's that bright green car that's just heading up to the Worth cutting now. He and Tony Levitt, who's the car owner, have been just quietly flying under the radar so far this weekend. That's that car's debut at Mount Panorama. It's the second one they've built in that Queensland-based team. It's just been passed by Braden Wilmington. Oh, wow, this is busy. This is really busy. And these are some of the cars that were in contention early in the race that have rejoined right at the very back of the queue among the class cars that did not make a pit stop. So the 101 Camaro is in there working their way through. There's the number 10, Brock Giblin, Brandon Madden, HSV Class X contender. Old is in there as well. In fact, they put Tyler Everingham behind the wheel of the number 24 car, which is pretty sensible at this point of the race after a brilliant start from Hayden Auld. And way back is the car that led early on with Ben Kavich behind the wheel. They're shown right now in 46th position.
And also key to note with Grant Danier in the 101 Camaro, they didn't lose a lap either in that incident off the initial runs. They're sort of, with that safety car now, back in the game in some respects. So that's going to be the key part of today. If you do have an issue early on, just continuing to work your way through. They're almost at walking speed with some of the Class D and Class E cars as well, heading down into the dipper for the first time. It's all about patience. We heard the boys say that at the opening of the show today. Just managing yourself through this traffic. You're going to have to take back some pace in order to gain some later in the race.
Chris Lillis is remained behind the wheel of the Cachet Holmes Camaro. He had a big send over Brock Skyline and just chirped a left front by the looks of it as they came down the hill towards the dipper. So they've resumed in 47th position. 37th place at the moment for Simon Hodges, who took over that car from Jaden Ojeda, the number 21. It's hard to talk about a net race leader when everything cleanses, because it never really cleanses in this race until 30 minutes to go when the compulsory pit stop window closes. But they were the first of the leading cars on the racetrack. Lillis gets up the inside. Interesting for the Camaro, that team's ticked one of their CPS stops off early. They've only got 4. Remember, we touched on the fact that the Camaros and Mustangs only 4 mandatory stops to make compared to the 6 for the Bimmers that we think they're racing from an outright point of view today.
And when you think of some of the Class X leading drivers that took that opportunity to make a pit stop early in the race, already their window to get back into the car and get home is with around about 2 hours and 58 minutes to go. So if we get a safety car around then, that comes at a very tricky point for some of those teams.
Cameron Hill doing what Cameron Hill does in a production car at Mount Panorama, which is drive his way up the field. 6.3 seconds already to the good over Rick Shaw with Hadrian Morale next. And everyone will be hoping that there's just a nice little deep breath as everyone gathers their thoughts early in this race and get into a little bit of rhythm and build some momentum in this year's Bathurst 6 Hour after an interrupted start.
So just looking here at the number 9 Mustang of Morale, and now as well with Jason Gomersell behind the wheel of the number 30 Mustang. Currently at the moment 3rd and 4th on the road behind our 2 Class X outright leading contenders in the early point of this race. And a little bit of, we're hearing on our back channel, some possible drama for the 115 Rick Shaw entry.
Yeah, safety car breach, we're understanding, for Rick Shaw. So he's running second on the road at the moment, did not take their mandatory stop.
And when it's a breach of some description, sometimes that comes with a penalty associated with it. So we'll have to wait and see once the stewards have noted it, but they haven't issued a penalty as of yet.
Yeah, it'll be 5 seconds,
okay,
which they'll be able to serve at their next pit stop.
But they can't serve that under safety car, is that correct, I believe?
Correct.
Yeah.
I believe you can serve penalties under safety car. This is the HSV GDS back out on the road, so that's good news. proof that you can live to fight another day in the Bathurst 6 Hour, even if you have early dramas. Get out and just finish is the key. Tyler Everingham continues his march up through the field. He's in 33rd position now in the Sidfab car, heavily crashed in last year's race, and from the firewall forward is an entirely new car, and from the firewall back has been a completely rebuilt, essentially new car for this year. Hayden All did a great job to start this race. I spoke to his dad, Michael. Watched a bit of cricket with Michael over the summer. He's a ripping bloke to hang out with, and they've been really pleased with their process so far.
Simon Hodges now behind the wheel of car number 21 as he works his way back up Mountain Straight once again. It was Jaden Ojeda that started that car, but now Simon behind the wheel. And just looking for where they are currently on the road as they continue to work their way 21st, so making up some spots throughout that traffic in the early portion. And here comes Grant Denyer as well, looking towards the inside of Peter Lawrence in the 323 entry that he will share with young Lachlan Maneef this weekend, who was drafted in late into that entry. Drew Russell as well, plenty of experience for those guys in Class B2 this weekend. And speaking of experience, Tommy Randle's done the first stint and now decided good time for a break and watch some of the action for Ben Kavich now behind the wheel.
I suspect we won't see Tommy behind the wheel for the remainder of the next couple of hours at the very least, until the hero stint right at the end.
At the same time, we're getting commentary in the box and commentary from Tommy Randle as they were going around the outside of the Mark Griffith and Zoe Woods entry there.
And confirmation of that penalty, Brian, for Rick Shaw, 5 seconds, but it's for disobeying RMC instruction. RMC is Race Management Channel, so Motorsport Australia Race Control can talk to all of the teams in pit lane, and the team manager has to be listening to that and monitoring it at all times to communicate instructions back to their drivers. And we understand that that was on account of them weaving through the oil cleanup. Teams were instructed to not weave through the oil cleanup, not generate that tyre and brake temperature. Car 115 was reported for doing so. As a result, 5 seconds will be added to their next green flag pit stop in the race. How's the peak hour here? Everingham's got to the back of Hodges too as they continue to blaze their way through the field, having taken a mandatory stop early in this race. HSVs, Ford Focus RSs, Camaros, Evos. It's part of the joy of this, and down the inside goes Everingham.
Which is theoretically a change for position in what is that battle for Class X, Noons.
Brian, I've stopped down here. Simon Hodges is on board the 21 BMW. Grab the juice, man, Jaden Ojeda. That was a very short stint and not much green flag running for you. You look fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, 2.5 laps of action and drive around on the safety car for the other, I don't know, what was it, 15 minutes. So, yeah, obviously with the two driver combination with Simon and myself, it's about trying to get me to start the race and him to jump in, and so I try to get me to jump in as early as I can for the finish.
Unique situation today. You've never had your Supercars team boss in the same field. Pete Shibris is out there pedaling a Toyota 86 this weekend. Have you been keeping special watch for the boss and staying nice and clear of him?
Yeah, I've been down to his garage, giving him a little bit of coaching, but no, it's awesome to see him out here having fun, enjoying it, which is, you know, what this Bathurst 6 Hour is all about. So, no, it's good fun.
We've seen you before in this car win this race a couple of times. We've seen you use the grass on Conrod Straight as well. Black stuff or green stuff today if the wind's on the line with 10 minutes to go?
Oh, whatever it takes if the wind's on the line.
I love this guy. Grass bitumen, he's good for anything, but he wants to win. Good job.
As long as I get across the line first, it doesn't matter how you get it.
Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
There was incredible shots of him, wasn't there, going down Conrod Straight a couple of years ago for a pass on the lead in the grass. It was just fantastic to watch it. Looking forward to that battle late in the day when we squeeze the juice in and see what he can do.
He's a box office racing car driver, Jaden Ojeda, who's just moved up to the Gold Coast to be closer to Premier Racing, where he's a full-time supercars driver, all the while balancing his commitments as a Mercedes AMG driver in GT racing. He was a Tagani car last weekend at Phillip Island. Just getting word through that our race leader may well be pitting now, and Cameron Hill actually showing as being in pit lane in car number 1. So they've built a massive margin, 17 seconds over Rick Shaw to get that car out in front, and they're now going to take their mandatory stop. And yep, there they are, confirmation, they are in pit lane. Mercedes AMG serving their stop as well. If you're wondering why we haven't heard from Jason Bargwanna for a little while, he's popped out to celebrate with son Ben. He'll be in pit lane for us later in the race as well. P3 in the opening round of the Trans Am Cup Series. So we go back and find some Class D contenders, the Toyota 86s and Mazda RX-8 that have been very competitive. And this bloke can't keep himself away from a good time. Having led the race early, he's just wandered back up to the commentary box. Thomas Randle, welcome to you. Fine early stint. By the way, you're now the Bathurst 6-hour lap record holder too. Congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I didn't know that, so that's fantastic. Well, I heard there was going to be some meat pies, and there is aircon in here, but I don't see the meat pies, so I'm a bit disappointed. But no, it was a bit of a short stint from the early safety car with that oil going down. So Ben's out in the car now, having a bit of fun, so that's good. And yeah, the start was pretty hectic, but we managed to just sort of settle into a bit of a rhythm. And I just heard over the PA that Juice is going to do everything he can to win. Well, I'm going to be doing everything I can to win as well, Juice, so I hope you're listening.
Good man, that's what we want to hear. This is Chris Lillis. The Camaro having made their first compulsory pit stop is another driver working his way through the field and making great effect of it, using all the grunt of the Camaro to weave his way through some class cars out of Hell Corner, past the Commodore. The Focus RS will be next. Oh,
Not quite.
it was a diminishing return up there. Confirmation as well that the number 18 Mustang that ended up in the gravel down at the Chase is a non-finisher. They will be a retirement from this race, so that car will not be taking any further part. So I'm assuming now the strategy for your car will be that we won't see you on track until the hero stuff at the end.
I don't know if I'd call it would you call it the hero stuff?
I would, yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the plan, yeah. So Ben will have a good run here and then throw Michael in the car, and those boys just go about it, have fun out there and try and navigate all the traffic as best as they can. It's, as you can see, very tricky, and there's oil down in certain places, so people are trying to stay away from that. So just like there, you can see the sawdust flying up. So there's cars sort of strewn every which way on the road. We've just got about a pack of 10 there going into over Skyline. What's a pack of cars called? So you've got, a school of fish. What's a pack of cars called? A gaggle?
A pack. I think it's
just
a pack. Yeah.
Surely we can come up with something a bit better than that.
Gaggle works.
A school?
A collection.
A school.
A school of cars?
A museum of cars.
It's not bad.
So, well, look at this collection. Doesn't this showcase the variety of the Bathurst 6-hour, though?
Actually, you know what they call it? A traffic jam.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
I was
Peak hour.
going to say car park, but I'm not going to go down that road.
Peak hour. Chris Lillis had to use a little bit of discretion to get through there, and patience is a virtue in this race, perhaps more than any at Mount Panorama over the course of a year. And he's now got the Camaro back up to 22nd outright in the A2 class car, but they've got a pit stop that they've already ticked off. Interesting to note that, and with Noon's flying solo in the lane at the moment, we don't want to get him from what is essentially pit exit for the Berwick Linton team down to the D.A. Campbell Transport team, because they're at pit entry. But interesting that they elected to bring Cameron Hill in and complete a green flag pit stop, having not stopped under the safety car. So was the idea for GWR to take advantage of an early safety car, and like that was a non-negotiable, we're going to pit early?
Absolutely, yeah. We were planning on, depending if it was green or not, we were planning on pitting kind of around when the window opened anyway, because in the X class we have 6 mandatory pit stops we have to do all time from pit entry to pit exit. There's a bit of racing going on, and Commodore's gone on the grass there, so flashing the lights. But yeah, that was the plan, Crailsy, to try and get the first one out of the way. Like I said, we've got to do 6 in the race, and if we can get those done, depending on if there's more safety cars or anything like that, it frees us up in the back end of the race. So while that safety car was out, we thought we would take that opportunity, as obviously Jaden O'Jada followed us in, Everingham, or Hayden Auld followed us in. He did a great job out there, the Auld boys, and father and son combination.
Yeah, young Hayden hasn't done a lot of driving, but he is very, very impressive and wasn't that far off Tyler Everingham in raw pace in that car this weekend.
It was nice to see that they split the driving in qualifying for that car. So Tyler started, and then Hayden got a crack at the end there, which is something really special to have the mountain to yourself in a qualifying session. Is something that not many people get to experience. So it was cool that they split the driving there and let Hayden have a go on some boots and see what he could do. And yeah, those guys are actually essentially leading at the moment in terms of cars that have pitted. So Tyler's in that car now. So it's going to be interesting what happens in the next few safety cars. But yeah, obviously Cam Hill decided, or that team decided to take that first pit stop under green.
what it also does for you, Tommy, is it sort of opens that driver time window, doesn't it, to get you back into the car potentially a little bit earlier than what now a Cam Hill, Dean Campbell entry. So if you sort of get a safety car around that half race distance, 3 hours to go, it might be easy to put you in the car again for that run home compared to someone like a Cam Hill.
Potentially, yeah. It just depends how this race plays out. So I think maximum driver time per driver for the race is 3.5 hours, and then for a stint is 3 hours. So sort of got my half an hour out of the way, as they've done with Jaden Ojeda. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens in the next couple of hours. And yeah, essentially you could go 3 hours from home or near enough. So I'll just leave that up to JP and Garth Walden, and I'll just sit back. And I asked, do you need me at the moment? And they both went, nope.
No, and I've often found that in this kind of racing, teams would much prefer their drivers that aren't driving to actually be out of the garage and to disappear. So you're probably doing them a favour. The JP you mentioned is JP Messenger, who's the engineer at GWR. He's a guy with a huge amount of experience. This is busy. Down at Murray's Corner, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo run by Team BRM. This is a ex-product racing car with a lot of history in production car racing. It's been driven by Julian Newton, Jordan Ormsby, and Jordan's son, and Tony Newton as well. And I love the fact they've rolled out the Mitsubishi Ralliart Tommy Mackinnon spec livery with a brand that we're probably not allowed to mention on the side of it, but really cool. And those guys are having a ripper weekend, really enjoying their racing, and they've had no concerns about performance all weekend. It has not been a factor in their preparation at all. It has simply been about making sure that car is good to go and all three drivers are good to go for the full race. And then results will generally take care of themselves. So they've not been searching for lap speed. They haven't been fine-tuning the car. They've just been chipping away and getting the three drivers comfortable and having a ripper time. I've swung past that garage a couple of times and there's always a lot of laughter and a lot of enjoyment, which is good to see, which is what this race is all about.
The 55 entry, the Flanagan entered car for this weekend, fifth gear motoring. Does a lot of work in Canberra with some driver training and all certain events like that, and continuing to roll through. Young Caleb Heffron behind the wheel at the moment, done a fair bit in Toyota 86 scholarship land in the last sort of 12 months, and now getting his second crack at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour as well. But he's got a very busy car in behind him right now as well, as they work their way back across the top of Mount Panorama. Number 91, the Mercedes entered car. You can just hear it picking up some gravel, probably in amongst the tyres as well, going across the top and now down into the S's and back into the dipper as well. Noonan?
Well, we expected to talk to a Cameron in number one, the BMW, this weekend, but I didn't expect to catch up with you, Cameron Hill. Nice to see you. When did the call come through that you were racing this weekend?
The official final call was made on Thursday, and I was actually in Melbourne for a sponsor event, so just drove up Friday morning, and I've joined the D.A. Campbell team, and we're just having a lot of fun. But obviously, thoughts go to Cricky. He's not well, and I hope that I can keep the one on the door for him so he gets a chance to run it.
Can you just show me here? Have you got his suit? Yeah. Oh, well, he's here. He's here in some way, shape or form.
And the suit fits really, really well, actually. So there you go. We're obviously quite similar.
You've won this race before. You've won it from miles back like this car did last year. You've driven these sorts of cars a lot too. Was it like just getting back in and it all felt pretty similar to how you remember?
You do have to calibrate your brain. You know, you're used to a supercar on a slick tyre, and all of a sudden you're on a radial and ABS brakes and all this. So there's a lot to adjust to, but come quali, I had the track for myself, and it still felt pretty cool. So it's a lot of fun. I think the vibes here are just immaculate. Like, it's really family friendly. My son Miles, he's here. This is his first ever race. Emily and Miles are up in the box watching, so hopefully I can do him proud.
I've heard a lot said about Bathurst over the years, guys, but the vibes are immaculate. It's a new one for me, but I like it. That's a good line.
Oh, I love it. It's the castle, isn't it? It's just so good. Great to see Cam Hill here, former winner of this race, with Thomas Sargent. Thomas's dad, Craig, floating around as well, and the winning car from 2022 still in the National Motor Racing Museum. Hi-Tec Oils replay. Big send down the inside for car 30. The Jason Gomersall, Aaron Seaton Ford Mustang. Ben Gomersall as well driving this car. SS signs on the side. And that was quite a big moment down there at the DBO Chase.
That's hard enough to do in general, let alone when you're going over the oil spill. So at least he was, oh no, that's our car.
So Ben Kavich limping, perhaps through the DBA chase. And do they need to go into pit lane? Let's go on board with the Thrive Racer. We might have to say thanks to Thomas Randle, who's going to go back and see what's going on with the team. Thank you, Thomas, for your contribution. Good luck with this. I hope it's all right. And they're going in for what is definitely an unscheduled pit stop for one of our contending cars. They were running in 18th position and just dropped a couple of spots when that all went down.
The onboard didn't give us too much information as to what the issue may have been for that car, but gee, they had a good opening stint to the race, but unfortunately, Ben Kavich, so here we are back in the Scheffler pit lane, taking the opportunity to put some fuel in the car, and then whether or not we're going to jack up the left-hand side of the car anyway. Just going to do 2 tyres at a time. One commercially available jack. Seeing if that left front is okay. Looks like at the moment.
And the trick is in this race is to tick the CPS box first. So service the car, do everything you're required to do in a standard pit stop, and then worry about fixing what the technical issue is. So that will continue down in Scheffler pit lane. And I wonder if just a Control-Alt-Delete was what it needed.
Well, they had the issue with this car a lot last year, wasn't it, where it went into a lot of limp modes, but we haven't heard that car go into too many limp modes prior to the start of this weekend, but last year it really hampered them, particularly on the Friday leading into Sunday. So we have a look once again at the 24 car of Tyler Everingham, second in class at the moment, 8th outright, making their way back towards the front of the field after ticking off one of their compulsory pit stops early in this race. Good to have a fair bit of green flag running at the moment as well as they get around some of the slower Class E cars. And speaking of going slower, it looks like the Mark Griffith number 32 car shared with Zoe Woods this weekend has come back into the lane. So it was a late driver change this weekend to put Zoe in the car. And now the team going to work with that car in the garage.
Last minute call up for Zoe Woods to be part of this. Spoke to Mum Astrid earlier this weekend. Zoe's been very busy with tech work. She works at the Normal Motorplex as a driving instructor full-time, but heavily involved in TechWorks Motorsport, who are a powerhouse team this year, running cars in Porsche Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup Australia and going very well in both of them, thank you very much. And Zoe heavily involved in that and doing a lot of testing this season. I believe there's some exciting things to come from a driving point of view for her in the future as well. Here are Mark Griffith pairing up this weekend. Queenslanders having a go, which is great to see. The game over Camaro, number 101 in the mix after a fairly fraught opening start where that car was off the road and ploughing through the signboards on the run-up to turn 2 at the start. They didn't even got to the hump on Mountain Straight before it. It removed the right-hand side mirror on that car as well. But Grant Denier's got that car very much back into contention now, and they're 13th on the road. And they've completed their first compulsory stop as well, which will help them. An unscheduled one early to repair some of that damage, and then they got in right at the end of that safety car. Rick Shaw continues to lead the way at Mount Panorama. He's got a 5-second penalty to add to that car at the pit stop for a breach of race management instructions following the safety car. Adrian Morale in the Ford Mustang is second, leads the A2 class. Jason Gomersal is next, and on the 91 Mercedes, there's dramas in the right front corner, and it is limping down Conrod Straight. It still has 2 kilometres to go before it can get to pit lane. And in pit lane now, by the way, is our race-leading number 115 BMW.
It's Randle behind the wheel at the moment of this 91 machine, going awfully slow down Conrod Straight. Christopher Gunther and Paul Morris in that car this weekend. Of course, Paul has done the Triple Crown here, winning the 1,000, the 12-hour. And also the 6-hour back here in 2017 when he shared the car with Luke Searle that day. But at the moment, it's not how they want their day to pan out in the early point of this race.
It's an ex-GWR Mercedes, I think, potentially. They run some Mercs in the race. In fact, I remember talking to Craig Baird, who's here this weekend, doing some driver standard stuff for the Hyundai Excels, which was a pretty challenging job this weekend. And he was involved in a Mercedes A45 that spectacularly expired with a huge failure and quite substantial fire, it must be said, on the start-finish straight. They've got that car back to pit lane, the Wallstrom Finance car, which is great. Yeah, it was good to see the dude back here this weekend, former winner of this race with Luke Searle in a BMW. It's a spectacular car race.
It was, wasn't it? Unfortunately for Chaz, he was leading in the final part of that race, being Chaz Mostert, but then lost 5th and 6th gear in that Focus, and Searle put on this brilliant dive down the inside, wasn't it, at the chase to get the job done on that particular day.
Which is the same Ford Focus that remains in this race now. They've had a tough weekend, but Dave Brown, I think it is, behind the wheel at the moment. Back to Schaeffler pit lane with Aaron Noonan.
Richard, I just stopped into Garth Walden Racing and spoke to the Garth Walden of Garth Walden Racing, and Kavich did hit the wall across the top. That's why they were looking at those tyres. It seems to be okay now, though. They reported that car's okay from the looks of things, but yeah, the curse of the commentary box. We better keep Thomas out because.
Thanks, Aaron. Bringing us up to speed. So contact with the wall at the top. I wonder if that was. They were negotiating a lot of traffic. They were in the thick of the action, being out of sequence. Hopefully that car is okay and they can race on. Beric Linton being shown in pit lane as well in car number 23. With the ABS issues they've been chasing. They got the thumbs up after the last stop. I wonder if they're now just working to a program. Now we're into the second hour of this race already, and things start to settle down into a little bit of a rhythm.
Some early charges in this race. We were looking at the number 99 entry there of Cameron Laws for a moment. They were actually excluded from qualifying, started all the way back in 68th position. Currently right now, car number 99 shown in 12th position outright and second in Class A1. So that's a great opening stint there from young Cameron Laws. And towards the end of this opening stint, you would suspect even when these compulsory pit stops start playing out, they might actually find themselves inside the top 10. So Cody Gillis and Leon Codado sharing that car with him this weekend. A couple of young karters already showing their potential in this first stint of the race.
4 hours and 53 minutes remain. Here's your class leaderboards, thanks to Bob Jane T-Marts in A1. Paul Buccini leads the way over Cameron Laws. Alex Hosel in third place. The Bathurst boys and ex-Grant Inwards behind the wheel of car 143, and then Stephen Pilkington. A2 being led by Hadrian Morale in front of Jason Gomersal. Hadrian now leading the race outright. Bad news for the 23. The bonnet's up on that car back in pit lane. Braden Wilmington third in Class A2 at the moment. In B1, it's Scott Walker leading the way. They've recently taken the lead away from Carly Buccini, with Rob Bryden next in the BMW, but all three cars continuing on. Joel Heinrich leads the way in Class B2 over Chris Holt and Ian Joyce in third place. And that's been a really good start for the Osborne's transport car. Then back to Paul Ansell, who's in front of James Keane in Class C. This is going to be a battle to watch all day with Tony Ordino next, and actually it's the Ordino car just getting out of the way of the fast cars blazing past out of the cutting there. Brock Stinson leads the way in Class D in front of Hayden Jackson. Brock having qualified the 77 car on pole position yesterday. David Murphy running in third, and it's Adam Brewer leading Brett Stevens. So the Mazda's currently on top of the little Honda that has been dominating proceedings in Class E all weekend, and with a mid 2 minute 43 lap, set the class qualifying record yesterday, Brett Stevens, to get pole in Class E. So believe it or not, we're more than an hour into the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, the 10th running of this great race, and there's been plenty of action so far. Thanks to Hi-Tec Oils, we're going to have a look at the race start an hour and 6 minutes ago, and it was as feisty as always. Jaden Ojeda fired his car into turn one. Cameron Hill on the outside. Thomas Randle grabbed an early lead, but looked in the back of the pack because there was drama early, and the game over Camaro, it was almost game over. A really good catch in the end for Grant Denyer, and the sole total of that was one damaged styrofoam board and one Chevrolet Camaro wing mirror.
Ryan McMillan unfortunately dropped some oil on the racetrack in that A2 Mustang. It sent cars everywhere across the DBA chase, and what would ultimately cause the first safety car in the race, with Trent White and Stephen Thompson stuck in the sand trap. Thankfully at sort of slow speed because they were having to negotiate the traffic and also the oil. Some of our leading contenders pitted underneath the safety car. Cam Hill did not and stayed at the front of the field. But for some of these leading drivers, they had to nestle their way deep in the traffic, work their way through, like Ben Kavich here in the Thrive. Race for a cure entry as Thomas Randle was up on the wheel supporting his driver in the pit garage there. And further on through the field, the class battles will be going all race long. The Giblin Madden entry, Class X, the only non-BMW in the outright Class X class, having to make way for the Speed Cafe number 60 BMW. And a big lunge down the inside from the Gomersol Seaton SS Signs Mustang. And unfortunately for Randle, in the number 91 A1 car, that would come to a slow halt and contact as well. Mark Griffith going around at the DBA chase with the 105 BMW that just came back on and almost made contact with the Keynes entry in Class C. So here are your leaderboard at the moment as it stands. It's Morale and Mecklem in Class A2 that lead outright, but they haven't done a compulsory pit stop as of yet. Everingham did in the early point of the race. It was Hayden Ald that led that car and that charge in the first opening stint. They are currently position number 4 from Hodges and Ojeda, completing the top 5.
So that's how things stand as we race our way into the second of 6 hours in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour for 2026. I hope you're having a ripping Easter Sunday wherever you might be watching this around Australia or indeed around the world. And it's surprising always how many people tune in on their Easter weekend to watch a bit of motor racing from Mount Panorama from all parts of the globe. The race currently being led outright by a Ford Mustang. Hadrian Morale leading Jason Gomersol by 12.3 seconds, having yet to make a mandatory stop, with Braden Wilmington running in 3rd position. I'm just walking back into the commentary box. I'm wondering if I'm just smelling some champagne perhaps with Jason Bargwanna, who's come back in after celebrating a great weekend in the Trans Am Cup for he and son Ben after a great weekend of racing, and then having to go and do the hard work of packing up the truck. Bargs, welcome back to you.
Certainly great to be taking on multiple roles this weekend, that's for sure. Yeah, we got a bit of champagne there. Ben did a great job during Trans Am, got a podium, and I didn't want to miss it, boys, so sorry. I do apologise for ducking out, but I'm glad we had the hour highlights since I missed a little bit of that action. But to come back in and watch some of this on-track stuff that's already going on is very exciting. We've had a good weekend and it's all happening.
Well, what you did, like all good team managers, is you timed your first compulsory pit stop for the safety car.
I did watch that. There was a screen running in the background where they're having the podium there as well. So I kept abreast of what was actually happening. And we've got the 23 now on screen. We can see it's having a little bit of a drama there. So we did predict that early in the day. I saw those boys down on the grid and they didn't look like they were happy. So obviously the 23 there with Beric Linton at the wheel is having that sort of drama. The 77, the team are running. Cars stopped.
Class leaders in Class D. This is Brock Stinson behind the wheel of the 77 machine. The team are sprinting down the Scheffler pit lane in order to greet the 77 car. Lachlan Platten and Annabelle Rolfo joining in this entry this weekend. Annabelle very much the leading charge of this particular car. They've done so much work in order to get to this point. They've been having some ABS struggles in that car, but unfortunately it has come to a halt after just 1 hour.
Simon Hodges pits. Car number 21, they climb back up to 6th position.
Interesting choice to stop for their second stop here under green flag conditions. So they're obviously doing what looks like tyres. We're going to go for 4 tyres by the looks of things, which is a little bit early. I wouldn't have thought they were going for that just now. So maybe they did have a bit of a vibration or something they were concerned about. To be having a second stop this early without safety car is a bit of a strange strategy. But the boys have run down. The whole crew's come down to try and get this 77 back. It made it to pit lane. It's a very big pity for that because they were doing a really good job. And they'll certainly earn their dollars today, the pit crew, that's for sure, pushing that one back up pit lane.
Platten is charging up there, race suit on, trying to get there in the mix as well. This is a big story for the team based in Coffs Harbour. Drivers from Brisbane. Class-leading pole-sitting car in Class D, and a genuine contender as Toyota look to win that category for a 9th time out of 10 attempts here at Mount Panorama. There's never any shortage of drama. It doesn't matter what class you are in. And the 77 team, Anytime Finance and Ignite Autosport, have pushed their Toyota GR86 into the garage, having led their class early with Brock Stinson performing brilliantly at the start. And they are now in the garage with work going on. So that is how quickly things can change in this race. 4 hours and 45 minutes remain in this one. Ford Mustangs 1 and 2. Tyler Everingham has just climbed the number 24 BMW up into 3rd position outright. He's currently leading that class, and is the first car on the racetrack having completed their first mandatory pit stop. We've just seen the 2-time winning number 21 Secure Wealth BMW complete a 2nd mandatory stop and chuck 4 brand new Hankook tyres at that car. And in pit lane for their first mandatory stop comes car number 6, which is the Ford Mustang. Ryan McLeod running this shop. Keith Kasuki started the car, and it'll be Ryan's son Cam who takes over now. Cool to see Inverell Ford, business based in very country New South Wales, a couple of hours from the Gold Coast, just over the border, jumping on board. In fact, the dealer principal Ben has found his way to Bathurst to help out as well. They put together a really good program, and Cameron McLeod grabbed pole position by 0.0005 in qualifying. Mustang and Camaro looking out the 6th row of the grid outright, and they're putting some tyres on this car as well, as you would expect. But a couple of cars in the class already one pit stop to the good of the McLeod-Kasuki Mustang. A little early advantage in that very competitive fight for Class A2.
Sort of a bit of Simon Hodges there trying to find his way through the traffic. We're going to see that play out as the day goes on. The difference between some of the faster cars, particularly when you're on a green tyre, you come out on a fresh cold tyre, you've got to manage your decision making very well. I mean, it is definitely a challenge. I remember one of my very first Bathurst 1000s in the little Corolla. I spent the entire race looking in the mirror. I thought I was going fast till Jim Richards went past me down the front straight in a GDR. I realised that we've got a lot of work to do with the little Corolla, but it's a bit like that in this type of race. That's where the class structure, the work the drivers have got to do. You're trying to watch out the front, you're trying to watch out the rear, you're trying to watch your competitors, you're trying to work out where and how to manage the car. So it's certainly a part of the challenge of the 6 hour, which we all love, which makes it such a classic event.
We were watching there a moment ago the battle for Class D, currently between Hayden Jackson and David Murphy, a battle of the Mazda RX-8 1 Series cars. They were duking it out between themselves. They went down into the DBA chase on that previous lap, less than half a second separating them right now. So plenty going on there in that battle for Class D, and for the first time in this year's Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour race, we say very good afternoon to Ben Bargwanna.
Yeah, hey guys, just a quick update. I ran down to the 77. There's a lot of stress down there, the bonnet's up. They believe it's a complete engine failure, so that is really devastating, and it looks like their day is going to be over. I don't think they're going to be able to fix it.
That's a poor disappointment there for that team. Annabelle Rolfo has done so much work to get that car right for this weekend. They did so much testing prior to the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. They brought the experience with Brock Stinson here this weekend and young Lockie Platten, but unfortunately that's not how they expected their day to play out here at this Easter Sunday at Mount Panorama.
Annabelle, whose dad Carlos was a privateer in the great race and super touring racing over the journey as well. She's completing a law degree at the moment as well, so you have to go back to her studies, unfortunately. They made their debut here last year, and it all sort of came together after that to put that program together. That'd been awesome. Executed really well, so that's a massive blow for them. There are a significant number, however, of Toyota 86s/Subaru BRZs in the paddock here this weekend.
Yes.
So if you own one and you find it sans engine at the end of the day and a 77 car gets back on the racetrack, don't be surprised.
Well, and we have said it before. Remember Jordan Cox? We've all seen Jordan over the last couple of years being one of the stars of this race. Early on, he ran a customer car, a little Pulsar for some customers. and it blew an engine early in the race. They did an engine change during the race, got it back out, and their customers, they actually got to race in the race. They were a few laps down. I think they missed about 3.5 hours, but they did get some laps in. So nothing's impossible. If you come back to your Toyota 86 in the car park and it's got no engine in it, you might go looking down to where the Car 77 garage is.
Crazier things have happened in this race than someone chucking an engine at it. This is a big battle pack. Good story there. Car 43, that's the gold and black and white HSV Astra. It's a Class C contender. And it's a cool story because at about 5:20 on Good Friday, it found itself upside down on a tyre bundle at Forest Elbow. Had quite a hefty impact and sort of rode Ross Chastain style the wall there, and it sort of tipped the car up at the elbow and ended up parked on its roof. So Champ Motorsport worked quite late into the night. Ultimately, it didn't actually turn out to be that late. It was about 11:30 when they packed up and left and rebuilt that car. Some of the rival HSV Astra teams chimed in with some bits and pieces too, which was great, and got them back out in the race, which is outstanding. So well done to those guys from Champ Motorsport, the true spirit of Bathurst, and a big Bathurst rebuild. You've got to have one every weekend. I think it's almost contractually obliged that you do so, and they were it for this weekend.
222 on screen there, the Harding Performance Golf R, great little car. Over the years, they've campaigned this style of Golf R in the race for many a time. Had a 4th outright a couple of years ago. They've done a really good job. They can keep running as an A1 car. They've got the 4 pit stops. The car keeps running all day. They stay out of trouble, and they tend to find their way to float to the top, which is what's so exciting about these different strategies throughout the course of the day. The RS Focus just in front of them, they did an engine change after practice 1. And they had that all apart again. They had some issues around electrical issues. And then they found it was a faulty radiator cap that was causing them problems. So it's great to see that car out after the engine changes and the dramas they've had. But it's a typical Bathurst with all those sorts of dramas early in the week.
Bugs, you made a comment before about racing here in a Corolla 1992, about having Jim Richards blaze past you and make you feel slow. Well, Jim Richards did that to people in the same class. He was one of the greats of all time. I've just been told, thanks to our mates at the V8 Sleuth, your fastest lap in that race, J Bargwanna, S Bargwanna, Corolla, 2:41.0, and the GTR was doing 16s.
Yes.
So the difference is actually smaller than it is in this race today. So
it didn't feel like it, let me tell you. And as that race turned out, it ended up raining at the end. Jim ended up in a crash. Our Corolla ended up in a crash. Red flag. Well, we got to spray champagne as the Bathurst winners. So that was my very first success at the mountain in a little Corolla. It was a great battle throughout the day. Paul Morris was in that event in terms of that class. And the Bateses, obviously. We see Zach Bates out there at the moment, yes. Rick's son. So it's a long history in terms of this event.
Thanks to people with clearly far too much time on their hands to feed us that piece of information from back in the early days. Down to Ben Bargwanna.
Yeah, Jade, I was just standing next to that last pit stop and you were shaking your head a little bit. Looks like you had to take 4 tyres. Obviously, that wasn't planned.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know, I love that Hancock supports our event, but it seems like ever since we've swapped to this tyre, all we complain about is delamination. And for us pros, it's scary driving cars that at any point the tyre can fail, and it's really disappointing for your guys like Simon, Dean Campbell, the Kaviches. That for them this is their big event of the year, and all their money goes into this event, and we're possibly going to write their cars off because the tyres fail. So I love that Hancock support the event, like I said, but this is just not good enough.
Look, it's not ideal to take 4 tyres. How much is this going to hurt your strategy?
Yeah, let's see. For sure, it was an unplanned pit stop, but I guess it's going to be if the tyres make it to the end and how many other people lose tyres. So we'll wait and see, and just fingers crossed and hope that luck's on our side.
Oh, well, best of luck.
Thanks. Cheers.
The interesting thing to note, though, is it's definitely not the end of their day. So that happened to the race leaders last year with an hour and a half to go, and that was with Dean Campbell and Cam Crick. They had a right front go down. Well, they went on to win the race. So it's not the end of their day whatsoever. Just means that the early point of this race is going to be a little bit more busy for them in amongst the traffic.
There can be many factors in that. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot of traffic out there. We've seen some dramas already. Cars limping around with parts hanging off them and debris all over the circuit. So whilst it's very important, and we did touch on this a little bit yesterday, and we talked about it during qualifying and practice, we noticed many of the teams, particularly the big BMWs, the heavier cars, roading their tyres during the course of the week. So that's about just slowly bringing that tyre up, protecting that tyre, making sure that when you need it in the race. Also, start of the race, they tend to run a little bit of a lower tyre pressure because they're looking for more performance as that stint goes on. So you've got to be very cautious on those first few laps, particularly that low tyre pressure. And a lot of the teams have been really focusing very much on their tyre during the course of this weekend.
And there'd be an element of, well, of car setup in that, how much camber they've got dialed in, caster angle in the front of these cars, and how heavy and hard they're loading them through the high-speed stuff at the top of Mount Panorama. We saw a trend at the end of last year's race where everyone was throwing right side tyres or right front tyres at them to arm them with the best possible stuff they could for that fight to the end when the pace really ramps up. But there's going to be some management involved clearly as this race plays out. Noons?
Here with the Class D, Ash and Rob Jarvis V-Dub that's coming to the pits. We were just walking by the garage and we overheard the crew say he's in, he's coming in, he's got a flat tyre. Have a look at the sign though on the back of this thing though. Talk about Bathurst being a little humorous while they refuel this car. If you don't want to get hit, take up knitting. Watch out for number 70 today when a sticker like that here on the back of this car. Don't mess with these guys. They're the real deal. They're the real deal.
I think, Needs, that could be slightly in reply to the Premiere car with Pete Gibberis, who said, if you want a job, don't hit me, on the back of his Toyota GR86. So a little bit of banter going on up and down the 6-hour paddock, which I love.
Just want to make mention of car 323. That's the Manif, Lawrence and Drew Russell BMW M3. They've been really leading contenders all weekend leading up to Class B2. Unfortunately, they're down in 63rd position and 5 laps down, so they've had a drama in the early point of this race. Drew Russell behind the wheel at the moment, but they are lingering down the timesheets, and unfortunately, what was definitely a leading contender in Class B2 are now well behind the wayside, laps down in that battle for class.
Former outright podium finisher here, 2023. A pretty emotional day with his little brother Aaron and their late dad Wayne, and we miss Wayne in the paddock. He was such a character, the Novocastrian, and the 35 Mazda is parked on the run up to the cutting, waved yellow flags flying. Motorsport Australia race controller, this race is very good generally at giving teams an opportunity to do the old reboot if they need to. Have you tried turning it on and off again? But in that case, it's clearly been sitting there for too long, and the Bathurst Mazda safety car will make its second appearance of this year's Hi-Tec Bathurst 6-hour. And I suspect that our Schaffler pit lane is going to be pretty busy for the next 15 minutes or so, because this is an ideal opportunity and not a bad time. I wouldn't have thought, almost 90 minutes into the race, to tick the next pit stop box.
Well, as you say, that Morel, our actual race leader, outright race leader, has just come into pit lane. You can see the car there. They're doing their stop. So Gomersall in the car. It looked like the team, the SS Signs Mustang team, were getting ready for a pit stop. Daniel, we saw in the middle of all that traffic a moment ago, battling away, trying to find some clear road. We'll see whether they make it the way to pit lane as well. But as the action will be plenty down there, I'm sure Noons and Ben will keep us up to date. But there is the 23. We mentioned that earlier. Clearly some electronic style dramas, which is really disappointing for them because they were certainly one of the pre-race favourites.
Yeah, we've heard that it's gone into link mode again. So that's disappointing. It's been swings and roundabouts for the 23 car. Noons?
Yeah, Rich, this is the classic scenario with this race. So with all these teams changing issues with their cars, the teams that are sharing garages, so you've got the issue here, the little 128 Subaru that's in at the moment, they're sharing with the 101 Camaro. They're trying to service this car, but the Camaro wants to come in. They went to push this car back. They couldn't because the Evo behind it was also wanting to come in. It's really a case of managing who, what, when, where today here at Bathurst, because this is the time that you don't want everyone pitting when you're sharing garages, but it's kind of how it has to be here. It's literally a car park. It's just a case of bad timing for everybody.
Thanks, Noons. Good point. And I think you said earlier, Aaron, there's a process where teams come into this race not knowing who they're garage with and leave being really good mates, having forged a bond, and they all work closely together to try and collaborate on pit stops. But there's 36 garages here. Now, you can fit 70 cars in them all, but when it comes to pit stops, there's certainly not room. So there's a bit of collaboration that needs to take place.
Seeing Rick Shaw, they're getting pushed back as they're in the lane at the moment. This is their second compulsory pit stop. They ticked that earlier stop to knock out their 5-second time penalty earlier on. So this is basically almost getting them back in sync now with the rest of the field. But they're stuck at an awkward 45-degree angle there, as we can just see car number 1 leaving their pit bunker as well, getting them back in sync with what we saw earlier on from cars 21 and further on through. And here's the number 70, Class D, Jarvis entry, getting pushed back into the pits. They were strong at the early point of the weekend, but this is not what we want to see for those guys.
And the real drama with all that is, whilst we're using jacks or trolley jacks and rattle guns that aren't connected to airlines, it's the fuel line that is your restricting factor in where you position the car. So you've got to do these deals with your with your neighbour, your friend, your person you're pitting with. You try and work together, but unfortunately sometimes, yes, you do all arrive at once.
Second mandatory pit stop completed for car number 1. This time they did elect to pit under the control of the safety car as we confirm our class leaderboards. Thanks to T-Marts, Cameron Laws, Holtzel and Jemmy Usel now 3rd place in Class A1 as the Aaron Seaton, Jason and Ben Gomersall Mustang rolls into pit lane. Looks like Ben is going to jump in behind the wheel of that car and take over from the old man. So they were the class leading car and in fact were the outright race leaders as they came in, because Hadron Morale and Tyler Mecklem were the first ones into the lane. They timed that to perfection. All got really lucky. Both count at this race. So they're leading Class A2. Scott Walker still in front in the 33 car in B1 in front of Carly Puccini as 101 pits as well, with Rob Bryden still 3rd. Heinrich leading the B2 class still. They've just completed a stop. Chris Holton, Ian Joyce next. Tony Ordino now on top in the number 4 HSV Astra in front of Paul Ansell and Trev Keane in Class C. Hayden Jackson on top with the demise of the 77 Toyota in Class D, with Caleb Heffron up to 2nd place and Mick Hazelton in 2nd. And Adam Brewer leads the way in Class E. Oh, and that is a messy little sequence there. Glenn Seaton hadn't quite got out of the way with the trolley jack when I think it's Ben Gomersall who's got behind that car, tried to go, so they had to have a little reset there. And now gets released back out into the traffic behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car. Little heart-in-mouth moment, but a pit stop complete now for car number 30.
So they're ticking off those compulsory pit stops, just 4 in Class A2 that they must do. This is almost cleansing the field in some regards, because a lot of our A2 class cars and A1 cars as well taking the opportunity to complete a compulsory pit stop, and for some of them it's actually their first stop in the race. And this was a very strong opening stint from car number 99, taking the first opportunity to do a compulsory pit stop there as well. Remember, started all the way at the back of the pack, got inside the top 10, and will resume this race as they fight for Class A1 honours here this weekend.
Young Leon Cordato, part of this, is an 18-year-old karting prodigy, getting a crack at some endurance racing at Mount Panorama. The Chris Lillis car into the lane as well. There's the Camaro. So that'll be their 2nd compulsory stop. So they've ticked 2 of the 4 out of the way early. I think in the long game, pitting first for those cars, especially the A2 cars, pitting at that first safety car is going to work wonders at the end of the race to give them some flexibility for the big Camaros. So Chris Lillis out. I imagine he would have jumped out of that car, having been in it for 90 minutes from the very start, knowing that Josh Muggleton and Zach Bates are still there to do the remainder of the race. And honestly, on the pace both of them have showed, I don't think it matters either of those two you put in that car at the end of the race, because Muggles has been every bit as quick as Bates and vice versa in that car this weekend.
And what they have done, you can see there, is they have got a couple of their compulsory pit stops out of the way, but there is 4.5 hours remaining.
Yep.
We're still got to get to the end of the race on 2 stops, which I'm starting a little bit nervous around the fuel side of that equation. So maybe doing those 2 pit stops this early might not have worked for them, but certainly when you see at the moment, we've got all the A2 and A1 cars floating to the top of the order, particularly around all those X-Class cars now getting their 6 stops out of the way. So Grant Denyer there, good to see him. Big smile on his face. He loves this place. So
Giving us a proper debrief.
I went and caught up with Grant and Tony Quinn this morning, and about 95% of that conversation I can't repeat on national television, but deeply insightful in some areas, very funny in others, but massively passionate in all of it, which was great. They are having a great weekend and actually going along nicely. So I think Ryder Quinn's behind the wheel of 101 now, as we remain behind the control of the safety car with Ben Gomersall shown as the race leader. Beautiful view from the Thrive drone cam over the top of Mount Panorama. We're looking down over Griffin's Bend back towards the paddock campground, which is as full as it's ever been this weekend. More than 750 campsites sold. Oh, there's a little delay getting up there with some of the cars going slowly for the reason we're under safety car already, which was the Mazda parked up there. Now this little Hi-Tec Oils replay of Ben Gomersall trying to leave the lane, and Glenn Seaton, Supercars Hall of Famer, double Australian Touring Car champion, was still very much in front of that Ford Mustang. Not showing enough respect.
We're just going to pull up some rules here. I'm just a little bit nervous about that one for those guys. The car controller obviously needs to have control of the car, but I think I understand the rule is that the entire crew must be back across the line for the car to move away from its position. So we're just going to clarify that one for you. We'll let the officials work that one out, but yeah, that's never a good idea, is it? Run over your chief engineer as he's trying to look after the car there.
It wouldn't surprise me if Motorsport Australia Race Control have asked for that replay to get a little bit of insight into what occurred. There's the number 9 car with Tyler Mecklem behind the wheel. They're going to be second outright, and the safety car, Bathurst Mazda safety cars, picked up the race leader, which is Ben Gomersall in the Mustang. So Mustangs 1 and 2, Ryder Quinn third, having just stopped. So the game over car, far from game over at the moment, going along nicely. And then Michael Ald's behind the wheel of 24, leading Class X after that excellent start for his son Hayden. And then it's Brianna Wilson behind the wheel in 5th position at the moment in car number 89. Aaron Noonan, back to you.
Richard Craill, I've grabbed Grant Denny. He stepped out of the 101 Camaro, and I have a special presentation for him. This is his mirror. This is what you were missing for your entire stint or two out there. Slightly modified, slightly used, not to be reattached.
I'll tell you what, this is actually pretty handy when there's 75 cars in the field. Most TV game show hosts actually normally live in these things, like doing these. But I didn't need it. Just eyes forward, Noons. Eyes forward. Nearly from the back to second. Did you see it?
It was solid. It was solid. I'll tell you what wasn't solid. That polystyrene sign that you obliterated on the run-up Mountain Straight, but you thought you hit something a bit harder than that. Was pretty soft, but you thought you hit something else.
Yeah, I think one of the other Mustangs that was in front of us missed a gear, and so the car that was behind the car that missed a gear just pushed over straight into the side of my car to get around him and just drove me off the road, and I thought it broke a wheel. So thankfully it didn't. The alignment's out a little, but it all held together minus this thing. But I've never passed so many cars in my life. That was so much fun. So much fun.
Did you lose count?
Oh, I felt really bad for the team that we had such a shocker of a start, so I was determined to make it up to them, and I don't think I've ever passed so many cars in my entire career, let alone, one stint. So it was hectic and wild and amazing, and one of the best days of my life.
Do you get to have another go, or are you done now?
I'm pretty knackered, to be honest. You got to remember, she's a big old girl. She's heavy. She's got 3 pedals and a manual shift. So the old toes haven't moved that fast since I won Dancing with the Stars. Noons, you remember? It's your favourite show. They were like this.
I'm just going to keep going and let him keep dancing here. How many hours have we got left on the clock here? 4 hours and 22 at Twinkle Toes Dania. What more could you need?
Thank you, Aaron Noonan. He's quick to remind me he won it twice this morning as well, by the way. First to do so. 25 years of relationship between he and Tony Quinn. Back in the V8 Ute Racing Series in 2001, VIP Pet Foods, as it was at the day, popped on the side of G. Denya's race car and was able to sponsor him for that race, which was excellent. So they're having an absolute ball down there. I'd also like to send a shout out at this point to, and I'm not sure if she's watching, to Tony's 88-year-old mother.
There you go.
I was asked to give a shout out, so I will do so. Tony Quinn, part of that team. Amazing scenes at the 12 hour earlier this year where 3 generations of Quindom. Tony, his 2 sons, Clark and Kent, and his grandson Ryder popped in an Audi R8 and finished the Bathurst 12 Hour in a GT3 car, of all things, against a world-class international field. And there is a doco being made about that too.
I think they actually had a mid-race pit stop where they got out and had a photo or something, wasn't it?
Yes, they did the selfie. It was great.
So they obviously came to the event with a view that they're there to enjoy it, they're there to get the result, they're there to get the finish, which was great to see. They did a great job. But this weekend it's a little bit different. Ryder Quinn in the car, as we mentioned, and he'll be going after it. The 21 back in again. Now that's the 3rd pit stop, which we've got it out of the way now. Tyres again, they're just going to check tyre pressures, so they obviously had them up a little bit. It's going to bleed those tyres down now and try and protect that tyre. So that's one of the X-Class cars. Now what happens over the course of these first 4 hours, those X-Class cars will sink throughout the field. Traffic does play a big part in them getting back to near the lead. But of course, when we get to these last couple of pit stops, their pace brings them back to the fore again. But what I have noticed, and I studied a bit, I went out and had a look at some of the action during practice, is that the Camaro, the Mustangs, have got the straight line legs this year that will hopefully serve them well towards the end of the race. We've seen those big BMWs with all the power, the twin turbo 6s and things. They've got the grunt to be able to pass most of the A1 and A2 cars down the straights. But this year, it's going to be close, I've got to tell you.
Considering that car 35 will be rolling down Conrod, still behind the wheel. That's a Class E car. It's, as they call in the aviation industry, dead stick. It's got no power. So fortunately, it's a fairly steep old gradient here at Mount Panorama, and you can roll back down to the line. I do just need to put a full stop on that TQ story to a shout out to his long-suffering CEO, Josie Spillane, who's watching from New Zealand. Hello to everyone else watching in New Zealand as well. Nath Pilcher and Maddie, happy 30th for yesterday, watching on as well from Dunedin. People watching the 6 hour all around the world, Bargs.
They love it.
It's Bathurst's next big international enduro, I reckon. Love seeing people rock up to this place from around the world and go, what on earth is going on in this crazy car race with 70 cars and all sorts of different shapes and sizes on the grid. Bathurst Mazda safety car still leading the field, our second of the day, an hour and 38 minutes into this 6 hour race. Let's get back down to the Scheffler pit lane, and we find there Ben Bargwanna.
Yeah, a little while ago I walked past and I saw the red Mercedes in pit lane, Mark Griffiths. From the outside, it looks okay, but underneath there's a bit more damage, isn't there?
Yeah, correct. We got hit in the left rear, right on the wheel, and it's actually broken the suspension out of the car at the back. And then after it spun, just for good measure, they thought they'd run into me head on and headlight to headlight on the front on the way past. So unfortunately, we've had to retire, which is not what we do in this car ever at this event. So very disappointing.
Yeah, extremely disappointing. Will we see you back next year?
Yes, because I think we'll have real cars next year, like GT4s.
There you go. Awesome to hear.
Thanks. No problem.
That's the word from Mark Griffo in his Mercedes AMG production car.
He just loves it, Griffo, doesn't he?
He
He just loves it. I think by memory, he came up here and raced with his daughter in an Echo. Was it a Toyota Echo or a
little Yaris? I think
Yaris. It was.
Yaris?
It was one of them anyway. He and that talk about spend all day in the mirror.
Yes. It wasn't the most speedy car in outright lap speed, but they had a great dad and daughter weekend. A lot of people enjoying the view from up at Ridge's Mount Panorama. Good vibe in there. Packed out bar and restaurant last night. Everyone, all the race teams sort of sharing war stories after their day on Saturday here at Mount Panorama, and I'm sure it'll be the same tonight. And great to see all the restaurants in this great town busy as well. The team at Reckless Brewing have set up a bar upstairs here in the pit and paddock area. I think that's where we go at the end of this.
That's where definitely
at the end of the day for a refreshing BX Lager. It'll be the BX Lager Podium, where some lucky winners will find themselves this afternoon. But don't worry, they're not just spraying beer. There is some champagne as well. Don't worry about that.
They're going to save us some for the end of the day. That's
correct. That's all we need. Great to see the local support of this race.
It's interesting to see now after an hour and 40 minutes, even with all the safety cars, all the drama, all the action, all the traffic, we've still got the top 3 cars on the road, all within a couple of cars of each other at this restart. So Ryder Quinn there, he's aggressively trying to keep that tyre temperature up. He's ready to move forward. He's got a couple of slower cars in front of him. Tyler Mecklem, who's an experienced 6-hour campaigner, has done a lot of racing at this event with success. And then, of course, Ben Gomersall in the lead car at the front. So it won't be long before we're going to have a 3-way A2 battle once we get this race underway, because Ryder Quinn, you can just see the headlights on there. He's keen to get on with it. He wants to the lead of the race.
And he is a properly fast young racing car driver. Has excelled in monochrome GT4 Australia over the last 2 seasons, and was very, very fast in that Audi R8 in 12-hour trim earlier this year. So it's going to be exciting against Tyler Mecklem and young Ben Gomersall, who's out in front. Michael Old running in 4th place on the road in the number 24 GWR Australia Sidfab BMW, rebuilt after last year. And then Brianna Wilson is next in car number 89. Jem Usel still leading the way in Class A1, 6th outright at the moment. Dean Campbell is behind the wheel of car number 1. The defending winners are 7th, having elected to take a second mandatory pit stop under that safety car. So that was a little win for them to get them sort of back on equilibrium with the rest of the field. The Inwoods are up inside the top 10 now, which is a big drive. It's Harry Inwood behind the wheel of car 143. Brett Osborne leads the way in Class B2 after a really big opening stint from Joel Heinrich, the Aussie racing car and touring car Masters champion last year. G'day to Bob and Sharon Middleton, who are watching back home in South Australia, the team he won the title with. Great start for Joel. They're still leading the way in B2. And then the class leaders a little bit further back. Chapman leading the way in Class D in car number 55 in front of Hazelton and Whitaker. They're all line astern actually in 34th, 35th and 36th position on the road. And leading the way in Class C at the moment is Trev Keane behind the wheel of the Volkswagen that he's sharing with son James. They're 39th outright at the moment and only 1 lap behind the leader. Speaking of, 24 cars remain on the lead lap of the race. The last car on the lead lap, so they've played this well, is Simon Hodges and Jaden Ojeda in car number 21, their 24th position outright.
And those guys have completed 3 of their compulsory pit stops. However, I don't know if they're going to make it on the end of the fuel with, although they've got 3 to go. So it's the A2 cars with 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. They're going to have to stretch it if they're going to try and do that on 2 stops, that's for sure.
It's the strategy that they've pulled just about every year up here in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6-hour, continuing to tick over their compulsory pit stops, keep pitting underneath the safety cars. I think last year they were up to 9 compulsory pit stops at the end of the race before they went for that run home. So again, it's just going off what they've done in previous years.
Yeah, it was 6 compulsory and then 3 additional, wasn't it, at the end to get themselves in that position to ultimately finish runner-up in the race by 0.8 of a second. They came very close to winning it.
At the end of the day, really, all it's about is just putting yourself in a really strong position for that last hour and a half. Brad Jones and I raced a product for Bob Pearson, one of his Evos once in the 12-hour. We had 19 stops, and we ended up getting on the podium. So the car wouldn't get all the fuel out of it. We just kept stopping every single opportunity we had. But when it came down to that last stint, we had enough to get into the battle. So it is possible, even though some of the drama plays out during the course of the day. It's about that smart strategy as we're getting ready for a restart here. The green flag shown, and Ben Gomersall at the front, just taking his time. He's allowed to go at any point in time. Once he goes, he then can't slow down, but now he's clearly off out of the last corner, and you'll see straight away Mecklem will try and make a move on the BMW and put himself, and then you can see in the background Ryder Quinn make a move. The hard part for that restart when you're in the pack, you're not allowed to overlap the car in front, even though it may be 10 seconds lap slower coming out of that last corner. You've got to wait till after the control line before you pull out. And that's where we see a lot of the penalties play out during the course of the day. And
some of those slower class cars often feel like they're doing the right thing by pulling over at the earliest possible point and slowing down, but that's actually one of the worst things you can do, as Mecklem now looks towards the inside of Gomersall here, heading into Griffin's Bend, and that is now an outright change for the lead. So Mecklem will try and skip away out in front here as some of our outright cars now looking through the traffic here, heading into the right-hander at Griffin's Bend. Campbell behind the wheel of the reigning champions, car number 1. looking to go back-to-back, at least for himself, and of course deliver a second win in this race for Cam Hill off the back of his one in 2022 with young Tommy Sargent.
I've actually just been in touch with that team, so they ran the one right rear tyre at least, and more of that set for the full first 90 minutes of this race. And they said the tyre was not healthy when it came off the car, but they got 90 minutes out of it. So they're learning for the end. And maybe, just maybe, car number one looking after its tyres better, for example, than the 21 car we heard from Jaden Ojeda earlier on. So that will be knowledge they'll file away in the bank for the race to the flag. The Thrive drone cam sits just above Brock's skyline, the famous sign that everyone signs when they come and do their slow lap of Mount Panorama, which is a public road about 330 days of the year. It's just to the right as Ryder Quinn gets to the back now of Ben Gomersall. This is going to be for the outright race lead. Well, no, it won't be. It'll be for second because Tyler Mecklem has gone past the number 30 car. He leads the race outright. So this is Mustang versus Camaro in a fight for second and third position. Is this a dress rehearsal perhaps for the end of the race? Throw some BMWs into the mix as well.
Well, Gomersall having to go defensive into the DBA chase, but how's Quinn around the outside? That is an impressive move to go second outright in this race. There's a lot of dirt and debris off the racing line on the left-hander there, but he was very strong around the outside to take over that second spot. Handsome pass.
You can see during that, whilst they're getting ready for that restart, Ryder Quinn, you could tell by the body language of the car, he wanted to get on with it, didn't he? And an outside move down at the chase, that's brave with 4.5 hours to go. But he's definitely got his eyes set now on taking that lead. Tyler Mecklem in front. What I was going to say earlier is these stints by Dean Campbell, for example, out there in the moment in that traffic, these can be the race-winning stints. We all see at the end of the race the bigger names we know that have got the pace battling out, but it's these stints in the middle, it's by the co-drivers that can actually determine the success and failure of your day. And it's so important for those guys to make really good decisions, and that's where we saw Dean Campbell last year do an amazing job. He handed the car to Cameron Crick, but Dean Campbell was really the winner during the course of the day. Yeah,
the common line in the paddock that I've had all weekend is that the pro driver does the hero stuff at the end, but the AM driver wins the race.
Absolutely.
With the bulk of the heavy lifting throughout the middle of it as we jump on board the Cachet Holmes Chevy Camaro, which has got Zach Bates behind the wheel. 8th position at the moment for the young man from the Canberra region, who fires up the inside of some cars at Griffin's Bend and then continues to work his way through. So he's 8, still on the lead lap. They've got 2 mandatory stops ticked off their box in this race as well. So they're in a pretty good position. Josh Muggleton still to come to drive that car. There's a whole lot of cars being investigated as well for pit lane entry at the blend line point when you come into pit lane. So race control busy with that, just investigating some procedural breaches.
222 of Jem Ucell behind the wheel of that Mark 8 Golf, just in front here as they head towards the dipper. But so far leading Class A1 as well, 5th outright. So again, proving that speed they had, particularly here in 2024 when they were 4th outright with the older 7.5 mark of that Golf R. So they are pushing for their worth here in the early point of this race, back down into Forest Elbow.
Good view from Bree Wilson there in the Wilmington car, the Mustang green and black, of how gentle you have to be over the top when you're in that battle pack with cars that are quite substantially slower than you. And Dean Campbell's going to get a little bit more track position here as he goes past the BMW. So he continues to work his way past Michael Auld. That is now just going to be a net 4th place at the moment for Dean. Ryder Quinn going very quickly and hauling down Tyler Mecklem for the lead of the race outright as these guys sort themselves out a little bit further back. And you get in the ebb and flow of this race, cars on the lead lap, some not on the lead lap. It all gets quite busy.
I'm looking through my chart here trying to work out which car's which and who's on where and who's fighting position. It's a bit of a challenge at this start part of the race, particularly with these little battles going on. And we've seen it throughout the day. What happens with these safety cars, particularly in the Class Cs and Ds and things of that nature, trying to time when you do your pit stop, whether you do it after the queue forms or do you do it as the safety car's called. Sometimes you can get caught against your competitor at the wrong position with the leader. There's nothing you can do about it. It happened to us a couple of years ago. You lost 7/8 of a lap because the leader was in between the two cars that were fighting for the class lead. So it's critical to time your pit stop at the right time during the safety car period, and that does play a big part in the way the day pans out for you.
A bunch of cars have just been given 15-second penalties. So download the Spotter's Guide off the Bathurst 6 Hour website and then play the bingo. So cars 3, 2, 3, 61, 80 and 35 have all been pinged for breaches of entry into pit lane.
Car 80 is Stephen King, and that's actually third in class at the moment for Class D, so that's going to hamper their performance there as well. Just watching the number 6 now of Cam McLeod behind the wheel, flashing the lights as well on the 89 of Brianna Wilson going through McPhillamy, and now we'll look towards the inside at Skyline. It's not often that you get two cars through there, but Cam McLeod behind the wheel, starting to charge towards the front. Remember, it was Keith Kasuki that started that car, so now with the pro driver of Cam McLeod making his way through the field, he's going to try and find some track position here towards the end of his stint.
Back on board with Bree Wilson, Braden Wilmington Motorsports, John Bow in his 50th Bathurst Enduro this weekend in this car with Braden. Good to see Dad Gary Wilmington, a privateer legend of touring car racing at this place, still calling the shots down there in the lane and heavily involved. A little Mustang battle going on here with car 54. That's Tim Slade behind the wheel of that Mustang. That's the Alford father and son entry. So Slady working his way forward, 10th position outright, Cam McLeod. There's a bit of energy on the timing screen as well at the moment now that they've got out of that long safety car period, and the racetrack looking pretty good. Everyone pressing on. Tyler Mecklip, quickest lap of the race for his car last time round, 2:26.6. Ryder Quinn at 25.7. The leading margin, 0.5 of a second, Mustang to Camaro. Ben Bargwanna.
Yeah, just a quick update on that last safety car, the 35 Mazda. It's in the garage. It looks like it's going to be a fuel pump. They're pulling it out now. They're trying to work it out, not totally sure. It looks like fuel pump. But this update has been made really, really convenient for me because the team's left a sign for me telling me to stand here.
Well done.
The bloke gets one podium and he's already just throwing out nice lines like that. Love it. Fine work by you, Benjamin. Nicely done. A couple more penalties. 19, 20 and 57 have all been applied some penalties as well for pit lane breach. So 15 seconds. There's a whole lot of time being added to a whole lot of racing cars as we go back to more important things like the battle for the race lead. Mustang and Camaro battling it out. Tyler Mecklem is leading the way. He and Hadrian Morale have been racing together for a long time in this race. Say good day to Lindsay Kearns, who's driven with Hadrian a whole lot over the journey in production car racing. But Tyler's been part of this program for a while. Ryder looking to get himself to the race lead.
Oh, defensive already, guys. So this is on Tyler Mecklem in the mirror there. You can see Ryder has certainly caught him. He didn't want him going down the inside. This will be a great drag race to see who's got the ponies down Conrod Straight. Those Camaros have been very fast, but the Mustangs have certainly hold their own. Throw a BMW in this mix, and it's going to be interesting in 4 hours' time.
So Ford Mustang for the first time in all three major endurance races at Mount Panorama in a calendar year, because for 2 laps there was a Mustang in the Bathurst 12 hour. There's a Mustang in the production car race we're watching now, and of course the 1000 later on this year. Mustangs will be contenders and indeed defending winners of this race. Can a Mustang win today? Can a Camaro win today? Genuine contenders among this field, and Ryder Quinn is looking racy in second place. He races in GT4 Australia with Steve Jackick. He drove with Daniel Gillison last weekend and had a great result at Phillip Island. Drove the Audi GT3 car at the 12 hour. He's part of the BMW Young Drivers squad as well, so he's getting some support there, which is great to see. And he's got a great run up behind the Mustang as they go up over the hump, and the Camaro is going to lead the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour for the first time today.
Incredible story considering they were off the road on the opening lap and right towards the back of the field. So they've marched their way towards the front, got through the adversity, and now clear track ahead of them as they work their way back into the Worth cutting. Some good pace out in front, 226.3 on the previous lap from Mecklin against a 226.2. So the lap times are coming early, and now it'll be interesting to see what Ryder Quinn can do now that he's got that clear air out in front. How's the number 60 Speed Cafe BMW looking towards the inside there at Hell Corner? It's a horse behind the wheel, but he had a huge gaggle of cars in front of him as he worked his way through the left-hander.
You could almost see the thought process there. Bargs was like, I'm going. No, I'm not going.
No. He did think about it then. Very good decision to pull out of that one, I assume. Three wide into turn one tends to not work very well here at Bathurst. But Simon Hodges there finding his way back through the field as well. You can see the power of the big BMWs waiting to the straight, making the best opportunity they can to filter their way back to the lead of the race.
In the middle of that pack is Michael Kavich, who's behind the wheel of the Race for a Cure Thrive BMW. They remained on the lead lap, despite having to take that sort of unplanned second mandatory stop. They've ticked that off, and it's actually worked okay for them. So they're all good for it. Michael Auld, 7th, car number 24, second in class, has just taken the escape road at Brock Skyline as well. Not sure what's gone on there. As we jump on board with Secure Wealth BMW. Nice little sign on the dash. So they've got all their procedural stuff for what driver's in the car and what button to push, and then says down the bottom, we miss you, George. And that's a little shout out to George Medici, who's back watching from home in Port Macquarie up on the coast. And George not part of the team this year. He's a busy man with the Ford Racing, customer racing stuff that he's the Medici Motorsport team are running in GT4 Australia, now the Mustang Cup, which has kicked off. So George electing to step out of that combination that won the race twice. He claimed a Bathurst 6-hour victory with Simon Hodges and Jaden Ojeda. This fight continues on, by the way. Down the inside goes Ryder Quinn, so Mecklin got past, and I don't know, a bit of over-under racing going on here.
Yeah,
is this New World Formula One we're watching?
We saw Ryder Quinn get that lead on the last lap, but there's obviously something happened while we're off. We wasn't in shot there, so Tyler Mecklin back in the lead. Ryder's now got through again, so we'll see if he can find his way through the traffic now, and this could explain it, a bit of the traffic, which is what we've talked about all day.
It was, so...
Pick a lane, wrong lane.
Correct. It's when you roll up to the traffic lights and you go to the right lane and think, yeah, I'm going to get the green here, and you don't. And you get stuck behind a semi-trailer and you slow away. That's exactly what's happened to Ryder Quinn there. So he got boxed in, and Tyler Mecklin took all that opportunity to blaze past and retake a race lead that he's now lost again. So a couple of lead changes going on there between Mustang and Camaro. Great racing between the two of them. But Ryder looks like he's asserted himself back out in front now. Ben Gomersall in 3rd place. Dean Campbell up to 4th. Actually going along pretty quickly in the number 1 car. So he's going along well then. Cameron McLeod in 5th has climbed back up the order. Zach Bates in the Camaro 6th. 26 seconds off the lead. Tim Slade is 7th in car number 54. That's a Mustang. Michael Olds has dropped back to 8th position. 2nd in Class X. Bree Wilson 9th. Mecklin having to thread the eye of the needle at 250 odd down Conrod, and does so between the Astra and the Mazda and gets away with it nicely. And then Johnson climbing up into the top 10 now in car number 90 for the first time today. This time Ryder Quinn gets past the Premier Racing Toyota 86 and does so nicely.
It was definitely Tyler's turn that time to get jammed in behind the traffic. You can see him had to actually brake and go down 2 gears with that one. He found a way through, thread the needle, as you mentioned, and now he's starting to catch back up to Ryder, who was also finding his own battle in the traffic. It certainly is part of the race. We've spoken about it a lot, and it's definitely a challenge trying to make the right decision, whether you commit early or you wait, you be patient, and that's where we talked about Dean Campbell earlier. He's now floating his way up to 4th position. The gap between these 2 or 3 leading A2 cars and Dean Campbell's coming down. So he's now doing a great job dragging that Gomersall back in, and he should be within him maybe another 2 or 3 laps. He might be near catching up with Gomersall for an outright top 3 position.
You mentioned it earlier, but this really is a very impressive stint at the moment from Dean Campbell, because hand the car back over to Cam Hill slightly after the half race distance mark in order to get him home and get the car to the finish line. But as you mentioned earlier, Richard, sometimes these AM drivers are the co-drivers that win the race in the early part here. So the 86 is going very close with each other across the Silverman Park region, one of the MC Corsa cars. Good to have their backing here this weekend. They do a lot in terms of dealerships with Ferraris around New South Wales, and of course continuing their support of some of their younger programs with an 86 here this weekend.
Yeah, a team used to running high-profile GT cars. It's a very different environment to run in this weekend, but still doing it very professionally. MC Corsa. This is Brendan Whittaker behind the wheel of the Whittaker Packaging Solutions Toyota 86 GTS. They're running 4th in Class D at the moment, so they're just chipping away with it. Totani in front in 3rd place, and the Class D cars are 38th, 39th, 40th and 41st outright. So they're all running line astern in a really good battle. This is busy. One Raceway Mitsubishi Lancer. Lyconos just get up the inside there into the Worth cutting. Every time you cut to a new camera, there's cars side by side somewhere at this place at the moment.
Looked like the Commodore in back of shot there had a bit of an issue slowing up, letting the rest of the traffic through. Certainly a bit of a, and as we predicted, it didn't make it out of the cutting. So that was the car I saw in the background there with a bit of smoke coming out of it. I didn't know if it was a tyre or maybe something more, but looks like it's expired there. They could get it off the road there, or we may have to go back to a safety car. There is a little gate at the top there if they can safely get the car off the road, but we need to ensure that the marshals don't go out. There he is, just backing the car in at the moment.
So it's Scott Tiedemann behind the wheel at the moment of that number 3 machine. They're just trying to sneak it in there, and they're going to do so. That's a really good job there. It means we'll stay green flag in this race. They were just underneath, or just away, I should say, with a lap down. So 30th position, but no longer. Unfortunately, coming to a halt there as we get up towards the, just past the 2-hour race distance. It's going quite quickly, isn't it? We're already slowly edging towards the half race mark, and that's when we'll see a lot of the pro drivers step back behind the wheel of the car. How's this stint as well from Cam McLeod at the moment in car number 6, making his way back up towards the front. Just got past Dean Campbell. That's now 4th outright on the road. Again, just slowly putting them back in contention now for Class A2. It's A2 cars from 1st back to 4th at the moment. Dean Campbell leading the X-Class car as he works his way back into the Worth cutting.
Breaking news, drive-through penalty coming the way for our race leader, car 101. It's for, we understand, a refuelling breach in their last pit stop. So a drive-through penalty is a big whack for a pretty serious pit lane breach. As we watch Dean Campbell work his way through that Toyota we've just been talking about, that's 4th in Class D, and it was for refueling before the compulsory pit stop, we understand. So that goes right back to the start of the pit stop cycle. So drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's big story, big news.
Well, and just getting word, Brian, that they're actually going to get it twice.
Oof.
So we're hearing that they've actually breached the regulations twice. We'll confirm that for you, but either way, they've got a drive-through penalty, so that's going to cost them more than 30 seconds. And it will drop them out of the race lead and down to the back end of the top 10. Obviously doesn't count towards a CPS. You can't do a compulsory stop when you do a drive-through penalty.
They have to do that under green flag conditions as well, so it will hurt them. If they can stay on the lead lap, it'll be all right because it'll come back to them late in the race, but that is going to be very, very costly, as you said.
You can take fuel on in a non-compulsory stop if you like. But they have. You can do that after you've completed your compulsory stop. So that's where the breach is. Whilst you can take fuel on, it is about getting the compulsory stops out of the way first. If you need a splash at the end of the race, you can take it. But yeah, that's what's unfortunately during that early period, they obviously stopped and put fuel in the car, which is not. It's an instinct in terms of what happens in endurance car racing. But clearly in this case, we've got a bit of drama here down at the last corner at the start-finish line. The 15, the Class D car there, is clearly facing the wrong way. So I can't work out who's driving that one at the moment. But
Tony Pryor and Ashwin Dial, the Signature Wraps Canberra Toyota and 5th Gear Motoring car has had a spin in the start-finish straight.
Attachment dial behind the wheel at the moment currently as well. We might get a bit of an understanding here with the Hi-Tec Oils replay.
Was there assistance in that one?
Doesn't particularly look like it, does it?
No, it looks like he's oh, bit of contact.
Producing a safety car as well. An interesting point in this race, because I might expect some of our leading contenders to take this opportunity, come into the pits, because it sort of gets them into a little bit of a fuel window potentially before sticking some of our main drivers back into the car at around the half race distance mark here.
The worst part for this is for that 101 Camaro is that now it bunches the field back up. They haven't served that drive-through penalty, so when they do so, they'll drop right to the back of the field yet again. Which serving under green when the field's spread out, it's not so bad, but now they can't serve that penalty whilst the safety car is out. So that'll be a bit of a disappointment for them and certainly put them on the back foot.
So plenty going on here at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour as we go over the 2-hour race mark here, and we'll have a look at some of our Bob J and T Marks class leaderboards for you. In Class X, Dean Campbell leading the way from Grant Johnson, Michael Ord, Simon Hodges, and to Horst in that Speed Cafe BMW number 60. Currently rolling through. They've been busy in the early point of this race. Class A1, Paul Bacchini behind the wheel at the moment of the 71 car. Jem Ucell in that Mark 8 Golf R, making up some spots as well in that early portion of the race. Oliver Lowe Kono, big day for them so far, 5th in class. As we made mention though, Ryder Quinn in Class A2, currently leading outright, but some penalties coming their way, which is going to prove costly. How will that play out? They can't serve that underneath this safety car as well. Tyler Mecklin, Ben Gomersall completing the top 3 in class. How about Class B1? David Worrell in the Stinger. What a great day for them so far. They've got the upper hand over the 222 BMW. Tabitha Ambrose behind the wheel currently. Carly Bacchini and Courtney Prince will share that car. They're looking for 3 straight class wins, in fact, in Class B1, but at the moment, getting beaten by the Stinger. In Class C, James Hay doing a really good job. The King's entry from Orange, so far in second. Josh Smith in car number 43 after that roll that he had on Friday is rolling through in class. Some of our leading contenders pitting at the moment in Class D. Your leaderboard, Michael Hazelton currently leading from Stephen King and Dean Chapman. Matty Tatani, position number 4, and Brendan Whittaker in behind. In the battle of the baby class, currently being led by a Mazda 3. It's Ruben Dan leading the way from Mesasama, and Boyle in that Honda Accord, 3rd, getting beaten by the Mazdas. So what can that Honda do in the back half of this race? It's been busy so far. Our leading contenders taking this opportunity to come into pit lane, completing another compulsory pit stop, as it's been a very busy opening 2 hours of the race so far. As we have a look at your DBA race highlights for the 2nd hour of the race, and this was drivers for car 23. They've been nursing issues all day, but your class leader in Class D at the time, Brock Stenson, Annabelle Rolfo, and young Lockie Platten. Unfortunately, that car would come to a halt with an engine failure. In the early point of this race, it was all about the traffic and trying to manage that for some of our leading contenders, because as compulsory pit stops happened, you had to go back through the field. And for Class E honours, car number 35, Jake Hegstall behind the wheel at the time when that car unfortunately came to a halt in the run-up to the cutting, but was able to roll back down the mountain before the field got back underway. And then this was a great pass around the outside from Ryder Quinn on Ben Gomersall going through the DBA chase. A lot of dirt and debris off the exit of the road, but made it stick, and he would make his charge towards the front. Speaking of charging, that's what Cam McLeod has done behind the wheel of the number 6 Mustang, sharing with Keith Kasuki. It was Keith that started, but Cam has driven the middle point of this race and made his way back towards the front. And Dean Campbell, speaking of impressive stints, he has done a remarkable job behind the wheel of car number 1, much like what he did in 2025. A change for the lead though. Ryder Quinn would take the 101 Camaro to the top of the tree. Mr. Horst had so much traffic to deal with heading through the left-hander at Hell Corner. He would make that move stick, but as we mentioned, traffic, we'll mention it still plenty throughout the course of the rest of this race. Ryder Quinn would get held up with one of the Class E Mazdas and would give the lead back to the number 9 Mecklin and Morale Mustang. It would ebb and flow because Quinn would go back down the inside heading into Griffin's Bend. And then unfortunately the Tidyman entry would come to a halt. And that was just out of the Worth cutting. And then we're back onto the safety car because the 86 unfortunately spinning underneath the Hi-Tec Oils bridge. So we've got 2 hours, 10 minutes of this race done. Plenty more to play out as Ryder Quinn continues to lead the race. So pit stops happening for the Ford Focus RS, car number 73. And of course, that was a winner back in the day in the hands of Nathan Morecambe and Chaz Mostert. It's almost like going old school, isn't it, Bargs, with the old battery drills? We probably didn't have battery drills back in the day, but the old 5 studs to get the wheels back on.
Yeah, the old 5-stud action. It's it's good. I remember as a young kid, I was a wheelman on the left front in one of the 12 hours, and it's a pretty exciting time for these pit crews to get into the action, hands-on. They don't do it full-time. There are a lot of helpers here, volunteers, family, friends, and they really enjoy getting out there in Bathurst. But the pressure of a pit stop, getting it right, make sure that they get their tyre changes, their brake pad changes, doing it under the rules, which is hard to try and explain to people that don't do this on a regular basis what we do. But yeah, it's worth taking the time in this case for that RS Focus, just checking the wheels are on properly, and they'll send that out. Great to see them out there at this point of the race. 2 hours and 12 minutes in after the week they've had with the engine change and misfire and dramas, but they're still going strong.
So we saw some compulsory pit stops being completed as well as we were having a look at our DVA race highlights. So Dean Campbell brought the number 1 Class X machine into the lane. That was their 3rd compulsory pit stop. He was staying behind the wheel of the car. And that will get him to a window you'd suspect with about 2 hours, 45 minutes to go in order to put Cam Hill into the car and probably through until the end of the race as well. So Ryder Quinn staying out in front, in behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car. Remember though, they've got that drive-through penalty next to their name, which they cannot complete when they're behind the safety car. So that is going to bury them in the field, particularly if they have to serve that sooner rather than later, because with the field all bunched up, that buries them deep in the traffic. Pit stop being completed there as well for the number 76 Mazda 3 entry. Matthew Southwell was behind the wheel of that car. Not sure if they decided to take a driver change in amongst that particular machine. Richard Mork and Zach Dunn also sharing the duties this weekend. Richard Mork, the oldest driver on the grid this year, 79 years of age, been racing up here for 60 years, and it's his 95th meeting up here at Mount Panorama Bathurst.
How many?
95th meeting at Mount
95th
Panorama.
meeting?
Yep. He's done some miles here as Morky Talkie, as they often refer to him. And by all reports, I don't think he's planning on trying to get to the 100th race meeting to raise the bat, but yeah, 95 is quite an impressive figure. So we are hearing from Motorsport Australia Race Control that we are expecting a restart this time by. We've got more crews running down the lane. This was the car that was stopped, in fact, just past the Worth cutting. So the number 3, Scott Tidyman, in the car at the time when it came to a halt. And Joyce sharing the duties as the team push that up the Scheffler pit lane. So we're under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car with 2 hours and 15 minutes of this year's Bathurst 6 Hour complete at the moment. We won't be too far away from a restart here with Ryder Quinn leading the field currently in the 101 Camaro, but will have to serve a drive-through penalty for a refueling problem earlier in the race. Tyler Mecklin will restart behind him in that Mustang, and there's a few Mazdas that are stuck in amongst the restart order here as well, so Ben Gomersall will have to be careful that he won't pass that McDonald's Mazda before they get to the control line for this restart. And for everyone in this safety car line, as soon as those lights go out, they cannot weave anymore, and we saw that from our leading car. And good to see plenty of kids having fun on this Easter Sunday. Hopefully the Easter Bunny was good, and unfortunately that is quite a steep hill there at Hell Corner, turn 1. I've Been down there on a piece of cardboard here during the 1000 back in the day when I was camping over the back. It's quite fast when you're on cardboard on that hill, trust me. It's a fast stop when you hit that wall down the bottom.
Yeah, but you get up and do it again.
You do. And when I was 12 years old, nothing hurt back then either.
I was going to say, did you have some BX lagers in the bank, but not at 12.
Not at 12.
Drink responsibly, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for the next restart. 2 hours and 16 minutes into the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Beautiful Easter Sunday. Temperatures cracked into the low 20s. Gentle little breeze makes it very, very beautiful conditions to sit and watch some car racing. We're back to green flag. Camaro leading Mustang to the line. And in fact, it's A2 and A1 cars filling the top 11 positions now. So the Class X BMWs are a long way back in the pack. Down the inside goes the 23 with Cam McLeod in the mix. They're trying to get themselves back into a contention. The Will Davison, Barrett Linton, Tim Lay car. We're back to racing. There is a drive-through penalty hanging over the heads of car number 101. So our race-leading car will have to go through pit lane. There might be some regrets there for not diving into the lane to serve that penalty the moment they got told it was going to happen, because then they copped a safety car. And quite often in races here, you want to wait for a safety car. It's almost the opposite here. Sometimes you want to just get it done out of the way because the safety car will inevitably come at some point.
What was telling there is Cammy McLeod in that Mustang and the 23 of the Davison Lay and Berwick Linden car. The drag race up the hill was actually won by Cammy McLeod. So there's no doubt that these Mustangs this year and the Camaro have certainly got the pace. I watched Cammy McLeod before pass Dean Campbell just before that safety car, and that was a very telling sign towards the end of the day. So Ryder Quinn now, if he serves his drive-through at the end of this lap, which is once they get notification, you receive the flag, you're meant to do it at your next opportunity to come past pit lane. So he will now drop almost to the back of the field. There'll be no doubt that he'll have to fight his way back through the field yet again.
And then, Jason, he's going to have to do it again because
the next lap.
We've just confirmed they've got 2 drive-through penalties. So they're basically chucking away probably 80 seconds in the end when you account for the in and out time before you get to the speed limit line. Tyler Mecklin doesn't worry about that though. He just wants a share of the race lead regardless. And the PVS Mustang sails past the entry to the DBA chase and retakes the race lead.
Not too far behind them is Ben Gomersall either, so more that these two continue to fight for that outright race lead at the moment, the more it brings Ben Gomersall back into the pack. And just as we called, 101 Camaro comes into pit lane to what we presume to be the first of 2 drive-through penalties. So this is going to bury them deep in the pack now. They're going to be nestled in amongst that traffic. Speaking of traffic, there's more going on here outside the DBA chase. The Madden Giblin HSV Commodore having to go around the outside, and look out because here comes Campbell towards the inside at Murray's Corner as well.
It was Brett Osborne in the 86 that was off with a couple of wheels on the exit of the chase. South Australian, hugely experienced guy in saloon car racing. Osborne's transport his business. Saw Trev from CR International, who's been a big sponsor of Joel Heinrich and supporter of his career for a long time. He's jetted in from Houston, Texas to be here, to be part of this weekend and to be part of that team. That car's being run out of the GWR garage. Really cool vibe, and they've actually had a super race so far. They're currently in 9th position and leading Class B2.
Running on board here with Michael Kavich. So far, 17th outright, making their way back through the field after that unscheduled pit stop early in the race. So again, it's funny how this race just slowly comes back to you. They've stayed on the lead lap. That means they're staying in contention before Thomas Randle jumps back aboard that car, and we'll take it to the checkered flag as we ride aboard here with Simon Hodges heading up into the Worth cutting.
That leading group of cars, the Cachet Holmes Camaro still in a good spot, having made their 2 compulsory pit stops. They're 5th place outright. They'll get another spot when Quinn serves that next drive-through penalty. This is hairy. That's the Premier Racing Toyota just jumping out of the way there. Chad Parrish is behind the wheel. Chad usually spends his days restoring classic racing cars of supercars fame, but back behind the wheel, Pete Gibberis is there as well, and the team owner at Premier Racing, thoroughly enjoying himself.
They're out here camping, I believe, this weekend
Yes,
as well.
yep.
And how's the message on the back as well? Because Peter Gibberis put the little cheeky message. He goes, if you want a job, then in capitals, don't hit me, with 3 exclamation marks. Wouldn't have been ironic that if the 21 of Simon Hodges, which is obviously being mainly driven by Jaden Ojeda this weekend, imagine if that was to career into the back of that car. What would it do? There it is, just in front of the 92 car, heading out of Forest Elbow.
Think of Pete Gibberis as well. So team owner, of course, Premier Racing and Supercars Land, and they're a team on the up. Roland Dane calling the shots there at the moment, which is all very exciting. Declan Fraser and Jaden Ojeda, their drivers. But Pete Gibberis is a top fuel racer.
Yeah.
So he's gone from a 10,000 horsepower top fuel car into a Toyota 86 with 250 horsepower, potentially.
Yeah, the starter motor in the top fuel car's got more grunt than the little 86, that's for sure.
And that's before you get to the left and rights that you've got to deal with here at Mount Panorama as well. Pete does race some historic touring car action as well, some of the classic cars in his fleet, which is really good. So this has been a bit of a passion project for that squad, getting themselves together. Rod Templeton is on the refueling duties there. They've got some great people involved in that program, having a great time. And that is just a team that is there just to absolutely live it up and enjoy their weekend racing at Mount Panorama.
As you should. As they should.
And that's the spirit of this event, isn't it? You can see that campground on the Thrive drone cam full here this weekend, which is great to see, but the atmosphere and the vibe, it's been the same since day one of this event back in 2016, of course, the first running of the Bathurst 6 Hour. We fast forward now to the 10th running this weekend, and again, nothing has changed in terms of that wonderful vibe that we get at this event.
The cars on shot on the screen there, the 60 and the 24. They're serious contenders for today's race, but they're buried at the moment down in P17, P18. They're well and truly in the field battling that traffic. And that's what we'll see the risk for those X-Class cars during the course of the day plays out as well. Whilst those 3 Mustangs out in front are actually got clear road and opening up an advantage, they are pulling seconds, 20, 30 seconds advantage, which is half a pit stop when it comes to the play at the strategy at the end of the day.
We just saw a shot of the Tony Levitt big green C63 going quite slow into the DBA chase. So possibly maybe some mechanical gremlins sneaking into that car, and here it now does come into the Scheffler pit lane. So I think it's a favourite really of Aaron Noonan this weekend. He loves that big AMG C63. They've done a lot of work to get this car back here this weekend. They last competed with this car at the 6 Hour in 2024. They've done plenty of upgrades and modifications to that car, which stopped it from being here last year, and they felt so prepared, so ready for this event. But unfortunately, it looks like their day might be a little bit halted once we get closer towards this half-race distance. So back across the Hi-Tec Oils pit straight, we're looking at the 89 Mustang being driven this weekend by Braden Wilmington, John Bow and Brianna Wilson in the statewide Bearings Mustang. Just see now that Levitt crew getting back to push that car, and oh no, disappointment here for the 71. Paul Bacchini, Glenn Abbott, Michael Von Rappard, and more troubles going on, and this is a big one.
Class leading BMW off. I was just doing some research. There's been a 15-second penalty for the car that's third currently in Class D. That's the Maisie Place Motorsport Mazda with Matt Totani. They've had a safety car procedure breach. This down at Hancock Murray's corner. We just caught the end of that. It's gone into the tyres on the right front, and it's badly broken the front suspension there on the Osborne Transport BMW. But this was the class leading car. We're going back to safety car for the 4th time today as we race our way towards half race distance. So there are a couple of incidents all at once that occurred there. The Bathurst Mazda safety car will return to the circuit, and once again we push pause. This will be a frustrating period of the race for teams and drivers struggling to get into a rhythm at the moment.
It's almost at a window here with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go that if you haven't done a stint in this race, there is a chance that if you're jumping behind the wheel for the first time, you could actually go to the end of the race. It's still a little bit early for that window to open, but it would be a hell of a couple of stints if you could try and pull that one off.
Yeah, you'd expect to see the front three A2 cars now take the advantage of this safety car. People like Cammy McLeod, clearly he's in the car at the moment, so you want to hand that over to Keith Kasuki, but Keith had to be out of the car for over an hour as well. So there's all these different little rules that play out of it. That's sometimes the advantage of the three driver cars, as we see JB there ready for another stint here at Bathurst. I hate to run out of fingers and toes counting those ones, don't you? That's for sure.
Well, 50th Bathurst Enduro. Oh, wow. I mean, at least triple, surely, for the number of stints. It'll be way more than that. Now, my question has just been answered because it's come into pit lane is the number 64 Camaro, and this is the car that John Bowe is waiting for. So they've already completed 2 compulsory stops, remember. So they'll only have one more to go out of this. And the beauty they've got as we go down to Noonan, so we'll come back to that. He's with John Bowe.
Rich, it's an A2 pit stop, pit lane. The 30's in as well, the 6 Mustangs in. And as you mentioned, John Bowe is ready on standby. This is a milestone event this weekend. His 50th Bathurst Enduro. Back to the Volvo in 1985. This is a bit of a different rig compared to the 240 turbo Volvo that he drove. He loves this place. He loves this race. Those Enduros, the 6 hour, the 12 hour, the 1000, of course, he's a 2-time winner. He's a 2-time winner in the 12 hour as well. He did the 24 hour a couple of times. If there's a Bathurst race, including those 3 hour GTP races, he's been in it. They're refueling this car. Brianna Wilson has stepped out. Braden Wilmington will get in a bit later on. But this is just yet another number for John Bowe at Bathurst. It's unbelievable, and he's good to go again here in a Ford.
They pit from 7th place, Noon, so they're in a really good position. They've sort of crept up on this race so far. Really nice job by Braden early on to get that car into the top 10, and then Brianna Wilson's done a super job. She's got lots of experience in this race. The point I was going to make about that Camaro is that they've now stopped 3 times, and because they got a big chunk of driving time out of Chris Lillis at the start, they've got 3 drivers, so they've got much more flexibility in driver time in how they split the remainder of the race up, potentially between Zach Bates and Josh Muggleton. So they're in a super position. Just wanted to see if they were going to take this opportunity for a stop, and they have. So I think they're in a good place.
Both Josh Muggleton and Zach Bates are punching out very good numbers. They're very competitive between the two of them. So that's a real strength of that car.
Muggles at the time in qualifying at 20.5, which he said is miles quicker than he's ever been around here before. But yeah, it was his lap in qualifying that did the job.
Also interesting to note, car 21, Simon Hodges in to complete their 5th compulsory pit stop now as well. So they're not too far away from the marker of having ticked off all 6 stops. And here he is now just trying to get back into the fast lane as well. Remember, the window in order to put Jaden Ojeda back into the car opens with 2 hours and 58 minutes to go in the race. So we're near enough to 30 minutes now from that window opening for him.
You'd think they'll run Simon for at least another full stint, because it just gives them more flexibility with thinking about getting that car to the end on fuel once they've ticked all their pit stops off. So nice stop completed there. JB behind the wheel. Of course, among his Bathurst success, he won here in Touring Car Masters. He's driven just about everything there is to drive around Mount Panorama. He's got a book out too, which is an excellent read, documenting the full career, the journey up from Tasmania and open wheel racing, and then into the world of touring cars, and of course the most famous stint, arguably, the time with Dick Johnson Racing, which netted a couple of Bathurst wins. A young bloke called Lowndes, I think it was, tried to deny him once. 94, didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it's funny, as a kid, when I was racing Formula 4 or whatever, you'd be at a Sandown or a supercar event, the John Bowes are hanging around, the Jim Richards, you'd be in awe of those guys. You'd sort of follow them around, and you'd get their autographs as a kid, and then it didn't take long for you to be complaining to get them out of your way in the racetrack. So, yeah, it's good to see JB still out there enjoying it. He loves it. He just absolutely loves it. He'll race anything, anywhere, anytime, and we've seen him do it, and very successfully as well.
So Ryder Quinn still third, only got that one drive-through served, I think, from, for that series of pit lane penalties they had. And interestingly, now Tyler Mecklem elects to pit. So they waited a little bit longer and for the whole field to be caught up. So they're going to lose some track position here. They'll still tick the pit stop box behind the safety car. But they've just been a little bit delayed in getting the number 9, the race leading car in. And believe it or not, what that's going to do is elevate car number 1, Dean Campbell behind the wheel, to the race lead for the first time today. This has been a very productive stint for the Bathurstian, having jumped behind the wheel with Cam Hill having launched that car away from the front row of the grid. So Mecklem will pit from the race lead. Dean Campbell will assume that point, and a Class X car finds itself back in front.
Adrian Morale now stepping behind the wheel of this number 9 machine as they get through their driver change on the Scheffler pit lane. Of course, the fuel and driver change can happen at the same time, but if you want to do a tyre stop, that has to be done separate to the fuel. You can't do that at the same time.
Hey, the other little quiet achiever in this sequence so far has been the number 90 Vast Motorsport car, the Flipside Energy BMW. Grant Johnson is behind the wheel of that car. Amar Sharma started the race, and they've got Jack LeBrock as part of their driving squad. So they're not short on ability down there, and they're currently sitting in 3rd position and 2nd in Class X with 3 pit stops completed in their program as well.
And also key to note, Jack LeBrock has not been behind the wheel of that car yet either. So he's going to be plugged in towards the end of this race to have a good go. Because they've got 3 drivers, it opens up that flexibility. So with Grant behind the wheel, you would dare suspect later on in the race it'll be one JLB to step behind the wheel and take that car to the finish.
That's not the most out there speculation you've had today, Brian. I think that's pretty safe. Pretty safe wager.
I'm just playing it safely. Just, day 5 a test match. We're playing for the draw.
I feel like with Jack LeBrock in the car at the end, they're probably playing for a win. So
probably playing T20.
Yeah. Safety car will be in this lap. So they got that pit stop ticked off nice and early for Tyler Mecklem. And they're going to drop to the back of the lead lap. There's still about 21 cars still on the lead lap of the race.
It's interesting to see how these races play out, but Ryder Quinn has actually bounced back to P2 on the timesheet. So with that timely safety car coming just after they'd served their penalty, everyone pitted, and it allowed him to then now bounce back to P2 on the road. So with Dean Campbell now leading, having completed 3 of his compulsory pit stops, 3 to go, we'll expect to see Cam Hill get in that car with probably around 2.5 hours or so to go, I would suggest. And that'll be a double stint for him to the end. So for that car to find its way back to the lead again, very exciting for those guys because they did an amazing job last year with Cameron Crick in the car. And it'll be good now for Dean to get some clear air. He hasn't had any yet, has he? He's been in traffic the whole time.
It's a very good point, though, you make about Ryder Quinn. If they can get that second drive-through penalty done and then have another safety car come out just after that, basically, you sort of get them done almost free of charge to a certain length and degree. So it's worked out well here for the 101 machine as we'll bring the field back down Conrod Straight again, Rich.
Just before we go back to green, a little shout out to the Class C battle, which is turning out to be quite a fascinating little fight. James Hay is currently leading that class. They're 29th outright on the leaderboard in the Volkswagen Scirocco R, sharing with Paul Ansell and Richard Burham this weekend. 29th outright. 31st outright is the Hazelton number 2 car, and they're 2nd in class at the moment, so not that far behind. They are on the same lap. So there's a ripping little battle going on for the Class C lead. Keep an eye on that one for you as we return back to green flag conditions in the Bathurst Mazda safety car. You can see just on the totem there, Hay, 26th outright at the moment, and then Keane it is, in the 50 car in the Volkswagen is next. So that's going to be a good little battle going on. They're not split by too much.
So for the people at home, understand, the safety car picks up the leader, but if the leader chooses to pit, the next car on the road becomes the control car. So in this case, it's the 23. It may be, 7 or 8 laps down, but it's now in control of the race. And the actual race leader is 3 cars back from that, Dean Campbell. So that's one of the rules in the rule book, which is really critical for everyone to understand and part of their strategy throughout the course of the day.
It's Tim Lay behind the wheel of the BMW that is first across the line. To Jason's point, they're a long way down. The car that's leading is the one that's just popped out of the queue, and it's Dean Campbell behind the wheel of the D.A. Campbell Transport Racing BMW. So Ryder Quinn second on the road in the Chevy Camaro, a second back. Then Grant Johnson in third place and second in Class X. So let's see. Wow. So this is what happens. The whole field compresses, and there's still more than 60 cars running in this race, and they all check up, and they're basically at walking pace. The leaders are already up at Griffin's Bend.
And again, just to remind you, you cannot overlap the car in front, let alone overtake it. So the rules are really clear. We've seen in the past, the leading cars, fast cars, get penalties that certainly can ruin their day by that small little mistake in terms of that restart procedure.
And that was Robert Gooley behind the wheel of the number 60 Speed Cafe BMW car, of course, Class X, and we can expect them to be fighting for outright victory late in the race, but they're nestled deep in the traffic, and that's quite costly, because what it ends up meaning is that, you know, the field's already at the top of Mount Panorama. There's every chance they're not even through Griffin's Bend yet.
Has the car in fourth place, by the way. Well, it's Michael Kavich now. Liam Cordato, the 18-year-old Carter in 99, the Waltec Motorsport BMW, leading Class A1. They were running fourth outright on that restart. So they're having a ripping day at the moment. Just been passed by Michael Kavich and Hayden Auld, who's back behind the wheel of car number 24. So they've now cycled through all three of their drivers.
Keeping in mind, that 99 car started in 68th position after being excluded for a qualifying. They had an epic first stint, you've got to say, for Cameron Laws, and they've driven their way towards the front. That is, so far, I reckon, probably man of the match performance, really.
There's a good example of this battle between the big BMW and the Camaro. Down the straight, that is a change of position. Grant Johnson now overtaking Ryder Quinn, who we are expecting to serve that second penalty very soon. Obviously, another drive-through for the same breach of the fuel rule regulation, refueling the car before they're actually allowed to, before the fuel stop window opens. So there's absolutely a chance that Ryder will peel, and no, he hasn't come in the pit lane this time. So Grant Johnson now, another of the X-Class cars that floated to the top during this safety car periods.
Almost the king of the utes, you can almost say, with Grant Johnson and Amar Sharma. Of course, Johnson, so much experience as well in saloon cars and slowing going down Conrod Straight. The 222 Ian Salteri behind the wheel of the Mark 8 Golf has unfortunately come slowly down the long Conrod Straight, and also looking at the Ordino number 4 Astra putting two wheels off, if not maybe more, going across the top of McPhillamy Park. Lucky to get away with that one, because quite often when you drop wheels off that exit curb, it will fire you back across the road and into the left-hand side wall. But yeah, dramas there for the 222 car. Such a strong performance here for them in 2024 when they were fourth, 2024 I should say, when they were fourth outright. But currently at the moment, that car was going very slowly down Conrod Straight.
It's hard to see where to look here, isn't it? I'm trying to work out which battle's which. You can see here Zach Bates is now closing on the back of Ben Gomersall, which is for the podium position in A2, and is also for what they're fighting over P6 on the road. So there's the Tiedemann Commodore that was actually, we saw, backed off the track. They've got that back out again, which is good to see. But Zach Bates there, committed across the top of the mountain in that Camaro. He's out after the Mustang at Gomersall. It'll be great to see Aaron Seaton and Zach Bates later this afternoon pushing hard to the limit. Noon's in pit lane.
Well, Bargs have caught up with Tyler Mecklem, who's just jumped out of the number 9 Mustang. He's had a drink and a bit of a chance to talk to the crew, but importantly, you've had to talk to Hadrian, who's just got in the car, because you don't have all the gears.
We're out of... we dropped first, as soon as I got in the car, pretty much as a restart, pulled fourth gear up the hill, and she just hit the limiter. So, unfortunately, we're running without fourth, which is super critical for us across the top and just about everywhere. So we're going sort of third, fifth. So it's, there's a couple of spots that are a little bit tricky, but look, we can maintain pace, but it's a little bit hard to fight with at the end of the day.
Will it last? That's the big question.
Oh, the car's mint. No, the car's perfect. Just that one gear's missing. You know, I prayed to the Bathurst gods this morning, but obviously a lot of people did, so I'd jump in line. But the car's fantastic. It's just if we get fatigue or if we get a bit tired, I think it's going to be real easy to make a mistake. It's really floaty across the top in fifth. It just doesn't like it, because normally we're right on the top of fourth. It's real nice. But anyway, that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Do we?
No, we don't.
Those Class X BMWs, a few have had some dramas with tyres today. Can you realistically see an A2 class car maybe winning this race overall?
Oh, definitely. Now that we're under a cloud, definitely. I think the Gomersall, like with Seaton in the end, like Seaton's fast, so if he's at the end, their car's strong. I still think the Beamers still seem to be up there. I think if they're hanging in there, I still think they're quicker. A lot of the quick A2s have few of them have dropped off. So unfortunately, but fingers crossed one of them get over the line. It'd be nice to see not a BMW for once.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Deans. Love the quick Tyler Macklin being on the big bucks. But what a great stint it's been from them today to keep them very much in the hunt for this race. Hadrian Morale, we saw that late stop under the last safety car. So they pitted from the race lead. They have emerged still on the lead lap of the race because it did happen under safety car. So it worked well for them. But they've just lost a little bit of track position, but it will come back to them as the race plays out. Interesting chat, Bugs, about the car good in fourth gear, but they're going to fifth across the top, and it's becoming pretty floaty and quite hard to drive.
Yeah, I mean, look, often across the top of the mountain, being in high gear tends to help because your throttle response is a little bit less sensitive. But it does depend on that balance in the gearing and whether you can use that rear of the car. That's a big commitment over the skyline there. Zach Bates putting a move on the Michael Kavich in the 92 car. So we expect these cars later in the day. Zach Bates obviously pushing very hard. Michael Kavich will wait till hand it over to Tommy Randle. But it's not the first time today we've seen an A2 car pass an X-Class car, particularly an outright contending car.
What a place to do it, off Brock Skyline. Ben Gomersall had just scooted past Michael Kavich as well. Now this is interesting. This is a genuine comparison in straight line handling, and the BMW's got a few kph over the Camaro. And certainly Zach has everything pressed on the right pedal, and Kavich just sailed past as if the Camaro was standing still. So if that's a dress rehearsal for the end of the race, it's going to be an interesting fight. Dean Campbell's leading by 5.4 seconds. Here's Bates again. Is this going to be a little over-under battle, under brakes? Nice to see Zach heel and towing. Proper manual gearbox in the Chevy Camaro. Geez, those Bimmers have still got some bottom end grunt and turbocharged cars coming out of the slow speed corners especially. See it pull a car length or two away from the Camaro. It's so counterintuitive. Now is that car 30 going slowly? It is. Ben Gomersall's limping up Mountain Straight and a bunch of cars blazing past. It's a fifth place car, second in A2, but it's a contending Ford Mustang and it is limping. Top of the screen. And it's got all of the lap to do to get back to pit lane. Ben's doing the right thing by getting out of harm's way, but what has befallen car number 30? This was a car that we thought could win the race outright, and they were positioning themselves to do so. You heard the comment that they still had Aaron Seaton to plug into that car. Great start by Jason Gomersall. Ben's done workmanlike work across this middle stanza of the race as we race our way towards half race distance, but it has stopped on driver's right on the run up to Griffin's Bend.
That team were after a little bit of Bathurst history as well in the 6 hour because they were after 3 straight wins in Class A2. There's two combinations that can do that this weekend. The Buccini BMW also in that mix. So unfortunately, that's a mark across their name. They're not going to get that historic 3 straight wins in class as that car has come to a halt on driver's right just past the crest on Mountain Straight.
So that brings out the Bathurst Mazda safety car for the 4th time today.
29th time.
I've lost count, if I'm honest with you. I have lost count. It comes at an interesting point, though, with 3 hours and 13 minutes to go. Remember, for some of those pro drivers that started the race, their window to get back in the car opens with 2 hours and 58 minutes to go in this race. So whether or not they take the opportunity to extend that window and obviously pit here, we'll have to wait and see.
Depending as well on how much they did at the start of the race, if they drove the car at the start of the race as well.
Yep.
As Ojeda and Hill did, and Randle. And that 92 car, by the way, back up to 5th position. So a little heart-in-mouth moment when Thomas was in the commentary box with us and he saw that car limping and going, oh no, and he bailed pretty quickly back to the garage. And into the lane, Johnson in, Quinn in, and Kavich as well. Noons?
Rich, I'm down at Gomersall Motorsport. They're in garage number 1. There's a huddle going on here about this number 30 Mustang. Jason Gomersall's in there, Aaron Seaton, Glenn Seaton with his back to the camera with the headset on. They're perplexed here. I just spoke to Aaron. He said it's just lost drive. It's still running, but it's lost drive. So, yeah, real dramas here. They're not quite sure. And, of course, he's stuck in almost the worst possible place. He's nowhere near the point of being able to roll it back.
Yeah, that's disappointing to see. Thanks for that there, Noon. So, yeah, big discussions going on and frustration as well, but the opportunity for other teams to do some pit stops as well. The Kavich drive entry in the Scheffler pit lane, Rich.
So more pit stops underway behind the control of the safety car here at Mount Panorama in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Dean Campbell is your race leader with 3 hours and 11 minutes remaining. And we're in a race that's struggling to find some rhythm at the moment. On the upside, this should be a relatively brief, touchwood, safety car on account of the recovery team hard at work getting that car with a flat toe. So the Mustang will get towed back to the lane. And some question marks over what has befallen that car. Well, this is awkward as the field and the safety car get to it being towed back as they get to the Worth cutting.
Got our first driver and team combination that had completed all 6 compulsory pit stops. Simon Hodges was back in the lane that time by for car number 21, which he shares with Jaden Ojeda. So again, like they've done just about every single year in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, completing the compulsory pit stops as the safety cars come out. They have now cleared that marker. Their stops from here on in can be splashes and dashes if they need it, but expect Jaden Ojeda to step behind that wheel in the second half of the race.
So they definitely won't get to the end from here. They're going to have to stop. I mean, they'll stop twice more, you would think.
Yeah.
The rough range typically has been about an hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes typically for a BMW, with a little bit of help from safety car and things like that. But more so nowadays, it also becomes a race of extending your tyre life as well and trying to get the most after them. And looking after particularly that right front. Not typically a place here at Mount Panorama that's high on tyre wear, but more so tyre load.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw that earlier with a few dramas with tyre failures. But as the day's actually settled in now, the management of those tyres is certainly starting to work out. We talked about fuel strategy. We talk about distance to go. Has the safety car got enough fuel in it? Has it got its own pit bay down there?
Well, last year, 10 safety car periods in this race. The year before, 12, which is a record in this race. So that's a record we don't want to set today. We'd like to see it go green for the rest of the duration. Would be really good. So this is the 5th safety car interruption in this year's race.
It's not the first time we've seen the recovery crew there release a car at Skyline and allow it to roll its all the way down to pit lane. And they can get back in the race, which is good to see.
What a way to spend your Easter Sunday. Just Mount Panorama Bathurst, one of the most scenic places on the planet Earth. On the beautiful banks, watching some car racing, having a nap. That's great. What a great way to spend the day. It's Tabitha Ambrose right of screen down at Team Bracini Racing, the 999 car. Now the only car at this stage that can go back to back to back. Sponsor plug there. Great to see Pertec continuing to support the Ambrose. Yeah, not wrong. The Ambrose family.
Marcus watching in the background there as well with the eagle eye.
They're scored in 30th position at the moment.
Ben's actually been engineering Tabitha this year in the Formula Ford, so been working quite closely with Tabitha. She's doing a ripper job in Formula Ford this year and having a great time.
That's the view at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. We're a couple of hours inland from Sydney. Beautiful central tableland, central west region of New South Wales. It's a stunning part of the world. Warm days, cool nights. A lot of campers here on the mountain this weekend. Campfires have been going. You wake up every morning, there's that smell of campfire smoke and bacon and eggs cooking around the paddock. It's an excellent place to be on your Easter long weekend, and we are hoping you're enjoying the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. It's been an unpredictable race so far, and one that we're still waiting to get into its rhythm. We're behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car for the 5th time today, with Dean Campbell leading the race in front of Hayden Auld. Zach Bates currently in 3rd and leading the A2 class. And there's some race fans watching on from the Walter J. McPhillamy Park gates at the very top, 185 metres above the bottom of Mount Panorama. And there's the scene. Absolutely spectacular. The Bathurst Winery there in the middle of screen now. Just up from the campgrounds. Conrod Strait's on the right. That's Griffin's Bend on the left. Cool motocross track on the apex there that always seems to evolve.
There, yep.
Every time we come to Bathurst, it's had a new jump or some yumps put in. Back down to Schaeffler Pit Lane. Here's Aaron Noonan.
Richie, you saw the 999 BMW head out there before. I thought I'd grab Kelly Bacchini. The all-girl combination, you guys have been stars here the last couple of years. How's this 340 going, though? Because different car to what we've seen here before.
So we ran this car last year, but it's really quick. It's keeping up with the A2 cars, and it's and the A1. So yeah, we're having a great time.
How do you go with, you're faster than some cars, there's other cars that are faster than you. You're kind of in the middle of all of this. So where do you look today?
It's a little bit difficult sometimes. You know, some of the faster cars are like obviously coming up one side, and then you're trying to pass slower cars at the same time. It can get a bit hectic, but it's so much fun. I love being out there.
We won't give away your strategy. What's the run to the checkered flag from here like? Who's driving for the rest of the day?
So Courtney's currently in the car. Depending on how it all works out, maybe I'll get in for the last 45 to half an hour, say, to finish the race. I've never actually finished a race at the 6 hour yet, so I want to have a go, see what it's like to cross the finish line.
Well, we'll see how that goes. How many class wins you got here?
2, so we're up for our 3rd this year.
3 in a row?
Yep, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
The 3-peat. It can be done. It's happened at Bathurst before. I reckon it might happen today. You never know.
Thanks, Noons. They're currently 29th position outright, but they are 2nd in the B1 class. There's Cameron Hill just watching on, nice and relaxed and chilled out.
Interesting to note that B1 class, it's the David Worrell Stinger that continues to lead in class, and they're 13th outright at the moment. That's been a weekend-long battle between the 999 and the 3 entry. Brand new car up here for the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour this year, the Kia Stinger.
They're a couple of laps to the good, actually, of the Team Buccini car. There
it is. Right on cue. Perfect stuff.
It is great to see, isn't it? We've got a lot of cars we've seen compete in this event many a times, but for teams to invest the time, the effort, the money, and to take the risk on a car that's never been here before, it's great to see. And obviously that car's doing a fantastic job holding its own out there, and in fact leading the class as we go. What it would be to be a challenge on that B1, because the girls want to take it off. They want to make that 3-peat, but that Stinger's going to want to try and win on debut as well.
Big gap just a little bit further back. The Mazda is a little bit slow getting to the back of this queue as we go back to racing. Leaders clear here at the front. So Dean Campbell leading Hayden Auld, 1st and 2nd. And they are the 2 outright leaders of the race. The next car in the queue in race order is Zach Bates. He's in that black and red Chevy Camaro. Then we're looking for Liam Lycono, who's in 4th place in car 140. That's the Evo Lancer. And then Keith Kasuki runs 5th in that Ford Mustang. He's sharing with Cameron McLeod. That's the top 5 class leaders all working their way through. Jack LeBrock's finally got behind the wheel of the Vast Motorsport number 90. Michael von Rappard next in that A1 class contending BMW, which is a brand new car for the race this year. Rob Gould is behind the wheel of the Cafe car in 8th position at the moment. Bow and Morale rounding out the top 10, and this is just hairy 2x2 on the run up to Griffin's Bend as everyone tries to find their own little bit of racetrack.
Car 6 Mustang of Keith Kasuki was going a little bit slow around Griffin's Bend as well, maybe just having to sidestep some of those cars in what is a very busy bit of traffic here up through the Worth cutting. Look at them all side by side, and trying to find their own bit of real estate right now is not proving to be very easy, at least at the moment.
Trying to catch a shot. Oh, there's the Suzuki car just come into shot now. It's worse than school pickup out there at the moment, isn't it? Don't know where to go. The smaller cars trying to get out of the way of the bigger cars. You've got X-Class cars in there. John Bowes shaking his head, trying to work out which lane to pick, battling his way through that traffic. But Keith Kasuki, we noticed, was going a little slow, but it could have just been caution in terms of all that traffic.
Yeah, you'd rather lose a little bit of time now rather than getting caught up in an incident, because it's the last thing you need at the moment. And we mentioned that at the opening few laps, didn't we? Sometimes you've just got to give a little in order to get some back later in this race. Michael Kavich behind the wheel currently of the 92 pole-sitting car, in underneath the rear bar here of Morale, heading back into Forest Elbow. So we're almost at the half-race distance mark of the 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, the 10th running of this event. It's been a great race so far, but we know the Hollywood stuff is still yet to come at the back end of this race. Interesting to note that number 3 car, they've got that car backfired again, and it's rolling through in 56th outright, but it's 9 laps down from the overall lead of the race, with Scott Tiedemann now behind the wheel and fighting with the 42 VRAG entry for this weekend. Great to have Tony back once again. He's behind the wheel at the moment as well of that B2 car. So much experience in New South Wales production touring cars. Notched up 200 starts, in fact, in that particular category last year, and he has done plenty of miles in this event, back to even when it was a 1 hour enduro as part of the Bathurst Motor Festival before the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
And in all of that was car number 140. That was the very well presented Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. Liam Lycono behind the wheel in 4th place outright, doing a really nice job. So they've got through. In the thick of all of this fight, we find another one of the Evos is the Team BRM car. There it is, Tommy Mackinnon livery on there. Julian Newton, Jordan Ormsby and Antonio Ormsby. I called him Antonio Newton earlier in the race, I'm told, so I apologise for that. Julian apparently just inherited a son he didn't know he had, but Geordie enjoying his racing. On board with Simon Hodges, right in the thick of the battle. The game over Camaro in front. We have confirmed that they have not taken their second drive-through penalty, but will have to take their second drive-through penalty. And there was some frank discussion going on between team and race control about whether those penalties should count or not, but they've lost, basically, is the answer. So they're going to have to serve that penalty as Hodges looks up the inside. Oh, no, and almost was there contact. There might have been contact, I think there was, and it might have caused damage to the 21 car. It has caused damage to the 21 car. This is a very, very big moment in the car race because it's got damage. I think he's got broken steering. Trying to squeeze up the inside under the gum tree on the run up to Reed Park.
And as well, the 101 car there is Tony Quinn at the wheel at the moment. He turned in under the tree as Simon Hodges had a look up the inside. We thought that there was going to be enough space, but there's damage on both vehicles. The right rear of Tony Quinn's car there has got he's got towing out all over the place, and here we go on board with Simon Hodges. He's probably thought he could find a way through there. It wasn't too risky. Tony Quinn has just turned in. Maybe he could have waited a little longer. He had good pace there. Certainly had significant overlap in terms of where he should have been, but Tony has just turned across the front of the 21 car, and there we go. The steering's gone. It's out. Both cars, both title contenders, both outright contenders, both class contenders in one foul swoop are certainly a day's ruined for them now.
And that car was in great position because they were the first in the race to tick off all of their mandatory pit stops that they needed to complete. 6 stops if you're in Class X, and they have ticked all of those boxes.
We've spoken about it all day, is certainly the challenge with the traffic, and it certainly plays a big part in the race. Nunes?
Bugs, the Tony Levitt Mercedes is back in. They've had electrical gremlins with this car. It was in the garage earlier. Now it's made it back, but they've had to push it up and down the lane. Just on that 101 Camaro, don't forget it doesn't have a driver's side rear view mirror. Even if Tony went to look at it, he can't see if the car's there or not. remember that I gave it to Grant Denyer earlier. So, yeah, awkward.
That is an extremely good point. Thanks for that, Noons.
While that was going on, Tony Levitt's Mercedes AMG was being pushed back in. They were down in 57th outright, was being pushed up the lane and into the garage. So that's been a drama for them. Tony telling me yesterday his wife has never, ever seen him race live. And he flew her down today, a private little plane, got her to Bathurst from Queensland to watch him race for the first time. So that was a fun little moment for Tony. Unfortunately, he's behind the wheel at the moment. That Merc has gone into the garage, and so too will the Secure Wealth BMW. And the search for a third Bathurst victory may well have come to an end, because they are just throwing away laps at the moment. Meanwhile, status quo on the racetrack. You're not watching the GR Cup, it's Class D instead, with a couple of 86s, two cars that have been in contention for this one throughout the race so far, especially that 55 car, having a really good battle across the top of Mount Panorama, and in it are some cars that are trying to work their way past the two dueling Toyotas. Oh, now the Quinn car, and Grant Denyer's getting in on this. They've gone through pit lane, and now it's getting pushed back to the garage.
It's gone past there.
I think Tony may have missed the actual pit bay there. I don't know whether he thought he was at the end of pit lane or something, but it looks like they're pushing that car back down to pit lane to get to their pit bay so they can try and repair that Camaro.
Today is proving a day where surviving could be the difference between winning or losing Bathurst's biggest enduro. And some absolute key contenders have already fallen by the wayside. And the more of those BMWs strike drama, the more chance there is of a Mustang or a Camaro popping up in outright contention at the end of the race as well.
Keeping in mind that 64 Camaro, Zach Bates has already completed 3 of their compulsory pit stops as well, Ben.
Yeah, just a quick update. That 21 has definitely got some front left steering damage. But as you saw, the 101, that also had steering damage. It tried to turn into a box down here, which was well past its garage, and it couldn't turn. So both cars with steering damage. That's really, really disappointing for both of them.
Yep, little moments like that that can change a race, as it has done here. It's lucky, really, at that point in the racetrack that more cars weren't caught up, because if that car had spun, there was a whole train in behind them, and it could have been a whole lot worse. But just going back to the Zach Bates point, so they've only got to do one more compulsory pit stop in order to tick all of them off. So here's your Bob Jane T-Mart's class leaderboard. It's Dean Campbell leading the way from Hayden Alden, Jack LeBrock, your top 3 there, with Robert Gourley just searching to get inside the top 3. Liam Kono, Michael Van Rappard and Cody Gillis, the 99 car that started in 68th position, doing such a good job there in class. Class A2, as we mentioned, Zach Bates has completed 3 of his 4 compulsory pit stops. Looking good there at the moment from Hadrian Morale and Keith Kasuki, sharing the car with Cam McLeod. Class B1, David Worrell, the Stinger, has got it over the 999. Prince Puccini and Ambrose BMW at the moment. They have had a battle all weekend long in Class B1. How about Class C though? James Hay has got the job done so far from Trevor Keane. The Keens from Orange in that Volkswagen machine. How about Class D? Daniel Flanagan in the Toyota 86 leading class from Richard Buttrose, Stephen King. They are embroiled in a very tight fight. In the Battle of the Baby class, this is going on gangbusters right now. Ruben Dan, Carter Fox and Greg Boyle are having a tremendous battle in what is the fight between the Mazdas and the Hondas as well. It's a busy race, and it's a busy day on this Easter Sunday, so let's have a look at your DVA race highlights as we pass the half race distance mark. And it was Morale and Ryder Quinn that would go for the outright race lead at the time. Unfortunately, Osborne, number 86 BMW, coming to a halt on the outside of Murray's corner. Significant damage to the right front of that car. But some of the restarts, the order got a little bit jumbled up, with leaders taking the opportunity to come in and complete a compulsory pit stop. And Jem Ucell and Ian Saltari in the 222 Golf Mark 8, unfortunately coming to a slow run going down Conrod Straight. How was the Ordino Astra going across the top there at Skyline? Some very risky moves heading down into the S's. The 64 Camaro making up some spots on the 92 Thrive Race for a Acura BMW. As we mentioned, Zach Bates in a handy position at the moment in that 64 car, looking not just for a class win, but outright honours as well. Speaking of Class A2, though, this was disappointing for the Gomersall and Seaton entry. That car would come to a halt. They were chasing 3 straight class wins, but unfortunately that fight for a third came to a gut-wrenching end on Mountain Straight. The Joyce tied him in number 3. Commodore is making up some margin after having stopped at the exit of the Worth cutting earlier on in the day. And then this has been the turning point in the race. Simon Hodges' contact with the game over 101 Camaro at a tricky point in the racetrack. Breaks the steering on the left front of the Hodges BMW. Likewise on the right rear of the Camaro. Here's the onboard from Hodges. Not much room to move there at that particular point of the racetrack. But that has been a highly talked about point of this race, as the DBA race highlights have been chaotic to say the least so far.
Some fine beards around Mount Panorama this weekend as well, it must be said. That gentleman at the top looking on. Oh no, the Premier car has had some serious dramas here, and it's seriously crinkled as a result.
Pulling off to the left on Conrod Straight, keeping in mind that message off the back, if you hit me, if you want a job, I should say, don't hit me well.
It's the boss behind the wheel too.
Oh, that was close.
It's got some massive steering issues here. So Pete Gibberis is trying to get this car back to the team down in pit lane. He's just got to limp his way through the DBA chase to get there. There'll be some stress looks in pit lane because no one, I don't think now, wants the safety car for a little while. They need to let this race just settle and get into a rhythm. That's been quite a significant impact along the right-hand side of that car.
It's certainly got some damage to the front of the car. The left rear tyre is flat as well, and that would explain it. So we've seen this incident happen a number of times over the years. You drop a wheel over the top of over the curb, and it can spin you around. Pete, you might want to just I don't want to watch. Turn it around there. That is scary stuff.
Well, no, he obviously got away with it because the car was still rolling down, going down Conrod Straight, but that was a dicey moment to say the least.
Well, a really good initial test of the new added marshalling responsibilities up there at the top of the mountain following the Bathurst 12 hour. There was a review put in place by Motorsport Australia at the top of the hill, and double waved yellows being waved a full flag point earlier for moments like that, right from the cutting all the way down to the elbow. So there would have been extra warning for that car stranded there at Brock's Skyline. 2 hours and 50 minutes to go in an unpredictable race at Mount Panorama. Dean Campbell leads the way. Zach Bates in second and Jack LeBrock sits third. And it would seem as if Pete Gibberis has got that car back to pit lane. So we remain under green flag conditions. 1 second the margin at the moment. Campbell to Bates. While all that was going on, did the 24 car have a pit stop there? Because Hayden Allwood was running in second position. And it is in the lane now. So he was pacing Dean Campbell 10th for 10th. And they were exactly a second apart in the race lead. So he was going well. Now Zach Bates is actually hauling in the race leader. So the Camaro, they're in the third sector of the lap at the moment, is definitely chasing. In fact, they've just completed that lap. 2:29.5 for Campbell, 2:28.7 for Zach Bates. Very clearly at the moment, at least, driving to a number, because that car will go way quicker if it needs to.
One team that would have had their heart in their mouth when that car was in the wall was your race leaders of Dean Campbell and Cameron Hill, because Cam Hill can go back into the car with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. We are currently 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, so that window wouldn't have opened yet, at least for Cam Hill to get back behind the wheel of that car. So that would have been a little interesting point and a little crutch moment in their race.
They've been out for 20 laps, so a pit stop incoming at some point. Not immediately, but it will be fairly soon for car number one. Working their way back from the end of the race. Now we're in the second half of this year's Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour, the 10th running. We equalled the record for the largest ever field today as well. 69 cars officially taking the starter. Not all of them are going to be classified at the end, though, based on some of the drama we've seen. And this is the car we were just talking about. They've gone to pit lane and they've had an enormous fuel spill outside of GWR Australia. lots of extinguishment put down. They've done a great job to the officials down there and the fire team at GWR to stop that from getting any further. They built a little dam as well to stop it from running into the fast lane. This is an issue for this team who have got to service 2 cars. They've got 2 bays because they're running 4 cars in the race. Another contender, boys, another contender.
This is playing towards those in Class A too, isn't it, at the moment? At least to have some real shots at the back end of this race.
So the fuel's still leaking out of that car at the back there. So we've had a failure in terms of the systems. We've got extinguisher foam around the place as well. So whether they had a little fire or not, maybe our pit lane guys can find out for us. But the challenge there is you don't want to bring it back into the actual garage area where all the people are. There's a lot of fuel in that situation, and they've got to try and clear out of that car and make it safe for everyone in pit lane.
Michael Vaughan Rappard at the moment, currently in position number 5 in car 71. Second in Class A1's just been given a 15-second time penalty as well for a pit lane breach. So that's going to vault them down a little bit further as well. Remember, you can't do your time penalty underneath the safety car as we were holding our breath as the 55 fifth gear motoring 86 makes a huge lunge down the inside there at Hell Corner, turn number 1.
Big moves everywhere you look at Mount Panorama. Daniel Flanagan, car in 3rd place in Class D, just had a big look down the inside. It's the blue little Toyota 86, car number 55. They've been in contention all day. Dean Campbell leads the race, but he's got this traffic, and now Zach Bates has got it too. They were 1.5 seconds apart last time around, but the Camaro's got nowhere to go. It's just a roadblock of BMWs in front of him. He's got one, and now he's going to try and get another one, and actually gets into the back of him.
Careful there, young Zachary. There was a bit going on at that particular point through the Worth cutting. Great to ride on board with him, though, just as he made slight nose-to-tail contact to say, all right, come on, I'm on a charge here. I'm out to get the overall race lead here. I don't want to get held up too much, and still our fire crew just having to clean up this oil spill that we saw a short time ago on the Hi-Tec Oils replay for the 24 car from Garth Warden Racing.
Oh, what a shame this is. Hayden racing with his old man. He didn't get to start the race last year. It was due to be their debut in this race, but unfortunately a big crash in practice for his dad Michael ruled them out of contention. So they're back this year. He's 21, Hayden. Done a little bit of production car racing, a little bit of drifting and go-karting before that. Was driving so well and chasing for the outright race lead. And this time a mechanical drama has cost them. So it will be a question as to whether they can rectify that and get it back on track for the remainder. We've just seen a fairly hairy moment for Zach Bates as well, as he was working his way through some lap cars. It cost him almost 3 seconds working through those BMWs as he chases Dean Campbell. And he's since bailed at Brock Skyline as well and gone through the escape road, the runoff up there at the top of the mountain, while trying to navigate all of that too. So it's been a fairly hairy couple of Ks for young Zachary as he works his way forward.
It's very entertaining, isn't it?
Yes. We're hearing as well that there's a 5-second penalty going the way of John Bow in the Wilmington Ford Mustang for a safety car breach. This is Michael Kavich, who sits on the road, has to have a big lift. He's got the 101 Camaro in front, and they're navigating traffic, and in the mix of this is Hadrian Morale. So this is the car that got themselves out of sequence by stopping late in a safety car to tick off another compulsory pit stop. But Hadrian's dragged that car back to the front, and they're looking very strong at the moment, he and Tyler Mecklem. The Quinn car, after their double drive-through penalties, currently now shown in 35th position on 59 laps, about to tick over at lap 60, which puts them 2 laps down on our race leaders. Back to Ben Bargwanna.
Yeah, boys, just a really quick update. I called the 101 steering damage initially because it struggled to pull into the pit box, but just ran down, talked to Grant. It was the rear toe, which obviously was the contact front left to right rear. And as Grant said, they knocked it back into place, so the car's back out there.
Thank you, Ben. A fine update from you. A fine catch from Hadrian Morale, who had the mother of all moments on the exit of Hell Corner and somehow managed to gather it all up. Wow, and indeed we. That was huge.
That was remarkable, wasn't it? He had to go grass cutting there for a moment at the same time on the left-hand side of the road. My goodness me. That caught us by surprise. This will look good on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Watch this. In fact, this was Zach Bates, in fact, going through the Worth cutting.
Yeah, one at a time. We've got to let you unpick through this last couple of minutes.
Listen for the little bump. You ready? So he comes through here, through the left-hander. Listen to this.
Crunch. Hello, I'm there. The BMW gets right out of it. Zach goes, what are you doing? And then powers past. Now, keep an eye out. Red Ford Mustang. So there's a bit going on in front. He's taking evasive action from...
The little 86 came back onto the racing line, and
it's the 125 car that's...
I'm not sure where to look here, guys. It's all happening.
How was Von Rappard as well in the 71 BMW, just having to go through the man-made chicane up Mountain Straight, and it's still going on down here at the moment. Oh, I love the 6 hour.
I love the fact that when we come to this place, the two innocuous, apparently 90-degree left-hand corners at the bottom of the hill. At the top, there's 21 of the world's best corners on any racetrack that could cause drama, but those two 90-degree ones at the bottom lull everyone into a false sense of security and cause all sorts of chaos.
And look at Zach then riding on board with him as he was heading up Mountain Straight. He was almost passing some of those cars like they were standing still. It's busy stuff out there. And what we're actually looking at here, though, theoretically, the overall grand scheme of things is the outright battle for the lead. So it's 1.8 seconds throughout all this between Dean Campbell and Zach Bates, and Bates now getting caught up behind the Mitsubishi Evo 10 here going through the Worth cutting. And again, this is where we saw that contact between Hodges and the Quinn entry going through the right-hander here, but he negotiates that one quite well, and now with a little bit of clear air between himself and your leader out in front. We spoke about traffic, and we mentioned that margin of 1.8 seconds. It blew out to 3.2 seconds. That's how much traffic can play a part in this race, even at the early point of the lap.
Big shout out to Dean Campbell there. He's doing a ripper job out in front while Zach Bates was catching me in this traffic. Dean Campbell now has got to the point with 2 hours, and 40 minutes remaining in this race, that a safety car now would open up the window for them to come in and stick Cameron Hill in the car. But Dean's done an amazing stint here. Throughout these safety cars, the traffic, to even be out in front with some clear road, it's certainly been an impressive effort all day. Noon's in pit lane.
Bargs, I'm down at Garth Walden Racing, and the refuelling drama that we saw with that 24 BMW, it's been pushed now back into the garage. The fuel, just having a look at in the pit lane, it's actually been mopped up a little bit now. Hayden Old, these are the interviews that absolutely suck. You've been going along so well today, and the mountain is cruel, but was there any warning of what was going on in there? Were you getting fumes? What was happening?
I had after the stop, I had some fumes that I was dealing with, so I had all the windows down, and that cleared. And then, just going on with my stint and trying to catch the Campbell car, and then going up Mountain Straight, it just cut. And then I had nothing from then on, and then come in, boxed, and then I don't know what happened from there. Fireys were on it, and I'm not sure if there was a fire or what, but it looks like we're done today, so it's unfortunate.
It's such a shame. This mountain is so cruel, but this car, after the drama you guys had here last year and not getting to the start, putting up a big fight, there's another Easter here ready for you next year.
I hope so. It's about time we get some good luck. So
see you next year.
Thank you.
Dad, Michael, one of only a few drivers to have started every one, or participated, I should say, in every one of the 10 Bathurst 6 hours, because last year didn't get there, did he?
No, he didn't. 7, I got to the bottom of that. 7 drivers have done all 10 Bathurst 6 hours as well. Sorry.
So 7 drivers. So he participated last year. He didn't start the race, unfortunately, but he took part in practice, so we're going to count it.
That's right. And he is part of that 7.
Yeah, we are making up that stat, so we can call that. So well done, Michael Ord. So he got the start. It's a shame.
We're making up that stat. It's true, though.
No, it is. Absolutely. Blue flags flying. Some volunteer officials, and massive thank you to the more than 200 that come and support our event every year here at Mount Panorama. Motorsport Australia officials, we literally couldn't go racing without you. So thanks heaps for giving up your Easter, spending it in a fantastic place, doing a very vital role for our sport. But there's some of them are going home with a very sore right or left arm, depending on which way they lean in terms of arm waving, with the blue flags that have been flown in this one as Jack LeBrock slides up the inside at McPhillamy Park and continues his charge. He's third on the road at the moment, second in Class X, chasing Zach Bates.
I reckon they're flying under the radar, aren't they? They're doing a really good job here. Jack LeBrock behind the wheel. Need to double check, but I'm pretty sure he's actually okay to go to the finish if they need to, because they were just, he got in that car just underneath that 3.5 hour mark. But what's going to go against his name is the 3 hour continual driving period as well. So he may well have to step back out at some point before the end of this race.
Yeah, they're going to have to make another. Well, I mean, they've only ticked off 4 of their 6 mandatory stops in this race too. Yeah, I think there's more driver changes coming for that combination before they can get to the end. But certainly LeBrock in a good position to finish the race.
Just heard that in the background there. The 25 had a big flare up of the engine revs as it come out of the cutting. So I'm not sure what's happened. Maybe a clutch issue or a drive issue. Certainly for the 25, it's slowed. It seems to have got its back going again, which is good to see. But more drama throughout the day. Where do you look?
And just going back to that point, yeah, so Jack LeBrock jumped in just over the 3 hour mark, so he will still have to jump out of the car at some particular point. But this is also key. Race leaders in the lane. Dean Campbell, car number 1, reigning champions. Behind the wheel now, Cameron Hill. He's inside his window to stay in that car now to the end of the race. So a pivotal point now. Hill will take this car towards the end, also take the opportunity as well to do tyres on the right-hand side currently.
But they're doing this under green flags, so they've had lots of safety car opportunities, but it all came back to that problem they had with certainly the time frame around getting Cameron in the car. But they're doing this under green, so they're going to lose a lot of track position during this process, and they're going to have to then work their way back forward. But, you know, over the next hour and a half or two, they certainly let themselves be comfortable in floating back to the top.
Kia Stingers pulled off into pit lane as well, so they're making another pit stop, having been leading their class. It's been a pretty impressive performance so far from that brand new car, at least to this race as we resume. So D.A. Campbell Transport car made good track position, and they're certainly not going to drop off the lead lap. In fact, they probably struggle to drop outside the top 10 the way it's been going. Here goes car number 1 back out of the lane. That means Zach Bates is going to assume the race lead outright, and indeed continues to lead the way in Class A2. And he's going to have 19 seconds over, well, his good buddy, Jack LeBrock.
He did a great stint, didn't he, Dean Campbell? Much like what he did last year.
Pat on the back for Dean Campbell. A ripper job, battling all that traffic, doing it cleanly, finding his way to the lead, and then continuing to lead the race. Got out of the car on the lead of the race. What more can you ask for, really? And he's done a fantastic job today.
And Dean's been keeping himself extremely sharp from a driving point of view, building that muscle memory here in Cameron Creek Racing in GT4 Australia for the last 2 years in a Ford Mustang, and have had some success as well. They've been driving extremely well, and Dean in particular as the AM driver out of those two, building up his speed. That's a fine stint, and if they find themselves with a shot of defending their Bathurst win from last year, then his performance so far will be a big part of that. Cameron Hill resumes in 7th position.
So with 2 hours and 34 minutes to go, if they extend their window, they're right on the marker for possibly doing 2 more compulsory pit stops. They still need to do at least 2 more, but whether or not they can get away with having to do without having to do a splash and dash towards the end of the race. Interesting to note that last stint for them was 1 hour and 11 minutes with 7 yellow flag laps, so they probably could have gone a little bit further considering the amount of safety car intervention that we had. But just remember that marker for later on in the race, 1 hour and 11 minutes.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's quite funny. Noons when someone takes a hammer to a nice race car.
Rich, not the first time the boot of a Toyota has been attacked at Bathurst. Remember those days of Peter Williamson and the boot being jammed, and they took to an axe. There's no axes here at this garage for the number 5 Toyota, but Pete Shiverus has got it back to the pits to give them a chance here to get back into the motor race. The right rear is completely smashed in. They had to wedge the boot open to get into it to just start to attack it. I guess the big question is here, what's the damage to the fuel system and all the ancillaries that are in the back of this car? But you know what? Since it arrived back here, they have absolutely ripped in. They're not giving up. That's the spirit of the Bathurst 6 Hour, even when your car looks like this. But I just spoke to Pete Chivers before. That incident was a solo incident, no other car involved. He's just done it on his own. So, I mean, the mountain's bitten him, twice? Remember October, they were first across the line with Jimmy Golding here last year and had that post-race penalty, and now Pete's experienced the heartbreak from inside the car.
Thanks, Deans. Nice work. And Pete putting his hand up for that one.
Well, as they say, there's two types of drivers here at Bathurst, those that have crashed and those that are about to crash. So, unfortunately for Pete, he's now experienced that one. I've been fortunate to hit the walls around here a couple of times. So, you know Bathurst when you're having a crack and things go wrong. As we've got a safety car called at the moment. It looks like it might be for Aaron Seaton. Had a major moment down there.
That's out of break.
And that's into the fence and on its side. So,
and it's rolled. So that had no brakes, and it's just tipped over after the tyre bundles did its job. But we're under the control of the safety car now for the 6th time today. That is a very, very big impact. And after some dramas earlier, that's day done for the Gomersal Motorsport Ford Mustang. Just stunned in watching that unfold, to be honest, on the run down there into the chase. Massively high speed, and at no point did it look like that car was going to stop in time to get to the apex, let alone not go through the gravel trap. As it was, it bounced through it, nose first, and ended up in the tyres. From a sporting point of view, Zach Bates pits from the race lead, Jackal Brock pits from second. That was fully expected. And I would expect more cars to tick off another mandatory stop on this one. Recovery crews and Team Medical Australia will be quickly on the scene down there to make sure all is well with the driver of car number 30.
So obviously the dramas they had there with that car early on. Ben Gomersal stopped. Aaron, they've managed to get that car back out, and Aaron was travelling quite well. Have a moment down there in the chase, but as you point out there, Rich, there's no way that car was stopping. Looked like Aaron was a bit of a passenger on that one. You can see how far it's jumped into the gravel trap, still on its side. So driver's side up, I guess, for Aaron, and hopefully he'll be out of that car okay. The crews will get to him as quick as they can and make sure he's fine. But again, we're under safety car, which has probably played into the hands there of Cameron Hill in the car one. Straight after they've got back and rejoined, there'll be another bunch of cars now pitting during this period. We can see Aaron's out of the car there, which he's glad to see. All fit and healthy, probably a little bit dazed from that one.
And I reckon winded after that first, the scoop into the gravel trap and then the impact into the tyres was significant, and that car tipping over on its side. Out goes Josh Muggleton behind the wheel for the first time in the Camaro. So beautifully timed stop for them. Kavich is going to stop as well in the Thrive car at a 4th place. I wonder if they pit Cam Hill just to tick another pit stop off to get that out of the way. Now we know that Aaron Seaton is out of that car. Have a look again, middle of shot now, so it's at the apex of the chase. It's not slowing, it's not stopping. Launches up into the gravel trap, and then the only thing that's next to the tyre bundle, and it skipped off the edge of the gravel trap barg, so it sort of hit quite high up on that wall, and it's great to see Aaron clambering out after some gymnastics to get himself out of that car.
Had to go out the window there by the looks of things. So yeah, I mean, clearly towards the end of the stop, you can see his line. He's certainly in trouble trying to find the safest exit point. Use the gravel trap, but unfortunately for Aaron, it's a sad end to their day. They were trying to go for that 3 class wins in a row. That car last year, we saw that Mustang on the podium after a fantastic day between all the drivers, and then today, unfortunately, that car stopped for them and into the race now. But the safety down there at the chase is good. Aaron's been able to get out of that car, a little bit dazed, but seems to be healthy and fine.
So the quest for the Bathurst 3-peat falls back on the shoulders of Team Buccini Racing in Class B1, who are looking to back up their wins for the last 2 years. They're in 16th outright at the moment. Courtney Prince behind the wheel. They're actually in pit lane
Well, just to further elaborate on your point there, Richard, because remember they were in a hefty battle with car number 33, the Kia Stinger. Now, it came out at a very awkward angle in pit lane. There was a shot of it going back through our screens a few moments ago. They're actually now 4 laps down. They're 3 laps down from the class leader in Class B1. So they've had an issue in that 33 machine. They're 35th outright, but now several laps behind the class leader in Class B1. So now all of a sudden the pendulum has swung back in favour of the 999 BMW.
That's been quite a swing, because at one point the BMW was quite a long way behind the Kia in terms of basically full lap. So that swung back the other way. Bathurst can giveth and taketh away just as quickly.
And does.
Yeah, doesn't it? And there is the Team Buccini car using this opportunity to get some service done while they're under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car. So away they go. They're good to go once again into the breach. So Josh Muggleton stopped, and because LeBrock stopped as well, and because they had such a margin over everyone else, they've actually stopped and returned in the race lead. And they've now ticked off all 4 of their mandatory stops, their Cachet Homes Camaro team. Back to Aaron Noonan.
Richard, these are the interviews that you hate doing at Bathurst. It's great to catch up with Glenn Seaton, but this is not the way that we should be hanging out, mate. But the good news is that Aaron's okay, but he nearly got around there just the way it ramped off that tyre wall.
Yeah, we don't really know what happened because there was no communication from the time it happened until he got out. It was a pretty scary moment when nothing was happening and no doors were opening and things like that. So it's great to see him out. Yeah, if you look at it, it's probably had brake failure, I'd say. And he's tried to get through the gravel trap and get around where that barrier was, but wasn't quite enough. Once you get on that gravel, you just can't turn them. And I'm just grateful that that barrier was there, the tyre barrier there, because it absorbed a lot of the impact.
Had he said anything about a brake issue before that on the radio? You've been on the headset all day.
Yeah, no sign at all. So until he comes back, which he'll probably go to the medical centre because it's a pretty big impact, we won't really know what the failure was.
We saw it earlier, stop up Mountain Straight. Did you get to the bottom of that one?
Yeah, it broke a drive shaft on the left-hand side, so the CV fell apart. And that's what went on there. We put a spare axle in it and sent it back out to finish the race and do some miles, but naturally we didn't want to see that, that's for sure.
No, good to see that he's okay. The car can come back next year. We'll see you at Easter in 12 months' time.
Yeah, we certainly will.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks, Aaron.
Fairly sombre Glenn Seaton, but fortunately Aaron is A-OK. Here's how things stand behind the control of the safety car on Easter Sunday at Mount Panorama. Chevy Camaro leads, a couple of BMWs next, that ever-present Mitsubishi Lancer. The Lyconos are doing a nice job today. They're in the fight, and then a bunch of Ford Mustangs too. There's 2.5 hours of racing to come. The Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And so we wait and we do it all again with another restart coming our way as people position themselves for a race to the flag.
Just looking at Robert Gooley at the moment in the lane, car number 60, Class X. Oscar Target hasn't been aboard that car as of yet, so I'm wanting to see if there's going to be a driver change in that entry, because Target would be clear to go to the end from here with 2 hours and 24 minutes remaining. Almost in a window in terms of fuel to get here with 2 more pit stops remaining as well.
And that's the key. We talked about the fact that Muggleton at the moment in that A2 class Camaro, the 64 car, leading the race, having completed 4 pit stops. So they've ticked all the boxes, right? We now know, though, they're not going to make the end on fuel. So they're going to have to stop again, but they don't have to stop for the full 90 seconds. That's the thing that really plays out for them. And that's where the strategy at the start of the day, the decisions you make, certainly can work for you as the day goes on. When you look at the Morel car at the moment, they've only had 2 of their compulsory stops. So they've still got 3 minutes of pit stop time they're going to have to complete. The 6 the same. We're on screen there at the moment with Keith Kasuki. We'll see Cammy McLeod get back in that car. Again, they've only completed 2 of their compulsory stops. When you look at Cameron Hill, they've done 4. So he's still got 2 complete compulsory stops to go. It'll interesting to see how this is going to play out in that last hour of the race.
That felt expensive.
I think the bit before was the expensive
it was more
bit.
expensive. Brad Morass, the recovery coordinator for basically all of national level Australian motorsport these days, knows a thing or two about getting race cars righted and recovered. So Josh Muggleton leads the race. The one last test for that Camaro for mine is raw speed. And they haven't really needed to flex it so far to see where they're at in terms of one lap pace and what happens if they get themselves into a real arm wrestle to fight for it. So Zach Bates was chasing down for the lead, but then they didn't really need to get the elbows out at that point. So this is going to be an interesting test. The other thing we know is that Josh hasn't driven that car today in the race so far. Crystal has started. Zach Bates did the lifting in the middle. So Josh could be good to go to the end if he would like to. Now, with 3 drivers in that car, they've got a heap of flexibility from a driver time point of view. And he's shown throughout the weekend, BVDW, that he has all the pace to do it.
Confirming as well, Oscar Target now behind the wheel of car number 60, so they're just outside the top 10 for the moment, position number 11. But he is now behind the wheel and clear to go to the end on driver time as well.
Yeah, the young Queenslander, Michelin Sprint Challenge champion Porsche Racing, and now in GTs, will be very, very speedy. It's his second year with that team. And they've just been flying under the radar a little bit this weekend as well, the boys and girls in car number 60. So maybe now's the time to get their elbows out as well. They remain on the lead lap of this race, as do the top 12 cars that are all still in contention for this one. That's the scene over the chase where the recovery is underway for car number 30, the Gomersall Motorsport Ford Mustang Mach 1 of Jason and Ben Gomersall and Aaron Seaton. It was the son of the Hall of Famer Glenn that was behind the wheel when what we believe was brake failure occurred. And you can see the telltale signs of where it skidded through and in some instances over the gravel trap, hard into the tyres and tipped over onto its side. Aaron has got out of the car okay and will be taken to the medical centre underneath the bridge here on Pitt Straight on Mount Panorama, and he is good, which is great to see. And all the safety systems, circuit and car, did their job. But another contender that was in the mix coming into today is scratched out on what's proving to be a very challenging day at the office for a lot of teams and a lot of drivers here at Mount Panorama.
So just looking at these pit stop stuff, we've been talking about who's done their compulsory stops and who hasn't. Of the X-Class cars, the 92 car, it's been pretty quiet all day, hasn't it? I mean, Tommy Randle did an amazing job to put that car on pole. The Kavich brothers have been doing an awesome job in terms of keeping the pace where it is. They currently have done their 6 compulsory pit stops. So of the X-Class cars in this queue at the moment, they're 9th on the road, a little bit back in terms of track position, 9th outright on the road, but certainly in terms of X-Class, the 3rd car, but the first car that's done its compulsory pit stop. So as all this pans out in the next hour and a half, I'd like to see Tommy Randle in that car probably in the next half an hour or so. I'd imagine you'd see it at their next stop, and that will get them through to one stop to the end of the race. So whilst we know that they're going to have to stop again because of the fuel, the amount of fuel you're going to need to use, there's a couple of cars that are now peeling into pit lane that out of the queue. The Alford car, the 54, and the Loconos in the A1 car have also decided to pit during this safety car now. And this is about getting the cars into that final window for that last stop for the fuel. Ben, you're in pit lane?
Good, but as we can see behind you, the car's in pit lane. What's going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, mate, it's one of those races, isn't it? It seems to have been. This is my 10th year in the Bathurst 6 hour, and I've only ever finished one without drama, so this is the 9th drama. It lost 3rd and 4th gear, just not there. The lever goes to where it should be, but nothing happens. The engine just free revs, so I'm not a gearbox man, so I wouldn't have a clue.
You kind of need those gears. You've obviously got your book out, but you might have to write a new chapter now after this.
Oh, look, it's hard work writing a book. I won't be writing any more, I can tell you that. It took a long time, but we had, good people help us, like, AMAC, Andrew McLean, and the V8 Sleuth was great with his team, so we're quite proud of it, even though it's about me.
Everyone loves seeing you at Bathurst. Hopefully we see you back another time.
Yeah, I hope so. Next year, if I come back, it'll be 40 years in a row. How mad am I?
Very mad. Oh, best of luck.
Oh, what a great character, and great to have him here once again. For, we believe, V8 Sleuth came up with this stat earlier in the weekend, his 50th start in a race at Mount Panorama across, obviously, the 6 hour, the 1,000, the 12-hour, the 3-hour showroom showdown as well, and great to have him back, not to mention the 24-hour as well that we ran in 2002 and 2003. Sorry sight there for the Aaron Seaton machine. Here's the Hi-Tec Oil replay of the incident once again, and you can just see how that car comes across the road, then skips over the sand trap, just catches the lip here, and heavy contact with that tyre barrier on the outside of the track.
I'm really pleased that Ian Salteri was as far past the apex as he was. Have a look at the Harding Performance car. Really only a couple of car lengths between them as Seaton flew behind.
Into that drain, and it just popped out there. I could notice that there was a lot of damage to the left-hand side of the car, a flat front tyre. So it could have been one of two things, a brake failure there for Aaron, or a tyre actually delaminating and let go on him. So obviously it'll be interesting to see when he comes out of the medical centre what the actual cause of that one was. But it's good to see him out as the field is now bunched up right behind that safety car again. And just getting some slow laps in, not burning the fuel, being patient. Teams down there with calculators trying to work out whether they stop now or get a bit of a top-up, or we haven't completed the necessary stops. Can we get one out of the way and get to the next window? So down in pit lane, there'll be a lot of action of teams doing those calculations, working out where they're going to be. And the hard thing is here for some of the Class D cars and that sort of thing, where you are on the track, can you stop now? Do you stay on that lap where you're against your competitor, as we see the safety car pulling away, are the challenges they face in the class battles throughout the course of the day.
So Josh Muggleton finds himself leading the race with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go. The Cachet Holmes Camaro. This was a team that last raced here 2 years ago, and they were in a really good position before a pit lane issue late in the race cost them a shot at potentially more than just perhaps a class victory. So there's a redemption arc underway here as well for this team, and they have been faultless so far. And the moment it goes green, Muggleton gets his right foot to the floor. About 600 of Chevy's finest, I would imagine, put to the ground, and that Camaro is gone. And the next car in the line is Jack LeBrock, and it was about 2 seconds under safety car. It's now 4.5 as LeBrock tries to work his way through in that multicoloured sort of pink and silver BMW going through shot. The Stinger, once again, they're 4 wide going into turn 1, just casually on a restart on Easter Sunday at Mount Panorama, no problems. And then a little bit further back you find Hadrian Morel in that red Mustang. This time he got through turn 1 without having the world's biggest slide to the infield, and then it's Cameron Hill. And climbing up the order quietly, Brad Carr in car 25 have got themselves right into the mix. They're third in Class A2 and fifth outright. And this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Cameron Hill is in the thick of this. The Team Buccini class car is in there too. One of the new BMWs in the race this year. And everyone really just needs to take a chill pill while they run up to the Worth cutting.
Take a chill pill? You're talking about race car driving,
no, it's
right?
easier said than done.
Hadrian Morale, we could see on the Thrive drone cam, was having to pick which lane he wanted to go up Mountain Straight. Then he decided to go one way. That way wasn't moving, so I think he decided to go in the fast lane on the right-hand side and try and pick off some cars. It was tough to find your way through the field on that initial run up Mountain Straight. You can see him there now. So far, third outright, second in Class A2. 8.6 seconds away from the car in front of him, which is Jack LeBrock in the battle for outright position.
Remembering that car too, well, it's still sitting in third position. It's got no fourth gear, so the guys have done a great job to keep this thing running along with no fourth gear. They're in the wrong gear across the top of the mountain. It certainly would hurt them at every gear change up and down the hill. But yeah, to be able to be third on the road at the moment is super impressive.
That car has been genuinely outright level competitive in this race in terms of its car speed, so they're looking pretty strong. Cameron Hill's just slid past though in the D.A. Campbell Transport car, threading the eye of the needle. First a Commodore, then an RS Focus. Ticks another one in the Canberra and through nice and clear, and can finally take a deep breath because there's now only 2 racing cars, or 3. Actually, there's a few more than that in front of him before he gets to the race leaders, but he's quite a margin behind Muggleton and LeBrock.
Well, that's right. He's 17 seconds now behind Muggleton. So whilst Josh had clear road, got a good jump, that 17 seconds can play into it, particularly now that that Muggleton car doesn't have to have that 90-second pit stop. So that's where it's critical. Track position over the course of the day will certainly play into this result at the end of the day.
What was also helpful for Muggleton on that restart, there was 4 slower cars in between himself and Jack LeBrock as well, so that's why he got on that throttle as early as he possibly could in order to try and extend that margin. We're right on board here with Jaden Ojeda. Of course, contact earlier on the day with Simon Hodges that broke the left-hand front of that car, and now having to squeeze his way down the Hi-Tec Oils pit straight, and unfortunately one of the amazing plays motorsport, car number 82, RX8, almost comes into contact with the teammate heading up Mountain Straight there a moment ago. Maisie would have had her heart in her mouth there for a moment. And Ojeda can see him flashing the lights here to try and give himself some clear margin. And you might have heard he was pinned then. He did not let off going up Mountain Straight, even though it looked like the world was going to cave in on him.
Video game, isn't it? Just keep the X button pressed on the controller. He can drive through it. It's all good. Mighty job by Brad Carr. I touched on it before. That 25 car up to 5th place outright. They're only 4 seconds behind Hadrian Morale. Brad Carr and Lindsay Kearns have done a great job. Back on board with Ojeda.
We've seen this before.
I know.
We've seen this movie before, yeah.
This time they get through in one piece as they get around one of the 86 cars. And here we go, round 2, box office stuff at Mount Panorama. This time by Ojeda gets through the 101 Camaro clean. But the metal, great, you don't often see cars go through side by side. What's going to catch the eye of the officials, though? A little bit of bodywork trialling on the left rear of that car. So it's just trying to part company there from the rear bar.
Unfortunately, a long way out of contention now, both of these cars trying to salvage whatever they can from a class perspective as this race plays on with 2 hours and 11 minutes remaining. 4.2 seconds the leading margin. Muggleton to LeBrock, who's going quicker than that car has all race so far. And Cameron Mihill, by the way, is catching them both. Still about 14 seconds behind. LeBrock last time round, 2:24.95. It's fastest up of the race for car number 90, so it's going properly quickly. Michael Kavich is in the thick of this fight, so he's trying to work his way forward. He's up to 6th place. Keith Kasuki's not far behind. In fact, Kavich has already just got a spot. He's passed Brad Carr in that Mustang that we've been talking about. Brad's a former runner-up in this race with Tim Slade, as the car that Cameron Hill passed in dramatic fashion at the top of the hill to win it with only a couple of minutes to go in 2022. Brad's had a good run here in this race. Oh, and almost contact, if not light contact. The Austin Davis, Emma Cacaviello car back out again. Toyota in pit lane. Emily Cacaviello behind the wheel at the moment, young Queenslander. She and Austin did this race for the first time last year. They've drafted in Luke Vanner to drive with them this year, but delayed early has cost them quite a lot of track position and a shot at some Class D silverware, but still there's a lot of racing to go. Back on board with some more juice. It's squeezed juice there because he couldn't quite get past the Focus RS on one side, so he tries the other, and there's just a little wave of the old left hand there going, oh my goodness, what is going on? Jim, the funny thing is next weekend he'll be in the supercar and he might be a 10th slower than someone who'll be just as frustrated. Goes wide under the tree.
Just tries to find a way through. He's being patient at the moment because the traffic in front is does not let him through, that's for sure. He'll find a way past the Stinger now. You just got to pick them off one at a time. You just got to be patient. Just got to take your time. Obviously now too that they're not battling for the outright lead. The risk is not worth it.
Aaron Noonan back in the Schaeffler pit lane.
Richard, this guy next to me drives a Camaro for his day job in supercars. He'll be in New Zealand for the next 2 weekends doing so. But Zach Bates, this production spec Camaro is going very nicely today. Josh Muggleton out in front. Looks like it's been a good day for you guys.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's obviously a big thanks to the Lillis crew and Jack Motorsport crew for having me. Yeah, we're having a great time, great way to spend Easter. And yeah, so far so good. So just pass it over to Josh and yeah, let's see how fast he can go.
4 compulsory stops for the A2 cars. How many have you done?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. So yeah, looking to the end now, and we're just going to sprint as fast as we can.
Zach, it's 4. You're trying to play the supercar driver game here of giving nothing away here at all. You've got a bit of redemption here too. We talked about the Camaro guys. They missed last year. They had dramas in 24. 24, you had issues here with one of those little Renaults as well and didn't get to start. So there's kind of a collective redemption tour here in this garage.
Yeah, I try not to think about it too much, but it's I can tell you what, it's pretty busy out there with that many cars. It's definitely an experience that is new to me, and it's all fantastic. Experience to take forward into what I'm doing. So no, I'm having a fun time, and yeah, good to see you.
Of all the parts in this car, in the cockpit, is finding where the flashes for the lights is. Is that the most important button that you need to know in this race?
Oh, well, I was scared I was going to get a thumb cramp, so I stopped midway through. But everyone's been pretty good. I got into a BMW out there. He missed a gear, and he knew about it because he might need a chiropractor appointment.
Oh dear, that's terrible of you, but very kind of you too. If you know any, please pass on their phone number. We wish you all the best this afternoon, and hopefully no more chiropractic adjustments for BMW drivers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, thanks guys.
Well, Zach wrapped that interview up there nicely. Well done. Oh man, that boy can qualify a supercar though early in his career. Oh, this is huge. Oh, massive. Oh, massive.
That was a big accident.
And the Mazda had just rolled to a halt on the outside of Griffin's Bend.
The problem we saw there is Grant Daniel tried to continue to pass that car despite the double yellow flags out. So as they've backed off for that incident with that double yellow flag situation, they've been contact and severe accident, which is not good. We've got the Kasuki car in pit lane at the moment, Cammy McLeod getting in. The safety car has clearly been called for that accident. The 35 car had stopped on that run up the hill, which we'd seen a couple of times today already for that car, but unfortunately we've ended up with that incident. Cammy McLeod now ready to go to the end with 2 hours remaining. We've got that safety car situation, which will be a while to clean up. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out now that these guys are back under safety car. We'll see probably Cam Hill pit under this one as well. And I expect some of those X-Class cars now to take that advantage. Considering they've got those couple of stops to go, they'll get that done under this safety car period.
And yeah, you're right, LeBrock pits, Hill pits, so well called. It was a sensible thing to do. We'll wait for updates from the accident on the exit of Griffin's. That Mazda just slowed to a stop. The MC Corsa 185 car has also pulled up as well, and that's on the apex of Visit New South Wales corner at Griffin's Bend. It was the Volkswagen Scirocco that had the hardest impact there on the left-hand side. So under the control of the safety car for Bathurst Mazda, the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Josh Muggleton leads. LeBrock and Hill next.
So under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car with 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining in the 10th edition of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and our leading contenders taking the opportunity to pit. So LeBrock, Cam Hill and Hadrian Morale coming into pit lane. Muggleton and Kavich deciding to stay out currently as well, so they'll be first and second out right on the road. Car also going through in that 25 Mustang, and Oscar Target, remember we made mention when he completed his compulsory pit stop that he was just outside the top 10. He's up to 4th now, so making up some spots and putting that car into contention here late in the race. For those that are pitting now, at least LeBrock, Hill and Morale, they might be in a window from here on in where it might just be one more pit stop for those guys. So they'd have to extend the margin with their fuel, but they're probably not too far away, in fact, from actually getting to the end of this race on one more stop. And also tyres going on car number 9.
This is quite well timed for them. It's worked well. So too for LeBrock to tick another one off. Target's only been in that car for 6 laps. They've only got one more compulsory stop to make. They've elected to remain out at the moment.
Saw the 999 there in pit lane as well, that class-leading B1 car. They had the jack under the car, looking at the tyres. Fuel going in the 73. It's great to see them make it this far into the race after the lead-up they've had, which was quite stressful, quite challenging. Engine change and the work they've done on this car to get it back into this position. It's like Brown getting out of the car at the moment, and it's great to see them make it this far into the race. That car, as we know, had great success here in the past with Chaz Mostert at the wheel. With over the years that car's had some good runs at this event. The 999, I should say, back into the fast lane now after having completed another stop.
That is the class-leading BMW as well in Class B1, so they've had that early fight with the 3 Kia Stinger, but it was the Stinger that we saw come out of the pits a little while ago, but quite a long way down, so that to me represents that it was in the lane for quite a significant period of time and therefore lost the lead in that class battle as well. So remember that 999 Buccini BMW looking for 3 straight wins in class honours. That has not been done before.
I've just spotted it. They're back on the track.
The patched up Premier Toyota 86. They've managed to resurrect that car after a big crash at the top of the hill for Pete Gibberis earlier. There is more race tape holding the rear of that Toyota 86 on than anything else, I think, but that's great to see in true Bathurst 6-hour spirit. So recovery's underway for an accident on the exit of turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. Bringing news as soon as we have it. Pit stops underway. Busy afternoon at Mount Panorama. Traffic jams have been the story of the day on restarts under safety cars in pit lane. It's part and parcel of production car racing at Mount Panorama. 2 hours to go in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6-hour. It's being led by Camaro. There's a BMW in the mix. The class battles are still very much up for grabs. We'll bring you up to speed with those as well while we settle down behind the control of this safety car. See where your favourite driver might be running on the left of screen. Class colours highlighted as well. So still leading is Courtney Prince in their class in the Team Buccini 999 car. Remember, they're the ones looking for the Bathurst three-peat. They're the only ones in the race that can do it. No one has ever at either an outright level or a class level won back-to-back in the 10 years of the Bathurst 6-hour. They are trying to do so after qualifying on pole and setting a qualifying record for that class as well. And then just behind them, Keane behind the wheel of the 50 Volkswagen leading Class C. Well, it's been a bit of an arm wrestle all race long, but they've now got themselves clear in that fight. Holt and Evans then, 19 and 42, are having their own little battle, Brian, further back.
Been keeping a keen eye on the battle for Class E currently. So the 161 entry, Ashton Cedars behind the wheel. Now they are leading that class, and they've got the upper hand over the Honda Accord that we saw earlier on. Carter Fox rolling through second in class, and then further on through we find the Honda Accord as well. So there's plenty going on deep in the field. That Accord in pit lane at the moment as we speak. Down in 50th place right now, I think a couple laps down, so I think they've had some mechanical dramas along the way. New car up here for the 6-hour. Sometimes that can be a little bit of an omen as well. Not always easy to do when you bring a new car up here for the first time.
The battle very much on for Class D. So it's currently being led by Stephen King, 23rd outright, and that's the Managed Waste Services Macca's Mazda RX-8. And they're leading Daniel Flanagan in the 55 Toyota 86 that has been a bit of a constant all race long in the mix for the race. So I tell you what, it's a Subaru BRZ. Need to get it right. Identical cars barring the badge, but for the Subaru fans out there, so the Subaru BRZ in pretty good touch. So that battle for Class D, they're on the same lap. There's not much in terms of racetrack between them either. So that's going to be a really good fight for Class D. And then Thompson in A1 looking pretty decent, but it's Cameron Laws leading that over Liam Iacono. They're 7th and 8th on the road. Both 76 laps completed in this race, with Muggleton, Kavich and Carr the leaders. Recovery underway on the exit of turn 2, and we will bring you up to speed as soon as we have more news.
So we saw a number of those flat tow trucks there driving around the circuit. Quite often race control have a way of managing those vehicles. They send them simultaneously from certain gates across the track, so they've got always the trucks they need, the recovery team in the right places for things like this when it happens. So they might send one truck to the next gate, they'll park it there and wait, but obviously in this case we've got a couple of cars to pick up at the exit of turn 2. So it's good to see that the medical cars there working with the drivers and ensuring that everyone's as safe as possible. They do an amazing job in race control, the way they control the environment, control the race. There's a medical car there. The drivers are aware of it. They've got the flags, they've got the communication. The white flag, you can see that at the flag point there. That indicates to the drivers that there is a slower moving vehicle in front of them, usually some sort of course vehicle, a medical vehicle, a tow truck, that sort of thing, to be aware of it. And that's part of what the flag marshals that do an amazing job for the team. You can see the white flag now coming out just at that flag point, which indicates to the drivers you've got a medical car in this case right in front of you. So we mentioned a little bit earlier about the flag marshals do an amazing job at this event. They're here all week. They're up early in the morning. They're here for not just the 6-hour race, but they're out at the first thing this morning. I think it was 7:15. We had cars on the racetrack. So they're out there all day. They're in the sun. They're in the rain. They're in the heat. They do an amazing job. Ben and I spent some time with a couple of their guys early in the week. They had a look around the race car. It's a good opportunity for them to get out and be part of the event, get right up close and enjoy it. And of course, they're all volunteers from around the country that come to these fantastic events.
So that's a group of cars behind the Bathurst Mazda safety car. First and second outright there. First and second outright on the road is the Class A2 number 64 car leading, and that there, number 92 Bimmer in second place. Noons?
Rich, I thought I'd come for a chat and have a chat to the boys who are leading Class E in the little Mazda. Ruben Dan, how old are you?
I am 16, yeah.
How old is Ashton Seed as your co-driver?
He is also 16, turning 17.
How old is your other co-driver, Kelvin Gard?
76.
Small margin. Think we might have a Bathurst record today for the gap between driver ages, but you guys, doesn't matter the age, you're going well today. No problems?
Yeah, no problems so far, so good. The team have done an amazing job with strategy. I think that's really, really helped us get some laps on to, in first place. I had a really, really good stint then, so let's keep it going.
How do you go with all these fast cars flying around? You've got, I think, 6 in your class to race against, but you spend more time watching for the other fast cars than racing the guys in your class.
Yeah, it's pretty busy out there with X-Class and all the other cars. Just keeping look in my mirrors at all times and just managing that safety.
What about the run home here? How many stops to go? Who's in? Who gets to do the run to the checkered flag?
Hopefully I can do the run to the checkered flag. Ashton's just out there right now and he's going to do one more stint, and then hopefully I'll get in the car and finish off the race.
All the best.
Thank you.
I was just doing a quick update check on the 92 car. I was talking to the Kavich boys. They are pretty confident in Tommy. He's into the end of the race. After some early issues today, they're in a really good position here, and we obviously know what Tommy can do behind the wheel of that car. So they're looking really strong for this one.
Sorry, just confirming with you, Ben, if you've still got us on comms, that is definitely Thomas Randle behind the wheel at the moment?
Yes, so it appears to be a little bit of an issue. They have told race control, but it is Tom Randle in the car, and he's in till the end.
Yeah, because our timing screen does say Michael Kavich, and I was even trying to question that myself, having my own little inner thought battle. So thank you for that. That clears that one up, which is good to see.
I actually thought Michael Kavich was doing some cracking lap times a minute ago there. He was doing a ripper job because he was had some very good pace. But as we pointed out earlier in that last safety car period, they were the first X-Class car to complete all of their compulsory stops. So now they're sitting in a position where they've got track position. You can see them right there behind the Camaro of Josh Muggleton. So Tommy Randle now, as we're aware, is in that car. So they're looking very good at the moment, having completed all of their stops. Both Muggleton now and the Randle car are the first 2 cars on the road. The first 2 cars to complete their stops. So Oscar Target in that third car, the 60 car, the Speed Cafe car, we've seen it run throughout the course of the day. He's got 1 compulsory stop to go, as is Tim Slade, who's currently in the 54, which is 4th car on the road, has also 1 compulsory stop to complete, and Cam Hill now in P5, who's done 5 stops. So this next hour and a half is going to be very critical in terms of making sure they get those stops out of the way. We all know that, of course, that compulsory window closes 30 minutes prior to the end of the race. So that means we've got an hour and 23 minutes to go when we know those cars will have to stop. Based on fuel, we expect that to probably be in the next half an hour or so, which will then open a window for them to get all the way to the end of the race. Most of the cars, A1, A2, X-Class, will go that hour 15, push to probably an hour 25 if you really had to with safety cars and things. So it will certainly play out over the next hour and a half.
Here's our DVA race highlights at the moment. We can see that the number 5 GR86 made quite sizable contact with the wall at the top of Mount Panorama. How is Zach Bates trying to forcefully get his way through the field in this massive moment for the number 9 Mustang coming out of Hell Corner and up Mountain Straight? Was lucky to get away with that one. Likewise for the Von Rappard, Buccini and Ebbett Mustang. Big incident here for young Aaron Seaton. Car going off at the chase and then making quite sizable contact with that wall on the outside of the racetrack. Thankfully though, he was A-OK, jumped free of that Mustang. That brought us under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car. When we got underway, it was Cam Hill that was making some room up through the field because he would try and find himself in an outright position to win this race. How was the Maisie Place Motorsport cars here? The RX-8s going into Hell Corner, almost coming together on the exit of the corner as well, but thankfully for Maisie Place, the 2 cars were able to get away from that one. The 101 Camaro having to make way for the 21 Simon Hodges. Jaden Ojeda BMW made contact earlier on in the race, and this was Ojeda having to make his way through the field in a heavy bit of traffic on the way up into the Worth cutting. And then we saw some cars stopped at the exit of Griffin's Bend. The number 30 Mazda 3 would ultimately come to a halt, and that would see an incident behind that, which gives us the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car with an hour and 51 minutes to go in this race. So if we have a look at our leaderboards as it stands at the moment, Josh Muggleton leading outright from Kavich, Target, Slade and Hill, your top 5. And the class leaderboards, thanks to Bob Jane T-Marts, that Kavich entry, Thomas Randle behind the wheel at the moment with Oscar Target and Cam Hill. It's going to be that run to the finish line with some of those very fast drivers that we often see in some pretty top-end motorsport here in Australia. Class A1 being led by Cameron Laws, Liam Loicono and Stephen Pilkington in the battle for A1 honours this weekend. The Laws entry after starting 68th, now leading class. That's a hell of a drive. Class A2, Josh Muggleton doing a great job so far, not only leading in Class A2, but outright as well. Could an A2 car finally win the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour? We'll find out in about an hour and 51 minutes time. The Buccini BMW being driven at the moment by Courtney Prince, looking for the back-to-back that's never been done outright or in class. Well, they're on track to do so far in Class B1. In Class C, the Keynes entry so far leading in car number 50. Well, Dino in that Astra has been all over the racetrack so far. We saw some shots of him earlier today going off the exit of the racetrack at the top of McPhillamy Park. Well, he's fighting in second at the moment in Class C. We'll turn over the page and see Class D being led by Stephen King, Daniel Flanagan in that Subaru BRZ, so far position number 2, and Nick Windsor completing the top 3. And finally, the battle in the baby class. We spoke to Ruben Dan a moment ago. Well, his co-driver Ashton Cedars behind the wheel currently. The Mazda 3 leading the way from Carter Fox, and Rod Tippett the top 3 at the moment in Class E. That is your class leaderboard, thanks to Bob Jane's T-Marts.
Little race control update happening as well. Car 1 is under investigation for a restart breach. And that is Cameron Hill behind the wheel of the BMW M2 competition from D.A. Campbell Transport Racing, currently in 5th position outright, looking to win Bathurst again. So that's the 101 car that was involved in the accident. So there were 4 cars involved. Matthew Kiss was behind the wheel of the number 35 Mazda that was parked on the exit of Griffin's Bend, and then 3 other cars involved. and that's what has brought out this safety car. So we are under the control of the Bathurst safety car, an hour and 50 to go. While we wait on further updates from Motorsport Australia Race Control, the more laps on a yellow at the moment, the better it is for our race leader, because they are finding themselves in a really good position to extend this stint out and then try and get themselves into a position where they can put a full tank of fuel in that Chevy Camaro and get to the end with one stop. That will be their ambition now, is to get to the end with one stop for fuel and possibly some hand-cooked tyres to charge their way to the end.
I guess the question will be, do you keep Josh Muggleton in the car, or do you hand it over to Zach Bates in the final portion of this race? We saw early in the weekend how strong Josh Muggleton was in the lap times that he set. So I think that's the one question mark around that 64 car towards the back end here. Do you have Bates in it or Muggleton? We'll have to wait and see.
Good news. An update from the accident on the exit of Turn 2. The word from Motorsport Australia is that all drivers are reported stable and being taken to the medical centre for further evaluation. So Team Medical Australia, best in the business, and they are on their game. So looking after the 4 drivers involved: Matthew Kiss, Grant Denyer in the 101 car, Richard Barham it was in the Volkswagen Scirocco that was a class leader earlier today, and Tommy Rosso in the number 185 car as well involved in that. So just to repeat, all drivers stable, being taken to the medical centre here at Mount Panorama for further observation. And they will be in the best possible care they can be to make sure they're all good to go. Again, a testament to the safety of these race cars. They might be production-based race cars, but they use all of the modern safety gear that all the top flight race cars have: seats, belts, harnesses, a whole lot, to make sure they are as safe as they possibly can be.
And when you talk about that medical centre, down there underneath the control tower, it's filled with very experienced and high-quality surgeons, and you've got emergency department doctors and people with a lot of experience, a lot of understanding of what they need to do with the drivers here. So I've been in a medical centre a couple of times in my career, unfortunately, but they do an amazing job to look after the drivers, the crew, the flag marshals and everyone here at the circuit. I actually was there earlier this week because I had a little paper cut on my finger and I needed some help. So they managed to stitch me up pretty quickly, but nothing like what some of these drivers are experiencing at the moment.
Let's try to paper cut.
Oh, there, look.
Oh, it's right in the end of the finger too. Oh, that's painful.
It was actually an argument with the Stanley knife and it won. It was one of those jobs where, as an experienced person, I shouldn't be doing this, and I did it, and then I ended up in the medical centre, so lucky me.
Well, that's what they're here for, Team Medical Australia. Outstanding job.
And they laughed.
Or big crashes, but
they laughed at me when I asked for a Band-Aid.
That's great news from that team, regardless, that the 4 drivers will be taken there for observation, and hopefully we can get this race back underway very soon. I have some disappointing news to report. Earlier in the weekend, and we've touched on it during the race, that one of the cars rolled on Friday. It was the Champ Motorsport HSV Astra with Josh Smith, the Townsville driver, former Super 2 and Super 3 Kumho Series racer back in the day. Had an accident at the elbow at the top of Conrod Straight, gently rolled up onto the tyres. And one of those classic late-night Bathurst recovery, heroic efforts. All the teams pitched in. Spare parts came from left, right and centre and donor cars. They got that car back on the racetrack, which was outstanding. Unfortunately, I believe they've just retired that car from the race. So they got an hour and 50-odd minutes to the checkered flag. Couldn't quite get there in the end. But well done to them to getting not just into qualifying, but getting into the Bathurst 6 Hour itself.
And that was a fresh design in terms of livery for that car this year as well. So unfortunately, didn't look all that well at the end of Friday. But they had to retire last year to a clutch failure, unfortunately. Second year in a row where they've come up short. Tim Slade here has taken the opportunity in car number 54 to pit from 4th outright on the road, and that's the A2 Mustang. Noons?
Brian, the Class E pole-sitting Hondas in here at the moment, the Greg Boyle, Brett Stevens car. Remember, they are the lone non-Mazda in Class E. It's very leisurely here at the moment. Drive shaft drama here, but they told me that they're going to get it replaced and get back out there. They are determined to get this car across the finish line and finish this race. But right now it's a case of making sure they get all the right bits in here. The donor car has not been rated, I'm told, though. But they are determined to get back out there and finish this motor race, because that's what it's all about here in this 6 hour. They're a small little team, and it's really been the class that if you don't have a Mazda, you don't win. They had the pole, but now it's just a case about seeing that checkered flag in a bit under 2 hours' time.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nudes. I was questioning as to what happened to that car a short time ago, and that answers that one perfectly, so thank you for that. They were very strong at the early point of the weekend, and by all reports, that car was very quick going up and down the chutes. But like we mentioned, sometimes when you bring a new production car to this race, the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour, gremlins can sneak into the system. But no doubt, hopefully they'll be back again next year and try and take on the mighty Mazdas in that battle in Class E.
So this year the local Bathurst wrecker had to stock some Honda parts as well.
Yeah.
Not just some Mazda parts and Toyota parts. I wonder if the Bathurst wreckers open over the course of Easter weekend, just in case they need their bits.
Oh, I think they would be.
You think?
Oh, I reckon they know their market.
Or Orange?
I think they know their market. And this race is their market.
It's actually a key pit stop going on there with Daniel Flanagan behind the wheel of the 55 car. So they pitted basically from the lead in Class D. So Stephen King now in the number 80 Mazda RX-8 Series 1 car into the lead in Class D, so that is going to be a fight that will go all the way through to the end of this race. Now, Caleb Heffron has just stepped behind the wheel of that 55 car. They've now completed all 3 of their compulsory pit stops in Class D. The class leading car of Stephen King still needs to complete the 3rd and final pit stop there. Out in front, though, Josh Muggleton leads the way with an hour and 42 left, in the 10th running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. On board here with Thomas Randle. It was at this point yesterday where the car snapped into oversteer in that tremendous pole lap inside the 218 bracket. Never seen that in a production car, at least in qualifying spec here, and does hold the fastest lap of the race that he set on lap 2 at a 2:20.915, which is a race lap record as well in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. So it's Muggleton, Randle, Target, Hill and Laws, who is leading Class A1 at the moment from Liam Loiacono. That's actually going to be a really good battle in Class A1 honours there too. So they're nose to tail basically right now, and that's been going on all day long. So Laws and Loiacono, watch for that. It's BMW versus Mitsubishi in the battle for Class A1 honours. For that 140 entry as well, we speak of Liam Loiacono. That was a bit of a late addition for him, the young 18-year-old, originally from the Central Coast, but moved up to Noosa with the family. And he's very much on the pathway to IndyCar. This year running in the USF 2000 Championship. Last year was part of the juniors program, but now he's trying to set his own path and the target of reaching IndyCar in 2029. He jumped on the plane over from the States to be here to race with his brother and also Alex Holzel, and they are right in the fight now to try and claim that A1 honour. That final hour between those two is going to be fantastic to watch. Here we are with Jaden O'Jada again underneath that Hi-Tec Oils bridge as the 222 Harding Performance BMW comes into the lane. We saw some issues for them a little bit earlier on today as well. And that Mark 8 car, the second time they've brought that Mark 8 car up here to Mount Panorama to contest the 6 hour.
So we've currently got 12 cars on the lead lap. That comes down all the way down to Cammy McLeod. Currently looks like he's the last car on the lead lap. So, and those cars have done their compulsory pit stop. So as we bail into this next hour and a half, the Stinger in there getting a splash of fuel. They've now completed all their compulsory pit stops as well. The class leading car early. It looks great, that little car, doesn't it? They've done an amazing job to debut that car this weekend. Led the class, trying to get the fuel in. They've got the fuel in now. It's good to see the, right, so as you can see there, after the fuel stop, the way the rules work for the pit stops, the viewers at home, the car can have the driver change and the refueling done at the same time. You can't do any other work on the car whilst that's being done. Once the refuel is back over the line, then the mechanics can come across the line. They can then jack the car up and they can do the wheels, they can do any changes they require for anything they need. They've got a chock there under that wheel because the start of pit lane is actually quite slopey, so you need to chock the car so it doesn't roll away, and they're off with a clean pit stop.
One hour and 39 minutes remain on the clock in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. A lengthy safety car for a large incident on the exit of Griffin's Bend about 25 minutes ago now. We can report that all drivers have been taken to the medical centre and are being assessed there, but they are all in a stable condition, which is great news. Means they're upright and chatting to officials, which is good stuff. The Kia Stinger leads the pit lane, so they've been in contention for their class throughout the day with a few little teething dramas for a new car. David Worrell, who's the owner of this car, fascinating story. They actually went on an auction and put a bid on a VF SS Commodore in a bid to build into a production car, put a casual bid on the Stinger and won it. Didn't quite expect to win it, Bargs, but they won it regardless. And they decided to turn it into a race car project. So David and Dave Noble transformed the Stinger into a car capable of racing at the Bathurst 6 Hour, which is great stuff. So an almost accidental purchase, hate it when those happen, has turned into a pretty good race car.
Scratch your nose and you just bought a Stinger. So you... yeah, I mean, look, I think it's great for him to actually bring something new to the circuits, bring something new for the fans. Kia Stinger is something we've noticed for a number of years as being a very good little car with a lot of performance, but no one's has been brave enough to bring one to the racetrack. The investment that's required and the time it takes to get these cars out, it's great to see it out there, and hopefully over the years to come, it can provide great entertainment and be competitive in Class B, which it certainly has been today.
Dave, well, Worrell gives himself the nickname Gunther von Nordschleifer.
Gunther von what?
Is his exotic race car driver name as well. Another one of the teams having a ripping time here at Mount Panorama in the Bathurst 6 Hour. So hopefully not too long before we get this thing back underway and get a race to the finish, which is, as you touch on, with 12 cars now on the lead lap, tantalisingly placed, with the A2 Chevy Camaro very much in the mix, having completed all of their mandatory pit stops. And the longer this goes on, the better placed they are to do this race on one more stop, and it will be a fuel pit stop. And then they'll decide whether they want to put tyres on the car for an anticipated battle to the lead. The Randle Kavich BMW is very much in the same position. They're in a good place to get that car to the end, potentially on one more stop, fuel economy depending. Oscar Target's behind the wheel of car number 60. Now, they've got to make one more stop before the end of the race to tick their 6 mandatory stops out of the way. But if it works well for them, that mandatory stop could be their last stop of the race as well. So that 90-second compulsory stop will be important. Cameron Hill next also has one more mandatory stop to go. And then it's back to Laws in 5th place. They're leading Class A. They've got one more mandatory stop to go with an hour and 36 remaining in the Bathurst 6 Hour. And the word from Motorsport Australia Race Control is that the recovery is now fully complete. A final clean-up of the circuit on the exit of Griffin's Bend will be completed, and we'll go back to racing very, very soon. Which is good news, Jason Bargwanna, for all involved.
Oh, absolutely. Cameron Hill, Tommy Randle. Are we going to call it early? Are you going to have a go? You're going to pick a winner here? I think it's too hard, isn't it?
No, I've seen far too many races at this place to call one 90 minutes out from the checkered flag.
Absolutely.
I'm hesitant to call them 2 minutes out from the checkered flag. But certainly with the firepower that's stacked up there with Randle, full-time supercars racer, Target, Porsche champion, GT ace, Cameron Hill, full-time supercars racer. There's some firepower there. Jack LeBrock in 7th place, isn't that far off? And they have completed all of their mandatory stops. So their final stop will be for fuel only, potentially, to get them to the checkered flag. And what about that A2 Ford Mustang of Tyler Mecklem and Hadrian Morale? They're in 8th position at the moment. We've touched on the fact that they don't have 4th gear. They're using 5th across the top of the mountain, but that thing has been rapid. Every time it's got in a fight today, it has been competitive, irrespective of BMW or Chevy Camaro. So they're in 9th position at the moment and looking like they're in a reasonably good place. And Lindsay Kearns is behind the wheel of car 25 with Brad Carr sharing the driving duties. They have run as high as 5th position in this race so far, currently sit in 9th place.
Tim Slade back there in 11th. He's one of the other ones that's also completed all of their compulsory stops, although they will have to put fuel in before the end of the race. So that fuel stop, that if you have completed, like the Tyler Mecklin car's got one to go, they have to stop for 90 seconds. Your entire stop has to be for that period of time. Whereas when you obviously just have to take the amount of fuel on, you might be able to get that done in 40, 45 seconds. So, you know, obviously there's a big advantage in that, and that's why some of these teams play that out. We've seen that play out in the 1000 many a times, that short stop at the end. It's all about saving fuel because they don't have a compulsory time stop. It's just about the purity of the racing and the strategy. But it's really important and an advantage to have that short stop at the end. So those couple of cars there that have that advantage, certainly Muggleton, who's completed that, Randle's completed that, and of course Jack LeBrock, as you mentioned, whilst they're a little bit down on the track position at the moment, they've got a few cars in between them. That stop time is going to be very critical in that next hour or so. With only an hour and a half remaining now, we've lost a good 20 odd minutes now of slow running, so that's going to help that fuel burn for those bigger cars as well.
By my count, 44 or 45 cars still remaining in the race at this point in what's been a pretty attritional sort of day. Last year, 69 started and 50 completed the race. The fewest number of finishes in a Bathurst 6 hour is 30, but only 44 started in 2019. So it's been a bruising old day at the mountain, and there's just over 90 minutes remaining in this one, the fight to the checkered flag. The big question as we rolled into Easter Sunday was who wins Bathurst later this afternoon. We're going to answer that question over the next 90 minutes, and Josh Muggleton is the race leader in a Chevy Camaro that has been very, very strong today. He's leading Thomas Randle. Oscar Target is next, a couple of cars back in the queue with some lap cars in between he and his two race-leading rivals out in front. Then it's Cameron Hill in car number 1, the defending champions of the Bathurst 6 hour. They're the leading contenders at the pointy end of this field as we get set for a race restart after a lengthy safety car period for a big crash on the exit of turn 2. Drivers there are okay, which means we can go back to green flag conditions and go back to racing, with everyone now trying to sort themselves out for that race to the Bathurst checkered flag. The very experienced Josh Muggleton, who perhaps doesn't have the racing CV of a Randle or a Hill or a LeBrock and the full-timers in the field, but he has been just as quick as every single one of them for the whole weekend. And now he gets an opportunity, crucially in clean air. He's not in the pack, he's not in the traffic, and he leads the field back to green. But Randle will be racing. Watch for car 92. Oscar Target behind, trying to get positions as Randle has a look, but there's no move in the offing at turn 1 just yet. What's the battle between BMW and Camaro on the run-up Mountain Straight? And Muggleton just moves across to the left, and Randle powers past. So the Class X cars certainly look like they've got a little bit more straight line handling at the moment, but that Camaro's been very good across the top of Mount Panorama.
So Muggleton went as soon as that green flag was flown yet again, but this time Tommy Randle went with him and there was no advantage in terms of traffic between. So Tommy Randle's taken advantage of that, got a good exit out of turn 2 and is now leading up over the top of the mountain. Having completed all these stops, is certainly in the box seat right now. But it's interesting to see Josh Muggleton in that Camaro, which has been handling very well and has got good sector times across the top of the mountain, whether it can stick with Tommy Randle at this stage of the race.
Oscar Target wasted no time deposing the lap cars that were in behind him to try and get through, and in the mix and all this is Jaden Ojeda, who's many laps back after earlier dramas, contact with the 101 Camaro, broke the steering of that car, so he's just trying to unlap himself, and he's trying to do it at McPhillamy Park as well, which is pretty hairy stuff. Those two were teammates last weekend for Tagani Motorsport in GT cars at Phillip Island, and now they're going out and fighting. But Ojeda trying to recover and get as many laps back as they possibly can. We're on board the Secure Wealth Advisors BMW.
Target went very deep into the dipper there, understeered wide, gave Jaden Ojeda a bit of a look, but there's no opportunity to overtake down there. And bearing in mind that 21 is trying to unlap itself. It's not part of this equation as Cameron Hill ranges up in the back of him and to try and be part of this fight.
You can see Target then just flicking the indicator on, probably just letting Ojeda know, go to the right-hand side of me, going down Conrod Straight here, as indeed he does, but he's got to be careful here because Hill now is looking around the outside here, going into the DBA chase. This is a battle for position 3 outright at the moment. Target holds on. Look at the damage on the back of the Ojeda car. That is trailing at the moment. That'll get a look at from our Motorsport Australia race control and officials. Whether or not, and there it goes, in fact, it departs the car going down into the final turn. So the battle continues on for third. Out in front, past our Hancock wall cam on the main straight, it's Randle that's got 1.5 seconds between himself and Josh Muggleton.
He's 4 laps back, Jaden Ojeda, so it's going to take a mountain of work to get them anywhere back into contention with 90 minutes to go. So it's all a bit forlorn for the 2-time winners. 15-second penalty, car 13. Don't worry about that. Car 1, restart procedure for car number 1. That is Cameron Hill. Black, yellow and red BMW going up the inside of Oscar Target for position number 3. But he has got a 15-second penalty hanging over his head for a breach of restart procedure. That, folks, is big news. Because as we charge our way to the end of this race, 15 seconds could very much be the difference. This race was run by less than 0.8 of a second last year. Meanwhile, Muggleton has set that car's quickest lap of the race, the Camaro, the 2:23.7 last time round. And Oscar Target was the same in car number 60, so pressing on too. This is Ojeda, totally unconcerned about the battle for the lead now. This is all about lap speed and just getting themselves as far forward as they possibly can.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Ojeda, albeit all those laps down, is probably just trying to show these guys, hey, if I was in the fight, I've got the car speed to prove something to you boys. So as he works his way out of the dipper, he's being a pest for some of these drivers inside the top 3 outright. And if you're Muggleton, much like what Oscar Target did a short time ago, you just step aside, let him go about his own thing and worry about the fight that's really happening in amongst him.
Well, the worry then is Cameron Hill, who's going very quickly too in the number 1 car with 15 seconds hanging over their head. So they can serve that at their next pit stop as long as it's completed under green flag conditions. If not, it starts getting complicated and we start talking about post-race penalties. But they've definitely got 1 stop to go. Ojeda's defending. He's 4 laps behind, but he's defending regardless. And as we've seen a couple of times today, when we go back to green flag, it all gets really energised. They all get a head of steam under them, pushing on. And everyone's setting personal best sector times and indeed laps at the moment in this leading battle. And in fact, a bunch of the cars in the top 10 are all going quicker than they have all race. Randle by 2.5 seconds now over Cameron Hill, who sits in second.
So it was a 22.5 for Randle up against a 21.7 then for Hill. So yes, he's underneath the rear bar at the moment of the 21 car, but still lapping very quickly. If anything, getting a tow going up Mountain Straight now at the same time. So we saw a change for second position just then as well. Muggleton going back to third, keeping in mind now as Ojeda lets the number 1 car past. He's got a 15-second time penalty next to his name. Ojeda parks it on the inside of the turn at Griffin's Bend. This is hold your breath stuff as we ride on board here with Jaden Ojeda. Wheel to wheel up as they head into the Worth cutting.
Someone remind Jaden Ojeda it's actually 4 laps down here at the moment. It would be not a nice situation to be involved in something that takes out one of the contenders. But obviously for Jaden, he wants to get on with it. Cameron Hill trying to find a way through. Jaden needs to probably just give him a little bit of breathing space there and let Cameron Hill get on with it, because he's now in pursuit of that leader, Tommy Randle, out in the 92 car, who's just cruising away at the moment to a 3.5 second lead.
We'll see what's going to be tricky as well for this car 1 with that 15-second time penalty. They have to do it in green flag conditions. So if there's a safety car that comes out with around about an hour and 15, an hour and 10 minutes to go in this race, it is on that fuel window for that car. So yeah, they'll pit to get the car home, but you've still got to serve that 15-second penalty. So they're in a really awkward position in the race right now. Do they pit early as soon as the window opens in order to clear that 15-second penalty, or do you get caught out with the safety car and therefore burn the time because you can't do that time penalty in the safety car? Ben?
Yeah, Dean Campbell 15-second time penalty, devastating. What's your take on it? What do you think's happened?
Well, we really don't know. I'd be very surprised if a person like Cam Hill has made an error on a restart. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a mistake. But anyhow, they haven't come back to us to tell us what's going on. We just, seen it pop up there now. So who knows? But fingers crossed they'll get back to us and let us know what it's actually for. But I'd be very surprised if there's been a mistake on his behalf.
Has Cam actually mentioned this on the radio at all?
No, he hasn't said a thing, So, we've been a bit blindsided, to be honest.
All right, well, fingers crossed.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks for that, Ben. So Hill back across the start-finish line. Those lap time on that previous lap was a 222.5, as opposed to Randle at a 222.3. So for Randle out in front, margin 2.8 seconds now from first back to second. And no matter where you look, battles all throughout the field as they head back down to the DBA chase.
So there's probably three elements there for the driver to make an error on the safety car procedure. It's 5 car lengths during the course of the safety car that you've got to stay between the car you and the car in front. There's also no weaving after the safety car lights do go out. So that's one of the errors that drivers do make, or the overlap at the final corner. We've got contact and we've got an issue down here now at Forest Elbow. That's definitely going to bring out the safety car. There's some damage to the front and rear of that 125. The MC Corsa 86 Eden Thornborough, it looks like, at the wheel at the moment.
And what were we just saying about that 15-second time penalty for Cameron Hill? You cannot serve it underneath the safety car. And that's a big moment heading down into Forest Elbow. And quite sizable contact with the outside wall there as well. So both on the left-hand side of the road, the right-hand side of the road too.
It was good to see Eden back behind the wheel. Been a full-timer in the Trans Am Series for the last couple of seasons with some strong results, but missed out on a drive there this year. So this was an opportunity to get some racing laps at Mount Panorama. So we're back behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, who's certainly getting bang for their buck today. They're on the Great Western Highway, just as you drive in on the right-hand side in Bathurst.
So now 22 remaining. This is just really played into the hands of Tommy Randle here. They may take this now. That might get them to the finish line without any risk whatsoever of running out of fuel. So with the fuel window open and some of their competitors having to take that compulsory stop, this could be the time for the 92 car to get into pit lane, do the short fuel stop, and then get back out again. Same for Muggleton. They may take this stop with only an hour 22 to go.
Geez, it's a real tough call to actually make here, because an hour and 20 minutes to go in this race, that would be bang on a fuel number. That is a tough decision to make right now. If you bring the car in or leave it out, and right on cue, Thomas Randle, your race leading car number 92, is in pit lane with an hour and 21 minutes remaining. Big decision.
Yeah, there was no question in my mind that they needed to stop now. You've got to take every safety car you can get, especially given everything going on in the race. So they'll brim the car as much as they can. The interesting one is that Cameron Hill won't stop. They've still got a CPS to do. They're going to chuck some tyres on this car now, which is a good decision as well, because it might mean that saves them having to put tyres in later in the race if it comes down to a battle for the lead. So tick that box now for the Thrive Race for a Cure car. So Hill out. Reminder, you cannot serve the penalty under the control of the safety car. The ones I'm surprised that didn't take this opportunity to pit and stayed out is the number 60 team, Speed Cafe car with Oscar Target behind the wheel. They've gone for a bit of track position, though they basically had it anyway, but they've still got one stop to make to complete their mandatory 6. Those that did stop, though, interestingly, Josh Muggleton pitted. So the Camaro have stopped. Now, with an hour and 20 to go, plus this safety car, they're going to be right on the window, perhaps, to get to the checkered flag without having to stop again. The BMWs, I would question.
Certainly, with an hour and 20 to go, you would have to hope, at least I think, of Wells for a bit of safety car interventions late in this race. So that is a very, very interesting, not so much call, because like you mentioned, Richard, you had to come and do it, but whether or not this car now can actually get to the finish without having to pit again, it's going to have to probably, I reckon, take a little bit of fuel saving. But with the Bathurst Mazda safety car out at the moment, this might come to their liking, keeping in mind that 15-second time penalty for Cam Hill cannot be served underneath the safety car. Yes, they can still do a compulsory pit stop, but they would still have to have that 15-second time penalty served at some point between now and the end of the race. Noons?
Number 13 Mustang just in here that I wanted to cover off here, guys. Remember number 13, Bob Holden's famous number from 60 years ago, the little Mini. Look at those dots on the roof. That's homage to that little Mini. And, of course, Justin Matthews, who's just stepped out. He drove with Bob, remember, in the Faber-Castell BMW in those Super Touring races. By the way, the fueling rig that they're using, that's from all those years of Bob Holden's cars here at Bathurst. It's Bob's rig, it's Bob's number, it's Bob's dots. There's a lovely connection here. Greg Keane, who also is just being bolted into the car. It's kind of the Bob Holden team that you don't have. It's a big cheerio to Bob Holden, legend of the mountain and of Australian motorsport. And I'm not sure that he drove a Mustang at Bathurst, but a couple more cylinders than the Mini from 60 years ago.
That's great. Thanks for that, Nudes. Yeah, awesome update there in the Scheffler pit lane.
He certainly drove an Escort, so he did have a go at a Ford at some stage. It may have been only a 4-cylinder one, but old Bob Holden was certainly an icon of the Mini days, the Group C days, even in the Group A days. So in regards to that 1000, so yeah, it's great to see the history still is carried through into this classic Bathurst 6-hour race.
So with Randle taking the opportunity to pit, he's now down in position 9 outright. Interesting to note, though, he did take right-hand side tyres only. So 2 tyres on the right-hand side of the car. Didn't do all 4s. And, of course, our recovery team just working to get this 125 Toyota 86 off the racetrack, and then we'll get back underway here with still an hour and 18 minutes to go. A lot to play out. We're getting towards that interesting point in the day where the sun starts to set in the western sky here in the central west of New South Wales. It's going to be a little bit lower in the sky as well compared to what they've been used to over the last couple of days. We put the clocks back an hour this morning.
Oh, that was nice,
It was. Wasn't going to complain about that one. Here's the Hi-Tec Oils replay again of this incident for Eden Thornborough.
Yeah, I noticed in the background there might have been another car involved. It looks like the Golf Polo, the Class D, Polo, the number 70 car. There may have been a bit of contact in that one, and obviously Eden's out of the car and okay. A bit of damage, which is not good to see. But it's always good to see the drivers get out. Oscar Target now has pitted. So what we did talk about is when do you take it? Do you take it in the first part, or do you take it in as the safety car goes on? That extra lap might actually play into their favour as Oscar Target's in pit lane. Cameron Hill still stayed out, and Jack LeBrock stayed out as well, which is one we had earmarked as being a contender as at the end of the race, having done their 6 stops. So Target now has completed his 6 stops. Noons, you're in pit lane.
Bugs, you've done plenty of Bathurst endurance races where the car controller's on the radio to tell you what to do as you come in to take a pit stop. Have a look at this. This is what the 67 Lancer team have got. This is all the things you need to know to tell the drivers. Pit limiter, loosen the belts. Can you see me? Bit of John Cena there as well. Pit, start timer, radio check, refuel update, start the car, time check 50 seconds, lane check to see what's coming or going, fast lane, release the car, pit limiter, driver button, fuel reset. I'm tired just reading that board. So earlier on, when all those cars were in pit lane and there was no room to go and no room to come in or out, this is all going on as well. Well done to all the crews who are running all these cars up and down the pit lane, because it's a very hectic place to be. And for the drivers, if they can't see out the mirrors, they don't know what's going on around them, the car controller and those instructions, absolutely crucial.
Oh dear, yeah, no, I've forgotten half of those already, I reckon, let alone being inside the race car with all that going on. Oh, dear.
And then usually the driver pulls up, leaves it in gear, handbrakes on, they forget to unplug something. No, I mean, there was a stage during the race that we used to, and we probably don't admit to it these days because clearly safety is a lot more important, but we used to got told to undo the belts coming onto Conrod straight on the lap that you were coming in. So you'd be firing into pit lane with no belts on, you'd just down pit lane with no speed limits. It was, but obviously these days with the safety and the way we do things, it's a little bit different. But the discipline of these crews, it's fantastic to see, and they get their big chance. I mean, it's, you know, for some of these guys, it's their biggest race of the year. They put a lot of work into it, a lot of practice throughout the weekend. They're doing their practice pit stops, refueling, and for some of those refuelers, they never get the chance to do it at any other time than here at the 6 hours. So to see that, you know, the processes they have, the different ways of going about it, the disciplines, great to see.
Now that you've said that, I reckon Motorsport Australia Race Control might come knocking on this commentary box door and drag you out and
It was a long time ago.
Yeah,
It's okay.
but that's an interesting one.
Retrospective penalty.
Yeah, correct. All these years later. Now,
we weren't the only ones doing it. You'd fire the belts off coming down into Conrod Straight. You're like, no, we shouldn't do this, I don't think.
oh, dearie me. All right, so just to give you an update again as to who pitted a lap later than some of the others. So Oscar Target, car number 60, decided to come into the lane. The 140 A1 Mitsubishi Evo 10 also came into pit lane. Car number 25, the A2 Mustang, Lindsay Kearns behind the wheel, decided to come into the pits. And finally as well, Tim Slade in the number 54 Mustang, 7th outright in the road right now. They also decided to come in a lap later than some of those around them. So the two that haven't pitted underneath this safety car are first and second on the road, Cam Hill and Jack LeBrock. The first of those that we think might be okay to go to the end without having to stop again is Josh Muggleton in position number 3. Cam McLeod slightly behind as well in position 4 outright, and then you go back to Thomas Randle in position number 5. This sets up for a fascinating run now to the checkered flag.
Well, we certainly called it at the start of the day, didn't we? We talked about the A2 cars, the big V8s, their ability to mix it with these big BMWs, the X-Class cars. And here we got it with an hour and 13 minutes to go. We've got X-Class, X-Class, A2, A2, X-Class, A2, 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 X-Class in the top 9 positions. So we've certainly got that mix that we thought we would see throughout the pace of the cars in practice, and their performance has been a question mark that's certainly been answered today. And it's certainly put us in a position where we've got a pretty good race to the end of the battle here at the end of the 6 hours.
And with Cam McLeod in that 4th spot, I reckon we're still due a pit stop from him as well. Currently, they've been on the racetrack for 30 minutes in this particular stint.
They've ticked their mandatory stops off, though, I think, so they're good to go. The question is, can they get to the flag on fuel? That is correct. So the battle for A2 between Mustang and Camaro, that's going to be a big thing. Great news from the team at the Bathurst 6 Hour, a 3-day event. Attendance of 20,216 have attended this great festival of motorsport over the Easter long weekend. Second biggest crowd in event history. Second time only it's gone over 20,000. So congratulations to everyone in these times to make the effort to come to Mount Panorama and be part of this terrific event. Growing every year, and great participation on track and off it as well. Record number of campgrounds sold. It's becoming a bit of an Easter tradition, people camping here for the long weekend and making the road trip back on Monday potentially. So well done to everyone behind the scenes at Team B6HR. It's a pretty small team that puts this event together, but they do it effectively, and it's always a great weekend at the races. There'll be a restart this time by, and this is an ill-timely pit stop, I feel, for this team, the BMW squad, that pits with Jack LeBrock jumping out of the car with 70 minutes to go in the race.
The key for that would be he would elapse his 3-hour continual driving time. So at the moment, he's done 1 hour and 54 minutes with still 1 hour and 11 minutes to go in this race. So he would elapse that 3-hour continual driving time in this race.
I just wanted to put a full stop on a couple of little issues we've been following throughout the day. One of those was Tony Levitt's Mercedes AMG C63, the big V8. We love that car at this race, and it's always been very competitive. They actually ran well within the top 10 earlier today, he and Daniel Natoli. Unfortunately, they had a fairly comprehensive electrical failure in that car, and it blew all of the fuses out of the fuse box in it, so they've parked that car up and will take no further part. Pat on the back for Jack LeBrock. He's in the race seat. He'll use next weekend at Taupo in the next round of the Ripco Supercars Championship. Great performance at the Australian Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago for Matt Stone Racing, and looking forward the Sharon Rentals Camaro going well. He's certainly driven well this weekend to give that combination at least a shot at a class podium, or who knows, potentially a race win as well. Let's go back down to the Scheffler pit lane with Ben Bargwanna.
Hey boys, just a quick update on the 92. They don't believe they're going to make it to the end, but if they get another safety car between now and the end, they might be okay. So they're pretty touch and go on it.
Which is exactly what we mentioned. Now, what's the key factor is for those around him. So, likewise, Oscar Target, they pitted 1 lap later. How was Carnum 90 just then that came in with Jack LeBrock and now out on the racetrack once again? They pitted 2 laps later with 1 hour and 12 minutes left in the race. So, those that pitted maybe a little bit later in this safety car period, it might come back towards them. Grant Johnson behind the wheel of car number 90.
Having said that, just following up on Ben Bargwanna's comment, the engineers down there will be the first people to tell you the exact opposite of what the reality is for the sake of a good story. So take that one with a grain of salt. Can they get to the end or can they not? Noons?
Would you like me to ask the question
I
of
would
who
love
can get
you.
to the end and who can't get to the end? I've got this
Please.
bloke here. He might be able to answer the question. Jack LeBrock, can your car make it to the end?
It should do, hopefully. I know, that's what we're hoping anyway. So, no, I think we should be okay with this extra lap safety car and stuff. We should just make it.
You sound very Ron Burgundy there. There's a bit of who put the question mark at the end of the teleprompter going on there. Does this race feel like you're in a washing machine all the time? You don't really know where you are because there's cars going here, there and everywhere, different pit stops. It'll sort of wash out at the end.
Yeah, it's pretty wild race. I love it. It's been good fun. Yeah, the race is, like you say, you never know what's going to happen with this place. And even like the tyres and strategy and stuff, like do you change tyres, do you chuck fuel in, like do you take that safety car? Like it's more safety cars that I've probably been involved in a while. So, no, it's awesome. The guys and girls here are doing an awesome job at Vast Motorsports. So, yeah, let's see where we shake out.
Any problems, no dramas today?
Nah, still good. Got a little bit of hot and stuff like that, as you do with these potty cars. They do that. But, the car's going really well at the moment. So, we've got some pretty fresh kicks on there. And, yeah, hopefully Grant can take it home now.
Well, he is a multiple V8 Ute champ, so he knows how to use the bumper if he needs to. All the best for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, he's very experienced. Grant Johnson, he is a good guy to have behind the wheel, and he has been very quick. Away we go. This is a good free kick for Cameron Hill because that Honda from Class E is in the middle of Jaden Ojeda and the next group of cars that are trying to challenge for the outright race lead. And it's important for Cam Hill to build as big a margin as he can because they've got 15 seconds hanging over their heads in terms of time penalty from a previous restart. Josh Muggleton flies past all the lap cars and threads the eye of the needle. So too does Thomas Randle in 4th place. Cam McLeod is just up the road as well. A busy restart. We're back underway at Mount Panorama with 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, the 10th running of Bathurst's Easter Enduro. Just another full stop on a contender that's been racing with one arm, or in fact 2 gears behind their back today. We've been talking up the efforts of Brad Carr and Lindsay Kearns. Told they haven't had 3rd or 6th gear since hour 2 of the race, and they're currently in 8th position outright. They have run as high as 5th today.
That's a Herculean effort, if ever we've seen one. We've seen plenty of them, though, here at Mount Panorama, and maybe that just might be another one in the battle in Class A2. So many of them nestled in that fight inside the top 10. In fact, 5 A2 cars already in amongst that battle. Speaking of battles, Randle has got his work cut out here as they go through the metal grate, and Cam Hill is on a charge out in front. Fastest to the first sector throughout the entire race so far at a 56.8.
So they're racing towards having 1 stop to go. In fact, they will have 1 pit stop left in this race, the defending champions. The problem is it's a compulsory stop, which means it's 90 seconds. The other problem is they've got 15 seconds of penalty added to it. So it's going to be 105 seconds worth of pit stop time. So they might tick the box and they might do this race on 6 stops, but from a track position point of view, they might be racing with one arm behind their back towards the end of the race, and Cam Hill might have to do some passing. He's got priors here, though, doing that, and has raced his way to victory before. He may be able to do it again. The 115 BMW is a couple of laps down. It's going past Thomas Randle on the run to the DBA chase. Cameron Hill is going incredibly rapidly. He's got purple first sector, purple second sector, which means quickest of anybody in the race so far. And he could be on to knock the lap record around, which he does, and does a 19.4. So Thomas Randle's lap record that he said earlier in the race, it was beaten by Jaden Ojeda, and it's now been smashed by Cameron Hill into the 19s. It's a lap that would have got you pole position here last year, and all of a sudden it's the race lap record, and he's 8.7 seconds to the good.
How was Oscar Target then going through the DBA chase? Busy around him, having to go around the outside really as they went through the right-hander. nestled in position 6 at the moment behind Tyler Mecklem in front of him. Now together on the road as we watch them heading up Mountain Straight again. From the Thrive drone cam. Busy again. Look at Target moving that car now across the right-hand side of the road. They've got one of the Mitsubishi Evo 10s parked on the left-hand side of the road. And here comes Target now, moving the BMW down the inside into Griffin's Bend. Put him now up into position number 5, and he'll try and attack Thomas Randle now in 4th.
That number 60 car's in a really interesting position here. They're certainly playing themselves into the race to contend for a podium finish potentially at the end of this one, with young Oscar doing the business. Oh, that is huge. What a catch it was as he goes up the inside of the Alford Mustang. And that would ultimately set up that move on car 9, which was 4 position. Oof. So he got past Tim Slade in a pretty hairy way. This on board with Thomas Randle. So the BMW had gone past down Conrod Straight. Thomas tried to go past and went really deep into Hancock Murray's corner.
And then got chased across the road. He wasn't happy about that either.
Well, they're not on the lead lap. So it's Rick Shaw behind the wheel of 115. Go with an enormous amount of endurance racing experience here at Mount Panorama. But you can understand the frustration from Randle. The lapped car slowing him down there. Although it drove past in a straight line pretty handily down Conrod Straight. The other thing that just popped up on our timing screens is a 30-second time penalty against car number 90, which is that BMW we've just seen Jack LeBrock jump out of and Grant Johnson plug himself into. So a 30-second penalty being applied to car number 90 in 11th position, and that makes their life very difficult from here.
Yeah, well, almost impossible at least to try and get an outright podium. They're outside the top 10 in position 11 currently, but they would move up, you would suspect, with potentially some more pit stops coming the way, at least of car 1 anyway. And here's this battle we're watching going down into the DBA chase. Holtz behind the wheel of the 140 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10. The battle for Class A1 honours currently being led by Cody Gillis in car number 99. So Holzel fighting for that spot. They're together on the road, and that will be a battle we'll have to watch out for Class A1 in the remaining hour of this race.
The other thing that's just happened is Cam McLeod's passed Josh Muggleton for 2nd position and lead in the A2 class. So the Ford Mustang's gone to 2nd place, but Cameron Hill has been rapid out in front, and he's built 13.4 seconds now. So he's almost erased that 15-second time penalty that he's got to deal with, even though they've still got 1 mandatory stop to make. So this has been a very good stint for Hill and a very good stint for McLeod. It's just taking a little bit of work for that Camaro to get back up to the pace that it's shown so far in the race. And he's got Thomas Randle only 2.9 seconds further back, and Oscar Target, I think, coming at both of them in 5th position. Tim Slade now up to 6th place in the number 54 car that he's sharing with the 2 Alfords today.
So I guess for the Cameron Hill car at the moment, the only option they really have with 30 minutes to go to that to the pit stop window closes is just go and run and hope that there's not a safety car in the next 30 minutes, because if there is, they will then have to stop for fuel, and that 15 seconds will hurt them. So if they can run enough of a distance here, run under green flag, get a good enough gap, which at the moment looks like it is 15 seconds over the Cam McLeod car, who's been doing an amazing job setting his personal best across the top of the mountain. Only 2/10 slower than Cameron Hill's 19.4 in terms of that middle sector. So Cameron McLeod's going fast at the moment, as we mentioned. And for Cameron Hill, does he run and hide now and try and get and have to come into the pits very, very soon if they're going to do it? Oh, hello, they're in the pit lane.
He pits, he doesn't run and hide.
Just as I've said that, they've actually come into pit lane. That's a smart strategy, because that means they'll serve their penalty. They've got the 15 seconds, and now they'll do their 90-second stop. They will lose a lot of track position, but it will give them an opportunity if there's another safety car to actually get back into the game.
Tim Slade in the thick of this fight. Tyler Mecklem in front there in the red Mustang, missing 4th gear. Cameron McLeod now leads the race, the number 6 Ford Mustang. He shared with Keith Kasulki today. Keith did an awesome job. Now assumes the race lead. Josh Muggleton moves to 2nd. These guys are going to be in the lane for 105 seconds, 90 plus the 15-second penalty they've got. But at least they get it off their shoulders. It's out of the way. It's done. But they will be charging from the back with the expectation that the cars that still lead the race are going to have to stop for at least a little bit of fuel should they want to get to the line, or they're going to have to drive to a number for fuel economy to get there.
So they did right-hand side tyres, and I would say that's all they did in that service as well. So car heading back out onto the fast lane and the Scheffler pit lane.
With exactly 60 minutes remaining in this race, so they're good to go on fuel to the end, and they'll be good to go at a fairly rapid rate of knots, you'd imagine, as well, with a little bit of leeway. So there could be some really quick cars full to the brim, charging from behind, with some quite fast cars but needing to save some fuel a little bit further up the field.
So just looking at the car number 1 that just came back out onto the racetrack, looking at their pit stop time, just came out at 1:44. Now if you add the 15 seconds into that, into the compulsory pit stop, I reckon they're possibly under the window by 0.4 of a second.
I was just scratching that around a bit of paper. I think they went a little bit early there. I think they've mismanaged that one, but we'll see. Hopefully they have complied and served their stop. If they haven't, they will have to come back in and do, well, they won't have to come back in, sorry. The 15 seconds will still apply at the end of the race. So they've probably wasted 14.6 seconds on not completing that correctly.
We'll get that one confirmed for you. So a little question mark as to whether or not that 15 seconds has actually counted, or is it confirmed as a compulsory pit stop or not. So we'll keep an eye out for that one with an hour left in this race. The 15-second penalty, I think, has been removed from our screens, but we'll confirm that one for you. So question mark around car number 1. Don't we love this race? It throws up so many different scenarios and superlatives. We keep throwing it at them in these drivers as McLeod leads Muggleton, Randle, Target, Slade, your top 5. Just outside of that is Mecklem here in the number 90 machine, and this is a very strong battle for what is third in class between Slade and Mecklem here. The two Mustangs through Hell Corner and back up Mountain Straight again.
Again, remembering that red car there, the Mecklem car hasn't got 4th gear, so they're doing a ripper job holding on to that current P4. This is the battle for the podium in A2 in terms of the class battle. So Tim Slade now currently with the Alfords on that in the 54 car, 3rd in class at the moment. I think we're pretty confident the A2 car of Muggleton's car doesn't have to stop again. And I know there's a bit of a question mark around the 92. I don't think Cammy McLeod can make it to the end. They stopped roughly 40 odd minutes ago. So for them to go another hour would be a high risk. I don't think they'll make it, but they will have a short stop. Noons?
I keep losing comms.
Get back to Aaron Noonan down there in the Scheffler pit lane as we have a look at some battles going on in Class E. Honours working their way through the DBA chase and down into Murray's Corner. It's Ashton Cedars currently leading it in car number 161. Behind them, car number 20 of Adam Brewer. Now they are nose to tail on the road, but for Adam Brewer, he's actually a lap behind the 161 entry as they come back across the Hi-Tec Oils pit straight. So it's Cedars leading the class at the moment, Class E, but Brewer in behind is actually a lap behind this car at the moment as they stand. And this is an important battle as well. Look at Randle now on the rear bar here of Muggleton. This is the second outright in the race at the moment, but with a possible pit stop still coming for your race leader of Cam McLeod out in front. This is effectively your battle for the race lead. And here comes Randle, moves the BMW down the inside into the final turn and takes away that spot. So Thomas Randle now back to the point in car number 92.
Effectively, Cam McLeod still out in front. You never ever know at Mount Panorama, but regardless, a nice pass in that BMW, which has been very, very effective today. Yes, it was fast over one lap, but aside from a hairy moment where they scraped into pit lane with a hardy mouth moment earlier today for what turned out to be their second mandatory stop, it's been a very, very clean day for the GWR Australia run BMW M2 competition. For the brothers Kavich, who have been here for every single one of the 10 the 6 hours. Noons?
Rich, I walked through a black hole before, but I've come out the other side. I just checked with the number 90 Vast Motorsport team, that 30-second penalty. We've double-checked with race control. It's actually 2 15-second penalties for, quote, pit lane protocol. The exact details, I'm not quite sure. They're puzzled here as well, but they've got a 30-second total penalty, but it's 2 penalties that add up to 30 seconds. So that's going to really sting them with Grant Johnson and Carmen Ity.
Copy that. Thank you, Aaron. It will really sting them, especially if they don't have to make another pit stop, because it gets added to the race time then, and they're already 55 seconds away from the race lead. The other thing that's just popped up on our monitor is that car number 9, which is the Tyler Mecklin Mustangs, under investigation for a restart procedural breach as well.
Oh, Oscar Target. Sorry to interrupt on you there, Richard Craill, but my goodness me, Oscar Target had that thing almost on the lock stops trying to save it from not going to the inside wall.
Seen enough of Oscar's racing over the journey to know that's pretty much standard operating procedure. Let's have another look on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. McPhillamy Park, even in a production car loaded up at 185 k's an hour and out over that exit curb. Beautiful catch.
It's nothing.
Poetry.
He's got this.
It was probably one of those moments where it did look a little bit more exciting out of the car as opposed to inside.
That's what they call youth and enthusiasm, isn't it?
Gents, I'd just like to put a full stop on the accident that we've seen earlier today on the exit of turn number 2. I've got a few updates courtesy of the team upstairs in Motorsport Australia Race Control. The driver of car number 84 is being transported to Orange Hospital nearby for further observation with a potential ankle injury. The driver of car 101 is being transported down to Bathurst Hospital for further observation with a possible shoulder injury. So just to put a full stop on that, the driver of 84 taken to Orange Hospital for further observation, and the driver of car 101 to Bathurst Hospital for further observation for a potential shoulder injury. So thank you to the team at Team Medical Australia and Motorsport Australia Race Control for allowing us to put a full stop on that very big accident on the exit of turn number 2. Great news that our drivers are in the best possible hands.
So Cam McLeod continues to lead this race overall at the moment with a 7.4 second margin between himself and Thomas Randle, but we do predict another pit stop coming though for your outright race leader at the moment in McLeod. So Muggleton is 3rd, potentially 2nd once that stop for McLeod comes, and then Oscar Target, we saw him have that moment on top of Mount Panorama a short time ago, is position number 4, and then Tim Slade P5, and still, even late in the day, plenty of traffic going down Conrod Straight here. All the different sounds of all these cars as well. It's the great thing about endurance racing and different class racing. Sometimes if you're sitting up there on the hill, you can often pick which car is going past you, depending on the engine note and the exhaust sound. 6.6 seconds now the margin as Randle continues to close in on that Mustang out in front for what would theoretically at the moment be the battle for race lead. As we're inside an hour to go, watching Aaron Zerafos here in the 105 Milk Lab BMW coming under attack, looking towards the inside there in the 88 machine of Craig Allen. Allen has to park it on top of the ripple strip there through turn number 1, held corner before he embarks on that journey around this 6.213 kilometre racetrack at Mount Panorama. Thrive drone cam bringing us the shots all weekend. They've been tremendous in showing us the undulating nature of Mount Panorama and some of the greenery around here as we head into the winter months at Mount Panorama in the central west of New South Wales. It does tend to get quite cold here in the winter months. Speaking from experience, that wind chill in particularly June and July. Oh, goodness me, it's cold.
Still in 3rd place and still circulating that BMW. We're just touching on with Aaron behind the wheel. Jim was a production car racer back in the day, famous for a Lotus Esprit Pioneer sponsorship back in the production car and GTP days. Really cool car. They've actually had a reasonably solid day. They're 42nd outright, but they're still 3rd in class. B1, by the way, still being led by Carly Braccini. We heard from her earlier in the race and said, I want to be the one to drive it across the line. They've won this race the last 2 years, and she's never been behind the wheel as they've got the checkered flag. So this is her opportunity, and they are in the box seat potentially to go back to back to back and win 3 Bathursts in a row, which has never been done in the history of the Bathurst 6 Hour.
Got Jaden Ojeda on screen there at the moment. We saw him earlier trying to stay with the leaders, mixing it with the leaders, showing that he had the pace to be there, but it was also about getting himself back a lap or two if he can. In the process of Cam Hill pitting, he's now actually undone himself a lap. So if we get a safety car, he's taken 1 lap out of that deficit and may get himself back into a little bit more of a battle if there's a couple more safety cars later on. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why he's pushed on so hard when he did.
He was throwing it across the top of Brock Skyline there a moment ago, wasn't he? Was just bringing it down into the S's. He might be a few laps behind, but still continuing to have some fun and push that car almost to its limits just about. In Saltaire here in the 222 Harding Performance Golf-R. They've had some issues today, but they're still positioned 15th outright at the moment. Only 1 lap down, so they're keeping themselves in the game here late in the race. And Cam McLeod then had a huge moment going into the DBA chase that time by. And your leader in Class C coming into the lane as well, James Keane. They've been dominant in this class all weekend so far, and they've got a fair old margin between themselves and the next Class C leader, which is Tony Ordino, which is 39th outright. And here's this moment for your race leader in Cam McLeod. Actually dropped the car off the road as well. So pushing hard out in front. And on that previous lap, still did a 25.7, and Randle also did a 25.4, so it didn't actually cost him that much time.
That gap now down at 5.6 seconds. The question mark, well, we know Cammy McLeod's going to have to pit. That Mustang won't make the end of the race with 48 minutes remaining, but can Tommy Randle, can he now back it off with that little bit of a lead? He's got 4 seconds over Josh Muddleton. Do they then back the pace of the car off and ensure that they can actually make the finish if they can save some fuel? The 25 of Kearns now just looks like it's limping down the hill. It's going a little slow.
Bugs, this was the team that we heard earlier. They're missing 2 of the 6 Ford speeds in the gearbox of that Ford Mustang. I wonder if a few might have departed way, a few more, for the 11th placed car, which was a really strong performance for Lindsay, who's been here for a whole lot of the Bathurst 6 Hours, and Brad Carr, who's been a podium finisher as well. Just to put the full stop on the Class C story there with the Keens boys from Orange, father and son team. I wonder, James was behind the wheel. I wonder if that might be a driver change to put Dad Trev in behind the wheel to get them to the finish. Oh, the dude.
The dude.
Haven't seen the floral helmet all day today. He's getting himself plugged in and ready to go to jump into the Mercedes that he's driving with Chris Gunther this weekend to get to the end of the race. A few more penalties coming the way. So car 9, Tyler Mecklem in 6th outright at the moment and 4th in Class A2. He's going to get a 5-second penalty for the restart procedure breach that we were just talking about before. That's another one. Every single one of those that have been investigated today have been penalised. So it seems like you are going to get caught one way or another. The other story, we touched on the 222, the Harding Performance Volkswagen earlier, Brian, was that they're only 1 spot out of a podium in Class A1.
So they've continued to battle on, albeit with some dramas earlier on the race. And to back up your point, very well called, Trevor Keane has hopped aboard of that number 50 Class C leading Golf, or VW I should say as well. So yeah, well called there, sir.
There's a little fairy tale trying to unfold there, because Trev has raced in the 24-hour and the 12-hour, all of the iterations of the production car classic here, and a class victory in the Bathurst 6 Hour would be an enormous accomplishment for the team from Orange just up the highway. Back on board with Grant Johnson. So they've got those 2 15-second penalties hanging over them. They're currently in 8th place. He's chasing Cody Gillis for an outright position. And the frustrating thing for this team, guys, is that while we're looking at the outright battle, there's 1st, 2nd, 3rd trophies for each class as well. And that includes Class X. And right now, they're still 3rd in Class X, the Vast Performance car. But with that penalty, it could drop them back further down the road. And the fact that Cameron Hill is charging through pretty rapidly as well in car number 1 is going to cause 2.
So Chris Gunther stepping up, Paul Morris stepping in. They are 15 laps behind our race leaders at the moment. They had some troubles earlier on the day, so not the fastest driver change you'll ever see at Mount Panorama, but nonetheless the dude stepping behind the wheel, of course very much behind the Noel Motorplex there up in Queensland. Great supporters of the event this weekend, throwing up $1,000 yesterday for Noel Motorplex qualifying. And that ultimately going in favour of the Kavich and Randle entry, which they're throwing behind Breast Cancer Trial Research Australia, which was great to see. And they did that as well with their Best Presented award that they received this morning too.
Yeah, so Thomas Randle was easily to donate the $1,000 he won for qualifying, but very impressive that team boss Garth Walden did the same for handing over the Best Presented. Well done. Great operation, and they're in a pretty good position at the moment with 45 minutes to go. Not done yet though, 9.2 seconds behind Cam McLeod in a Mustang that we believe definitely needs to stop one more time. Quick final thanks to Bathurst Mazda. We're going to have to do a service on that Bathurst Mazda safety car and their property just on William Street in the Bathurst CBD. And after all the miles it's done today, we thank them for their support. Bathurst businesses actually getting behind their race, which is great to see. Reckless Brewing have been the official brewing partner of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and the Reckless Brewing bar upstairs has been very well populated, I'm told. I'm not allowed to go there till we're off air, but great to see Bathurst businesses being well populated all Easter long weekend. So Cameron Hill continues on his merry way. He's only 4th on the Bob Jane T-Mart's class leaderboard for Class X, but they can go full speed to the flying finish in the Bathurst 6 Hour. The class is being led by Thomas Randle at second outright on the road. Cody Gillis leads the way in Class A1. The Waltec car has been going along very nicely with Alex Holtzel behind, but that is a battle for the class lead between those cars. Cameron Hill in between them at the moment. Cam McLeod leading A2, but also leading the race outright. Josh Muggleton second in class. Tim Slade in third and up to 5th outright at the moment, with Tyler Mecklem just in behind. So that is still very much up for grabs. The 999 comfortably in front now to the tune of a couple of laps in the B1 battle. Looking for the Bathurst three-peat with Carly Buccini behind the wheel. Richard Luff in second position. We've just seen the pit stop and Trev Keane has jumped behind the Volkswagen that leads the way in Class C. Tony Ordino next and Troy Derwin currently in third position. Nick Hazelton leads the way in the D-Class battle over Caleb Heffron, who's second in that 55 car that's been there or thereabouts all day. And Bathurstian Nick Windsor currently in third position at the moment in the battle for Class D. And Ashton Cedars continues to lead the way in what's been a really good scrap in Class E over Adam Brewer. So thanks to DBA, here's the race highlights. This was a very large moment. So the Mazda pulled to a halt on the exit of Griffin's Bend. Several cars working their way past, caught out by the car that was parked there. Big contact into the fence. And just to confirm, the driver of car 101 and the number 84 Volkswagen Scirocco just taken to hospital for precautionary checks and some observation post that accident. The medical teams were on hand very quickly and did an outstanding job to recover that. And then we went back to racing. Jaden Ojeda was particularly racy in car 21, despite being 4 laps down at that point. He carved his way past Oscar Target. He chucked the rear bar off the car to save some weight. And then the battle continued on as he raced his way up side by side with Cam Hill on the run into Griffin's Bend and the Worth cutting. Big impact for Eden Thornborough off wide at the entry to the elbow. And that brought out the Bathurst Mazda safety car once again. Then the race went back to green. Cameron Hill was leading and punched out a brand new lap record, 2 minute 19.4, but then made their pit stop. And as a result has lost a lot of track position down in 9th place, but they might be able to get it back. This was the first of several moments for Oscar Target as he passed Tim Slade in the Ford Mustang at the DBA Chase, and then there was all sorts of stuff going on in front. Fights, as always, throughout the field. Pretty hectic in the Bathurst 6 Hour as everyone sorts themselves out. And the number 9 Ford Mustang has been a decent contender with Hadrian Morale and Tyler Mecklem, who's currently behind the wheel. Cam Hill pressing on, regaining ground after that pit stop. Good to go flat out towards the end of the race. This was a key pass as Thomas Randle went down the inside of Josh Muggleton to take second position away. Just another moment for Oscar Target. All good. Wipe the brow, drive on, and the race leader, Cam McLeod, off at the chase. And we have just gone safety car again, and this is the reason the number 86 BMW is well and truly parked, and this could be the net cause of that. Under the tree, Reed and Solomon Park at the top of Mount Panorama, and that is a Hankook tyre and wheel rim going absolutely nowhere. And that car's parked. It's not the metal grate, it is a metal grate on the other side of the road at the top of the mountain.
So, looks like the wheel's already parked company up the top of the screen. As some of our leading cars go by, and there it is there. Just behaving itself slightly on the left-hand side of the road. We'll come to a stop there. But it looked like that wheel actually parted company quite early on in all that, so at least it wasn't because of contact with the wall at that particular point of the racetrack underneath the tree there. We've seen some huge crashes there over the years, but that car now coming to a halt on the left-hand side of the road. And this might help alleviate some of the fuel concerns, particularly for car number 92 with Tom Randle. Ben?
Hey guys, really disappointing update. That 25A2 car that's been battling the gearbox issue all day, they've just come into the garage and something has failed on a caliper in the front left. Really, really disappointing. They were still in the lead lap and doing a really good job, but yeah, this could be their day done.
Now, as we predicted, Cam McLeod in the lane for the race-leading car number 6, so we thought that we were due one more pit stop from him, and that's exactly what has played out here. So the car in the lane at the moment, that will give the race lead now to Thomas Randle with Josh Muggleton behind him and Oscar Target moving up to position number 3. Notes. Whether or not Noons has us just of yet. I think you might be online there now, Aaron.
Yeah, I am, Brian. I walked through that black hole again that was somewhere out there before. Hey, quick plug. Car 99, the BMW that's got Cody Gillis at the wheel, it leads the A1 class, and you might be going, okay, well, that's pretty good. That's expected. 8th overall. That's nice. They started 69th. Last in the motor race, excluded from qualifying yesterday. That's a stunning performance. There's no other race in Bathurst in the year that you can make up 61 spots. That's nuts.
Yeah, nice work, Aaron. So pit lane cleared now. Cam McLeod back out just in front of the recovery truck that's up to get that BMW away. Jared Harbour behind the wheel had the misfortune of losing that wheel up under the tree, the run up out of the cutting, and is stranded at the top of Mount Panorama, setting up a race to the finish with Thomas Randle in front of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. He's the leader for BMW. Chevy in second with Josh Muggleton, and Oscar Target third in another BMW.
It's going to be a great run to the finish, isn't it? Because often in this race, with the intervention of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, it sets up for a great battle to the flag, and that's what we're going to get. So Cam McLeod has come back out onto the racetrack. We'll wait for the order just to cleanse, but we think in position number 5 in car number 6. So he's just behind Tim Slade in what is third in Class A2 honours as well. So watch out for that. A 1 minute 19 stop, of course, underneath that 1 minute 30 because they'd already completed their compulsory pit stop, so that didn't need to count within that 1 minute 30 time. And he is going to be a man on a mission because the pace that he had prior to that safety car was very strong indeed. Yes, he's going to have a bit of traffic, but we'll see if he can make his way through the field. And as we mentioned, just as that safety car came out, I reckon this is going to help the fuel economy, at least for guys like Thomas Randle and Josh Muggleton, likewise Oscar Target. And wouldn't it be a story, particularly for Ben Kavich, to get the win? Coming up to 10 years since his wife Tula was diagnosed with breast cancer. It's already been an emotional weekend for the family. And sometimes a win in motorsport just means so much more.
What a job it's been from Thomas Randle as well, but both the Kavich boys drove out of their skin during that really busy safety car interrupted middle stint of the race. Ian Salteri in pit lane. Looked like Jem Usul was going to get behind the wheel there. The driver's door was open, so it looked like a driver change was underway for the 222 Harding performance car. on their run to the line.
We mentioned it earlier, didn't we? Tommy Randle's in the car at the moment. We've got 35 minutes remaining. He'll look like, he'll run to the flag there now with their fuel economy question probably answered. So it's a really good opportunity for them. But you're absolutely right, Rich. The Kavich brothers have done an amazing job throughout the course of the day. They're the one that set this little situation up for them. They've been smart during the traffic play. The car looks clean. They've not been involved in accidents. They've not made mistakes. They've not been penalised. They've put themselves in a position where they've floated to the top during the end of this race. And we're 4 minutes away now from that pit window closing in terms of the compulsory pit stop. So everyone by now would have completed and has completed their compulsory pit stops. So now it's just a drag race to the flag. There's the leader, Tommy Randle. 3 cars back is Josh Muggleton in the Camaro, which is great to see that actually in the battle here for the outright honours, which we predicted this morning. But Oscar Target, he's done a ripper job getting that car. He's a bit late in the car this afternoon. He's done a ripper of a job to get that car into podium contention, and he's not that far behind the Camaro of Josh Muggleton. So that's going to be a great battle also for P2 in this race.
It's a ripper story, Oscar. Young guy from Queensland, bit of a karting prodigy, and just before the start of his first national racing season as a Grove Junior in Porsches, had open heart surgery as a teenager. He burst through and won the Michelin Sprint Challenge in Porsches and up into Carrera Cup and now GT racing. He's got an opportunity here to do something pretty special as well at Mount Panorama on Easter Sunday. Thomas Randle leads the race, not far away from a restart, with just over 30 minutes remaining in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, the 10th running of this race. Storylines are plenty. BMW leads Chevy. There's Ford Mustangs in the mix and looking really racy as well. Can they spring something today? Could it be Chevy's day with Josh Muggleton in second place? Do they have the raw speed to beat that flying number 92 BMW? That car is run by GWR Australia. Earlier this year, they won their class comfortably in the Bathurst 12 Hour. Could they do another Bathurst victory? Might have to find themselves a supercar to run in October if they do. Try and go for the triple. And then Oscar Target, the speedy young Queenslander. And that number 60 BMW that has been a fight all weekend long. And back into pit lane to throw some boots at the number 1 BMW is Cameron Hill. Now they're sacrificing some track position here, but are they buying a little bit of performance in the fight to the flag?
Cam McLeod also came into the lane as well, a lap after having completed another stop too, so not sure if that was for tyres or if there was something they didn't do in the previous pit stop, but coming back out of the racetrack now in position 7, but it's going to lose them some track position as well.
Well, I noticed as they exited pit lane, it did look like to me the right side of the bonnet was flapping.
Okay.
So maybe they didn't get the bonnet clipped down. It would be probably a bad decision to get that car to run with the bonnet flapping like that. So if that was what they had to come in for, bearing in mind, Cameron Hill now, with these tyres going on the car, is currently 4th in class in X class. So you've got to remember there's a class battle going on. The car in front of them on the lead lap has a 30-second time penalty. So there is a chance here they're still in the fight for, whilst losing all his track position, for a podium in their class.
What can Cameron Hill do? They're going to be a long time behind the field. They're at the top of the mountain, so he's going to have to fly to catch the back of the safety car queue, as long as it is. And he'll go right to the back of the lead lap. Leaders on 102 laps with 30 minutes remaining in this race. It's going to take a pretty mighty effort from Cameron Hill to win this thing from here. Maybe a class podium's where they're at. From a Class X point of view, Grant Johnson's further up the road than them. The next car fighting for 3rd spot in Class X today. And they've got that 30-second penalties, or 2 15-second penalties hanging over their head to be applied post-race now. So that will help Cameron Hill. He's still got to get up to the front of the field. Noons?
Rich, I just wandered in and had a chat to Ben Kavich. He's real nervous. Is the understatement of the day, quite honestly, but he's deliberately not talking to the engineers to ask where they're at on fuel. I asked him, do you reckon you're good? He goes, I hope so. I don't know so. If I knew so, I would tell you so. So let's see what is so, because, it's pretty nervous down here. These Kavich boys have put a lot into this over the years, and they'd really love to do it with Tommy Randle, who's become a real part of this team in the last few years. So fingers crossed here, but we're not there yet.
Long way to go. 30 minutes is a lot of racing at Mount Panorama. Thank you, Noons. Fine work. It's an incredible story that it's all got to this point, but they have had this one ripped from them before when being in a really good position. So they will not be counting the proverbial chickens just yet. And what about that Camaro? It's the 4th car in the queue, so it's going to have to be waiting for the lapped cars, who he'll be praying Josh Muggleton keeps up with Thomas Randle till they get to the control line. But even now, it's not quite going to plan. He'd like to be a whole lot closer to the back of that BMW. 30 minutes of racing on Easter Sunday remain at Mount Panorama. The Mercedes bails out of the way and goes to pit lane, so that's one fewer car for Josh Muggleton. But the Evo was napping there, and Thomas Randle disappears up the road. Randle leads the 6 hour within sight of the checkers. Josh Muggleton next in the Camaro, and Oscar Target will be absolutely rapid in that BMW. And it might not be a question of Muggleton versus Randle. It could be Target versus Randle for the Bathurst victory today.
Well, what we know, Target was one of the last cars to stop under that safety car period, so they know they've got enough fuel to get to the end. He is going to be absolutely full limit after Tommy Randle if he can clear Josh Muggleton quickly. And that and he has already done so. So he's already cleared Muggleton, and now he's off after Tommy Randle.
It's going to be interesting to watch the pace now of Target to see what it is in comparison to Randle out in front. Now they've both got some clear air to play with here. As the field now goes up through into the Worth cutting. Get an idea in terms of sector times shortly, but Target is going to be a man on a mission now, trying to chase Randle out in front. Still just under half an hour to play. A lot of running here at Mount Panorama to go. And Oscar Target, personal best of the first sector, even with some traffic, a 57.7 as opposed to a 57.9 for Randle out in front.
Tim Slade, what a performance this has been for the 54. That beautiful dark green Bullet Mustang. It's almost like the Steve McQueen car. He's in 4th place outright at the moment, 2nd in class. And Tim will believe himself a shot at getting to the back of Josh Muggleton and battling for a class victory, as well as an outright podium. BMW have never been beaten in the Bathurst 6 hour at an outright level. Very, very wide there was Tyler Mecklem in the red Mustang. Understeered all the way down to the dipper and just got it stopped.
Would have got his attention. That wall comes up pretty fast, so he's had a bit of a moment on the way into the top of the dipper there. Navigating the traffic, found himself on the marbles, the rubber that has been laid all around the circuit off racing line, so you can see him now trying to clear the traffic. But considering they're doing a great job without 4th gear in that car, to be sitting up in P5 at the moment outright is fantastic. There's Cammy McLeod trying to find his way through also in the traffic in the background there, so that battle is going to continue with these A2 cars right down this next half an hour. That's how you do it. Just two wheels over the curb.
And that was a change of position a little bit earlier. McLeod got past Grant Johnson, so for 6th position in fact. So the Mustang going forward, his next target will be Tyler Mecklem. He's not too far up the road. So they made that 2nd stop, the McLeod team. Shared this car with Keith Kasuki today. Based up in Papua New Guinea, Queenslander originally, long history in racing touring car masters and GT cars. The Mark Car series as well, and lots of Bathurst 12-hour starts to his credit. This has been a really good performance by them today. Oscar Target sets the personal best lap for car number 60 in the race so far, 2:22.6. That is the quickest lap for car number 60. The margin's 3.4 seconds. Muggleton next, then Tim Slade, 4.7 seconds behind. And think of Rob Gurley and make it to Horse, the 2 other drivers in that Speed Cafe car number 60, watching on from pit lane as their young charge goes to work. Oscar's mum, Ray's here as well, cheering on as always. Will they get there? It is going to be a battle at the pointy end of the field, but it might not just be decided between the BMWs, because Josh Muggleton says, don't forget about me. The Camaro, the Chevy, launches down at Brock Skyline and has a big look at Oscar Target. It took a little bit of time to get up to speed, but the Camaro is back in the game.
Well, we saw this early in the week, didn't we? The Camaro was so fast, there's no way through there. Josh, you're not going to make that a pass. He's going to put himself in a position now. He's going to get a really good toe on Oscar. Oscar missing some apexes, running wide. He's made a few little mistakes there. In fact, Josh Muggle's got a much better run out of Forest Elbow than Oscar Target. Will Oscar be able to come back to him? Or has he got a bit of a problem? He's certainly not been able to keep up that pace in the last probably half a lap, I guess, against Josh Muggleton.
Just set the car's personal best lap of the race. So it must be a fairly recent problem if there is one. But Muggleton driving away now. Tim Slade setting personal bests, and he's catching Oscar Target. So the Mustang trying to get itself on the outright podium here and chase down Muggleton in third place. Oh, the Kia with a huge moment and actually gets the fence at Griffin's Bend. But drives out of that and keeps it pointing in the right direction. So that car will live to fight another day. Tim Slade, 2:23.5, quickest lap of the race for car number 54.
And Oscar Target's time on that lap was a 29, so something we certainly don't expect to see from him, considering the lap before he did a 22.6. So somewhere in that last lap he dropped 7 seconds and now has dropped another position on the timing sheet to Tim Slade. So there is definitely a problem that's developed in that Oscar Target car. He's dropping pace everywhere as Tim Slade yet again is setting fastest sector times for that car. So you can see there already Tim Slade through and now up into the outright P3 position. We've got an X-Class car that's leading the race and two A2 cars now on the podium. How exciting is this?
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And to go back to Tim Slade, last drove the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour in 22 with Brad Carr that day. It was the Tom Sargent, Cam Hill car that got the job done, but for Slade, he has had some great results here. He was second that year. He had also a class podium on that particular day as well, so he would love to be back on the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour podium as he fights now for a battle in the outright lead.
Remember, Tim was leading that race late as Cameron Hill was chasing him and spent about 5 laps with Cameron Hill boxed in behind and would not let Cameron get by. And it took a massive send at Skyline for Cam Hill to wrestle the lead away from Tim Slade. I think the Kia has just gone to pit lane for a little sanity check after that brush of the fence up at Griffin's Bend to make sure everything's pointing in the right direction, rejoin and get back to the fight. Speaking of, Cameron Hill, 9th position at the moment, going really quickly and looking to charge his way back towards the front. Jaden Ojeda, friends, has not just smashed the lap record, he's utterly destroyed it. 2 minutes 18.17. And in the fence, hard at the top of the hills, the BMW number 71 at the metal grate just before McPhillamy Park. Unquestionably going to be a safety car now with 22 minutes of the race remaining.
And they were 4th in Class A1 as well with Glenn Ebbett behind the wheel. Just past the metal grate. Safety car now deployed. Bit of frustration for them. They were having a good race up until that point. But unfortunately, that car is parked hard against the concrete wall.
And that's an incident we often see here late in the day here at Bathurst. The sun's up in the afternoon. It's very hard to see the marbles on the outside of the circuit. So running wide at the grate there, whether the traffic was involved or not. But it's certainly going to give Tommy Randle, if there was any question mark over that fuel, it's going to give him a slight little bit of breathing space. Although now you're going to have a Tim Slade and a Josh Muggleton who are flying at the moment on the circuit, right in behind Tommy Randle on the restart.
So as the field now get brought under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, interesting to note, just one car between first and second outright. So let's have a look at the replay, the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Oh, this is an interesting moment because that's basically the two team cars there heading towards the left-hander. That is a sizable impact with the wall on the right-hand side, just trying to go around the sister team car. And unfortunately, the right-hand side of that car will be certainly looking worse for wear.
Probably a little bit of lack of Bathurst experience on that one. As you come over that crest, the road just goes away from you. You can see that grey area. If you're out there, you've definitely got no grip. So you're never going to win that little battle when you try and do an outside passing manoeuvre across the top of the mountain like that.
Michael team already on site there in the exit of the metal grate, the run up the top of Mount Panorama. Thanks to Bob Jane T-Marts, the class leaderboards. Thomas Randle leads Class X and is in the race lead. Oscar Target tumbled 22 seconds off the lead in that little period. Is this safety car enough to salvage something for car number 60? And Grant Johnson still in third place there, but this really hurts them with Cameron Hill. Remember, car 90 carrying some penalties. That's good news to see the driver up and about and talking to the medical crew, helmet off, and trying to extricate himself out of that car. Cody Gillis, the Waltec car, remember, started last, 69th position to lead their way in Class A1. Alex Holsell still in second place in car 140 on the same lap, not that far behind on the racetrack either. This might set up a fight to the line. Speaking of, Muggleton versus Slade's going to be a battle at the end, and they will be nose to tail at the resumption of play, should we get there, with 20 minutes remaining in this one. Carly Bacchini, they're still in front, car 999 in B1, looking for the hat-trick, with Richard Luff and Aaron Zerafos still in third position. Trevor Keane, wouldn't that be a fairy tale if they can get to the end and get a class win in Class C, with Tony Ordino now behind the wheel of car 4. That's the Astra in second position. Mick Hazelton still on top in Class D. Caleb Heffron still just behind in car number 55. So that's going to be a fight. Those cars also on the lead lap. In fact, the top 4 all on the lead lap in Class D, all locked together. I don't know if we've got enough cameras to point them at all the battles that are going to unfold at this one. And Ruben Dan in 161 on top of Adam Brewer in Class E. So that's the situation, and that's the scene. A beautiful Sunday afternoon. The twilight has come quickly today. Of course, the change to daylight savings and standard time now overnight, so everyone got an extra hour's sleep last night. Perhaps that explains why everyone was so energised throughout today's race. The recovery team working very hard to get this one recovered at the top of the mountain and go back to racing. And if you missed it, this was the reason. Brand new car to the race as well, making its Bathurst start. Big contact with the wall just before the metal grate, in fact. Plunges down the hill there and slid around across to the exit of that amazing bit of road just before McPhillamy Park. 18 minutes to go. Ben Bargwanna, what have you got?
Hey, just a really quick update on the number 60 Speed Cafe Oscar Target. It had a temperature warning. They're not totally sure what it is, but he's just slowed down to try and cool the car down because it's having an issue at the moment.
Well, this safety car will help the cause significantly, won't it? And maybe it's just enough for what could be a really short, sharp sprint to the flag.
Well, 17 minutes remaining now, and they're probably going to take another 3 or 4 minutes to clean up that car at the top of the hill. So they're probably going to get 1, maybe 2 more safety car laps here. The one car riding behind Tommy Randle there is going to help him a little bit because he's going to get the green flag at the restart and get a slight advantage. He'll be able to jump away from that 71 car that, the RS Focus that's right behind him. For Josh Muggleton, he'd like that car out of the way, but that's part of endurance racing. So we've got, in the first 7 cars on the road, the top 6 positions. So it's very close. It's come down to, after 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing, it's come down to these top 6, 7 cars all grouped together at the restart, which is going to be very exciting to see.
Thomas Randle was on the podium at the Australian Grand Prix in Supercars just a couple of weeks ago. He's got a ridiculous career CV that led him to the point of becoming a full-time driver in Supercars. Even though that first race win eludes him at the moment, it feels like it's not far away. And who knows, this could be a massive confidence boost moving into the next 2 rounds of the championship in New Zealand in the next 2 weeks. It's not done yet. We'll just put a full stop on that one. But his pathway here to a Racing Series champion, went and raced big wins and slicks in Formula Renault 3.5 in Europe, Australian Formula Ford champ, raced his dad's sports sedan, the 900 horsepower Saab, and was competitive in that, Super 2 champion as well. He's won just about everything. He's had a couple of goes at this one. And there's some irony as well in that the car he was driving at the Bathurst 12 Hour in February started on pole position. That didn't end particularly well for them. Started on pole position in this race and now has a really good shot, and we're told the safety car will be in this time by. And that is exciting news.
So by the time we go back to green, probably have around about 14 minutes left in this race. So have probably maybe 5, 6 odd laps by the time we get to the end of this race. And that is going to be a great dash to the flag here for the 10th running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour here at Mount Panorama.
Just ticked over 660 kilometres of racing, which in the context of this race isn't a huge amount. The lights are off on the Bathurst Mazda safety car. The Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour resumes for a sprint to the flag. Everything is set up for a grandstand finish here at Mount Panorama. It's been a bruising old day on the mountain, as it often is here. 69 cars took the starter. There are still class battles up for grabs. Class A2 will be Josh Muggleton versus Tim Slade. That's not just for a spot on the podium or indeed an outright result. It is for a class victory in the A2 category, which is the normally aspirated class of the big banger cars at the front of the field. But they're both thinking that they can win the race outright as well, which would be an enormous result. And then the fight for Class D, where there are 4 cars currently on the lead lap of the class battle. So that one is going to go down to the wire, and it's Michael Hazelton leading, driving a BMW. Caleb Heffron, very fast young rising star, is second in class in the Subaru BRZ. Richard Craill is third in the Mazda, and then the Toyota 86 of Nick Windsor fourth. They're all on the same lap, they're all within a shot of winning, and they're all driving different cars. It's game on.
It's game on, all right. Just behind them, Ruben Dan leading Class E. He's got to make sure that he doesn't get caught up in that battle there, incidentally, because he's looking to bring that car home in one piece. They've got a lap on the next car, Adam Brewer, in that battle for the Mazdas.
Very quickly, Jason Bargwanna, Brian van der Wakker, who's your money on?
I think it's hard to go against Tom Randle. I think he's going to be very strong on this restart, particularly with that car in between them, Bargs.
Yeah, look, it's a pretty obvious one right now. Tommy Randle's probably the car to beat. But I got to say, Cammy McLeod, just before that safety car, was flying. And he has got the eyes on. He wants to go forward. And he's a real good chance to get into this A2 battle, which is, by the way, a fight for the lead. The question mark around Tommy Randle was fuel. I think he's going to make it.
I think they are good to go full rich, as they'd say in the garage, to the end. Thomas Randle becomes the safety car. It's up to him to pick the go point. The fight is on Easter Sunday at Mount Panorama, and the field says see you later to the Thrive BMW. Thomas Randle leads them back to green with 13 minutes of racing to go. The Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. There's Josh Muggleton pulling out. Cam McLeod pulls out. Oscar Target's car still got nothing. It's overheating. It's slowing. And it's losing positions. Their hope of a Bathurst victory, even a podium, is disappearing. But Randle clear out in front. The fight now on. Muggleton, Slade and McLeod behind that leading BMW.
Exactly to your point, Jason Bargwanna. Cam McLeod is going to be the man on a charge right now. 4th car in the line. He's got the headlights on, going back into Griffin's Bend. Look at Mecklen looking down the inside of some of our lap traffic as well. But this is going to be an interesting battle now. How's Steve Owen in the Lexus? They've just been slowly going about it today. Into 11th outright. Could they possibly sneak the big Lexus inside the top 10 here in the remaining 12 minutes of this race?
Stevie Owen knows a thing or two about big races at this place, doesn't he? He's driving that car very, very well. One of the heaviest cars in the race, Cam McLeod. He doesn't care how much the Mustang weighs. He is hassling the back of Tim Slade. Identical cars fighting this one out for a spot on the outright podium and the A2 class podium as well. Double duties last weekend in a GT4 car and in Mustang Cup, which he won, by the way. He is a form race car driver. He is one of the bright rising stars of Aussie motorsport, and he comes from a great lineage, going back to Peter McLeod, the 1987 Bathurst winner with Peter Brock. He's going to have a look down the inside of Tim Slade here. There's not quite a Mustang width given there. He's going to have to bide his time. Tim Slade knows a thing or two about defending at Bathurst.
That's what we saw was Cammy McLeod just before that safety car. He's taking all the risks, and he's now got that little bit of straight line advantage. He's got the toe. Side by side, they've got the job done. He is now out after Josh Muggleton, and if there's another safety car, he is a chance to be part of this battle for the lead. But Cammy McLeod, you could see that he was taking all the risks, leaving no room on the table, and has now got through into P3 on the podium.
1.4 seconds the leaders. Muggleton flying. Who's off in front? kicking up the dust. Was it Muggleton or was it Randle? There's only 2 cars in front of these two. It had to be one of them. Muggleton's flying. He's gone personal best first and second sectors in the Camaro and punches out that car's best lap of the race, 2:22.6. But it can't compete with the 21.0 Randle banked as the race leader. And now Cameron Hill looks up the inside of Grant Johnson. This is for position, and it's for second place in Class X as well. But Cameron Hill has higher aspirations than just a class podium. He can see the race lead cresting the rise at Mountain Straight.
Keeping in mind, car 1 decided to go in for those extra tyres as well, so he's got some fresh boots on car number 1, and he is making his way towards the front at a rapid rate of knots. He's already on the back of Slade here by the time they get to Griffin's Bend. So for Cam Hill, the margin from first back to position number 6, which Cam is in, is 7.5 seconds. If he's got fresh boots, he's got a lot of time to make up, but also traffic as well.
I know you asked for a predicted winner a minute ago. I might just change my mind. Is that all right? Am I allowed to do that?
I'll give you 5 minutes as the cut-off to lock your winner in before the end of this one.
Cameron Hill's on fire now, so he's obviously ranged right up the back of Tim Slade. That BMW is going to be fast. Will he be able to get to Cammy McLeod? Will he get past all these 3 A2 cars and have a chance at getting towards Tommy Randle? Tommy Randle's done a 57.4 in the first sector. He's opening up that gap to Josh Muggleton. Cam McLeod, the fastest sector for that car in the race. He's done a 58.0, 58.4 for Tim Slade, 56.9 for Cameron Hill. He's 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds quicker than the car in front in the first sector. And here he comes. He's going to be ranging on the back of Tim Slade. Look for a good exit, get the toe. He'll pull out and pass that Mustang on this lap.
Cam McLeod going quicker than he's been all race. Tim Slade, he's not indicating to let him through. I think the indicator's just been flicked on in the heat of this battle. There's another one for Cameron Hill. That's 4th position now for the defending champions. This race has only been defended successfully once. It was by Simon Hodges and Jaden Ojeda, who backed up their win in 2023 with one in 24. Could Cameron Hill, who was a last-minute call-up alongside Dean Campbell, deliver the Bathurst team back-to-back Bathurst victories? He is only 7 seconds away from the race lead with 8 minutes remaining in the race.
He's lowered that marker down already, hasn't he, as he works his way back onto the Hi-Tec Oils pit straight. Cam Hill, a 2:20.1. Your race leader out in front, a 2:20.6. He'll need a little bit more pace in order to catch your leader out in front. But again, he's still got 2 Class A2 cars in front of him. First up, Cam McLeod in the Mustang, then Josh Muggleton in the Camaro.
So fastest car on the circuit for that lap was definitely Cam Hill. The Josh Muggleton in the Camaro, 22.3. Cammy McLeod, a 21.5. So he was 8 tenths quicker, ranging up on the back of the Mustang, with the Mustang onto the Camaro. But Cam Hill now has got himself onto the podium. He's fought his way back from those dramas, from that penalty. Managed to take that extra pit stop, put some tyres on that car, and now he's got his sights set on P2, which is Josh Muggleton just ahead of him.
5 of the top 6 cars set their personal best lap of the race last time round, including the race leader. Thomas Randle knows that Cameron Hill is coming at them. He's got to hope that Josh Muggleton offers up some resistance here, because there may well be time. He's got margin, 5.5 seconds out in front, but there's time for Cameron Hill. Cam McLeod, 21.5 last time round. The only reason Hill didn't set the quickest lap was because on lap 90 they went into the 19s. They were absolutely flying as they were on the comeback trail at that point of the race. They're still pressing on in front. Tim Slade still going hard. Tyler Mecklem as well. This is still all up for grabs, and if Cam Hill gets past Josh Muggleton, the fight will be on between McLeod and Muggleton for the A2 victory and a spot on the outright podium. Oh no, and the Volkswagen stopped. It stopped on driver's right on the exit of Griffin's Bend.
And Cam Hill, importantly, has passed Muggleton. So if we've got a safety car right now, we're going to have the leader of Tommy Randle and Cam Hill nose to tail for a restart with only a couple of laps remaining. 6 minutes remaining at the moment. 5 hours and 51 minutes of racing. The timing screen has been lighting up like it's qualifying with green sector times all over the place. Cam Hill now, we questioned his pit stop. He's made it all the way to P2 and he's out after Tommy Randle.
Safety car.
With the drama.
6 minutes to go. Well, is it or does it end it? That's the question. Could a new tyre call win this for Cameron Hill and Dean Campbell? Or has Thomas Randle done enough? Will it be the fairy tale result? Good grief. Bathurst, what a place.
You could not write this script any better, could you? Unfortunately, the little Golf there, it stopped on the exit of turn 2. They'll clean that up pretty quickly. They might be able to push that behind the fence. Open up a situation where we're going to go green, maybe 1 to 2 laps, and that's going to be on. That's going to be very exciting.
That's JP Messenger with a helmet on. He's the engineer for car 92. He's been there, seen it all. Sitting down in the race suits, Garth Walden, team boss. Behind him, Mike Henry. He used to run the Holden Racing team back in the day. There's some brain power down there at GWR Australia. But right now, there is absolutely nothing they can do but hope this recovery lasts more than 5 minutes.
The engraver started riding out car 92 on the trophy, but he's just had to rub that one out. Who knows what's going to happen here? That 222 car. Oh, it's going. It's off and running. It's had a reset. Oh, no. We're going to go green very quickly here. We could have a 2 or 3 lap race towards the end. Cam Hill on fresh tyres. This is going to be a very exciting battle between these two supercar stars, right down to the wire. The 2 cars that start on the front row, 5 hours, 53 minutes of racing, and they're back 1 and 2 on the track again.
And what's key is there is no lap cars in between them. This is a straight out fight. And I was worried there for a moment because just before the safety car was thrown out, it was Cam Hill that just passed that Kia Stinger, and that was also another key past Noons.
Brian, I've got another twist to the story here, and it might be involving car number 1. My senses and my sources tell me there might be another penalty coming their way from earlier on from a pit stop where they didn't stay stationary for long enough to the tune of 4 tenths too fast. Just a little bit of sleuthing I've done around the place. I'm not seeing it on the timing at the moment, but that might be a potential penalty coming the way of car number 1, which under the compression of the safety car would absolutely sink them down the order. So no matter what, whether there's a restart or not.
Noons, thank you. Brian van der Wakker spotted it when it happened. They were about 4 tenths of a second shy. They had that 15-second additional time for their final mandatory pit stop, their 6th and final mandatory stop of the race.
0.6 of a second. So your 90 seconds is from your enter pit lane to exit pit lane. So you've got your stop time, and you've got to be able to achieve that.
15-second penalty.
Well, there you go.
15-second time penalty. Car 1, pit stop breach. Cameron Hill will be penalised 15 seconds for that pit lane breach within sight of winning the race. And all of a sudden, there's a little breath down there at GWR. They don't want to smile too much yet. This place, this race, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Every time we roll up here, something crazy happens. The race finishes, by the way, at 5:13 p.m. local time plus 1 lap. It's currently 10 past 5 and 30 odd seconds. So potentially 2 laps of racing to come. Now, if you're Thomas Randle, Jason Bargwanna, put yourself in his shoes. Do you let him go?
Absolutely. You make sure that you got a clean jump. If he wants to have a crack, you let him go. What's it matter? You know he's going to get that penalty. We saw it last year in the 1000, Jimmy Golding crossing the line with the penalty. Well, no, I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm not even predicting it. But there is potential here. The pace that Cam Hill had, he may put pressure on Tommy Randle and has got the opportunity to lead this race. Wow, what a way to finish this. All that's going on, and we've still got Cammy McLeod and the Josh Muggleton in P2 and 3. Currently on the road, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all in a line, ready to go to the end of this race. 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining, so we're going to have a 2-lap screamer here.
Bathurst winning brothers, Brabhams, Sherrans, Van der Lindes. Could it be the Kaviches? Thomas Randle has it all on his shoulders. Cameron Hill has a 15-second time penalty. He's in 2nd place. He has got nothing to lose now. And look behind the Ford Mustang, having a look up the inside of the Chevy Camaro. That's for a class win and the final step on the outright podium. Cameron McLeod is racing Jared Muggleton. Josh Muggleton. His brother works in the sport as well. He'll be cheering him on. It's a crazy day.
It's a wild day at Mount Panorama. That's why we come to love it. Here comes Hill now. Looks towards the left-hand side of Randle. Randle will park it on the apex. Hill sits back underneath the rear bar now through Griffin's Bend. Will he get the over and under? Now it's going to put him on the outside, heading to the Worth cutting. Is there an overlap here? Randle again, though, still on the left-hand side of the road. Hill has to settle for second, back into the Worth cutting.
If you're Thomas Randle, though, there's no point crashing because you will hand the race win to somebody else. Needs to be thoughtful about this. Cameron Hill's got nothing to lose. He's got 15 seconds that's going to be added to his race time. It destroys their race. It drops them outside the top 5 outright at the moment. So he's just got to go. Randle eyes forward. Lap and a half remaining on the mountain on Easter Sunday. Another thriller, and Randle with 2 wheels off in the dirt.
57.4 for the first sector for Tommy Randle, 57.3 for Cameron Hill. Josh Mugger at 58.5. Cammy McLeod, 58.5. These little 2 battles for first and second on the road. First and second in the class. It's still pressure's on. These guys are pushing right to the limit.
Josh Muggleton was defending on the run into the elbow there, covering the line in the Camaro, while Cam McLeod tried to get through. So the battle is on for the A2 lead. Cameron Hill's tucked up behind the Thrive Race for a Cure BMW. He's going to sail past. He's got to find some way to get 15 seconds over everybody in the final 6.2 Ks of the lap. The Camaro holds on too. Josh Muggleton is good for this. He is fending off Cam McLeod, one of the rising stars of Aussie motorsport, in a battle for what will be second and third outright and the Class A2 victory. Will it be Camaro or will it be Mustang? 1 lap remaining in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
We've heard the story before, Camaro v Mustang up here at Mount Panorama. We're seeing another edition of that in the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 hour. 1 lap to go. Forget about your leaders out in front. Thomas Randle just needs to bring this car home. It's this battle for Class A2 honours. Has McLeod got something in underneath the rear bar here of Muggleton, your leader? Up Mountain Straight. Ben Kavich watching on. What an emotional weekend for the Kavich family. Almost 10 years since his wife Tula was diagnosed with breast cancer. The Kavich boys brought this whole Race for a Cure idea to life, and here they are, $266,000 later they've raised, and this win, sometimes wins in motorsport, means so much more.
That Camaro's got some legs. Muggleton running up Mountain Straight was great. The Mustang better across the top. It might have to be a Hail Mary from Cam McLeod to get this one. This is for a Bathurst victory as well. Forget about the outright podium. That doesn't matter. This is for the #1 trophy in class. It's between Chevy and Ford. The new era of Aussie motorsport, replicated in production car form. And Josh Muggleton is driving the race of his life. The young gun can't get through at Brock Skyline. The Camaro's got to get out of the elbow well, and he might be a shot to hold on this one.
It's all going to be about that run off Forrest's elbow. We hold our breath. Good run, in fact, out of the dipper. Then that time by Muggleton. He got a car length between himself and McLeod. McLeod now will have to get the best run of his life out of Forrest's elbow if he wants a chance by the time we get to the DBA chase.
Leaders away. Cam Hill with 15 seconds to be applied to his car. So the defending champions are not going to get there in the end. And the Camaro looks in great shape down Conrod Straight. Chevy power might well deliver from A2. But what about this story? Thomas Randle has been picture perfect today.
Gosh.
Oh, moment for Muggleton. He's off. Class lead change with inside of the checkered flag potentially. Or is he okay?
No.
McLeod down the inside, but out in front. 10 years of trying, 10 years of heartbreak. The Kavich brothers win Bathurst with Thomas Randle.
Kevin McLeod gets over the line in P2, that outright, that last 2 corners to go, and he's made that passing manoeuvre. Josh Muggleton, that slight mistake will fall into P3. No, he'll end up on the podium anyway, of course, because Cam Hill's got that 15-second time penalty. Oh. How exciting. What a great result.
The battles to the flag continue on. So the A2 win goes the way of Cam McLeod. Cody Gillis has won Class A1. The Waltec car got there. It was a pretty close margin, 8 seconds to Holtzel back in the Evo. He'll be second across the line. There's the Team Buccini BMW. They complete the Bathurst hat trick. They've done it. Outstanding performance by the girls who go back to back to back. Carly Puccini finally gets to drive a car across the line. The first team to win 3 in a row. And a dream that started when Ben's wife Tula was diagnosed with breast cancer culminates a decade later with a Bathurst victory for the Sydney-based Kavich brothers, and arguably one of Thomas Randle's finest drives.
Congratulations, Tommy Randle. Started from pole position, but the Kavich brothers, they've done an amazing job during the course of the day. They've stayed out of trouble. They've navigated that traffic. We've seen all those safety cars, all that drama. They stayed clear of it and put Tommy Randle in a great position towards the end. Cameron Hill on those tyres took the risk, but they were 0.4 of a second short on the stop time they required on their 15-second penalty that was applied during that last pit stop. They had to take it. They missed it by 0.4 of a second and therefore have to apply that 15-second penalty again at the end. Cam Hill, an amazing job to cross the line first. That's the second time we've seen that in a period of 6 months. So a very exciting time. Noons, you're in pit lane with the winners.
Bugs, I am. Ben and Michael have been trying to do this for 10 years. You've been racing for a cure. Today you win for a cure. How good's that?
Unbelievable. Tommy, what a brilliant job he's done. Like I've said before, he's like a brother from another mother. We're just stoked. We've dreamt of this since we were children. The days when our dad was running around and seeing the likes of Brock and Johnson, and to be here and actually to achieve a goal that we've dreamt of since you're a kid, it's unbelievable.
These days don't always go perfectly, Ben. At one stage there I saw a bit of a damage to the wheel and something at the top of the mountain, a bit of contact. Look out, Garth Walden's in here for a man hug as well. Let's hug it out, boys. But for a moment there I thought, is the Bathurst gods going to work against you here? But they looked on you today and bang, you're a winner.
Yeah, and that was my fault. I was trying to go around a slower car at the elbow and I kissed the wall, and the GWR boys just sprung into action, and then my brother here pulled me out of the depths of despair by his stint, and then we've got Tom Randle, like the guy's just a legend, Well, I don't even know what to say. This is just incredible.
Go and spray some champagne. You are the winners outright of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Thanks, Nins. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, beautifully done. Emotional moment for these guys that put their heart and soul into their racing program. And this is their one big thing of the year. They've won Bathurst. They've won Bathurst. What a story. And what a result for Cam McLeod and Keith Kasulki. He's going to finish second outright and win the A2 class Ford Mustang. Muggleton, a tiny little moment right at the end there, Bargs. It cost them the class win, but that was an awesome performance today.
Absolutely. Come that right down to the wire to have 3 A2 cars in the top 4. We've seen them getting closer over the years. This year the question was asked, can the A2 cars do the job? 3 of them in the top 4 was an amazing result. Cam Hill now, with that 15-second penalty, dropped the 5th position, which realistic is a fantastic result for them, but still second in class and on the podium for them. Last year's winners. The front, the pole car goes all the way and gets the job done. Tyler Mecklem and Morel, they had no gear, 4th gear for the day, and they've done an amazing job. And the winners in A1, the Mitsubishi that ended up in P7 outright, and the 99. Great result for those guys to be in the top 10.
Yeah, so that changed hands right at the very end, Bargs, of the race, because the Waltec car was in front when we went back to green. There's also been a change in Class D. We'll get to them in a minute. Hey, how about the guys from Orange? Father and son, Trev and James Keane, win Bathurst in their Volkswagen 18th outright Class C winners. That'll be a massive story for them. I'm not sure if they'll make it back to Orange tonight. They'll definitely be staying in Bathurst town. And Class D, the BMW has got their Hazelton McMaster Buttrose in the end over the Toyota. So there were some dramas with the 55 car late in that one, Caleb Heffron dropping down the order. And Tippett, Hewitt and Alexander get the win in Class E, 38th outright, only 8 laps down in the end in the little Mazda SP23. There are the remainder, some of them walking wounded towards the end. By our count in that one, there were 47 classified finishes at the end of a bruising day at Mount Panorama. And some drivers there that could have had better days. Noons?
Rich, I'm down here. Thomas Randle getting a man hug. Well, the boys said before that you're a brother from another mother, so are we renaming you Thomas Kavich now?
Possibly. I don't know if my parents would be okay with that. No, I'll stay with Randle, but yeah, just awesome to get the result, get the win. I mean, you know, it feels a bit bittersweet because we crossed the line second, but I think they had a 15-second penalty, and yeah, just tried to look after it on the way home. That thing's got plenty of mumbos, so didn't have much for it on the straight. But yeah, just got to thank obviously Ben and Michael Kavich. They've been doing this race since the beginning, 10 years. GWR, it's their first outright win, so yeah, happy Easter to the team and to Thrive and to breast cancer trials.
What about with those last couple of safety cars? You need to save a bit of fuel. When you got that last one, did you think and know that, all right, we're good here, I can press on however I have to press on?
It was a lot of fuel saving, pretty much that whole stint. I don't even know how many laps I did, but it was a lot of fuel saving, and I was asking JP every lap, you know, what do we need? And that last safety car we probably didn't need, but yeah, it was just a pleasure to drive. After what happened last year, you know, it was just great. So yeah, I'm just stoked for the whole team, and I reckon the Kavich boys will be having a few beers tonight.
Pole position, race win, Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, the 10th anniversary year, and a birthday this week to boot. So happy birthday as well.
Thanks, mate. Now I've got to focus on New Zealand next week in supercars.
Well done.
Cheers.
Yeah, what a story and what a drive it was as we go back for the last time today and have a look at the DBA race highlights of the final hour of a compelling Bathurst 6 Hour that just about had it all today. For a while there, we were talking about Oscar Target being a contender for that race, but overheating issues cost his number 60 BMW. As always, the restarts were super busy as everyone navigated themselves through. That was almost a big moment for Tyler Mecklem, who bowled it wide on the entry to the Dipper. They ended that race in 6th position, by the way. Cameron Hill will be classified 5th with Dean Campbell, which is a pretty stout defence of their Bathurst victory and very nearly pulled off a back-to-back Bathurst result. Well, the Kia Stinger was properly competitive all day today, and they got to the finish in the end despite that brush of the wall. And this late safety car, number 71 BMW, crushed at the metal grate, brought out a grandstand finish. Cammy McLeod was flying and put the pressure on. He got past Tim Slade first and foremost. That was a big tick in the Battle of the Mustangs, and then he chased down Muggleton behind. Cam Hill was blazing forward though. Incredible drive, and then this late safety car, they called it. The 222 car got it fired up. Jem Ussel, they ultimately got to the finish in 14th place, remarkably. And that set up the fight to the flag. And it was about this time we found out that car number 1 was being applied a penalty for being too short on their final mandatory pit stop. And ultimately 0.4 of a second will be what cost them the race. Randle drove the wheels off car number 92. Cameron Hill drove past car number 92. But ultimately it wasn't enough to win Bathurst again for Dean Campbell. And then this fight on the final lap, and Josh Muggleton had it sealed up but went too deep into the chase, trying to fend off Cam McLeod. He gathered it up, but he dropped a spot, and ultimately the Camaro just missed out on the A2 win. But pretty good redemption for them. The checkered flag flew at the end. The Kavich brothers joined a pretty elite group of Bathurst winning brothers, and Thomas Randle adopted by the family after that one. GWR Australia finally win this race after trying for 10 years. Garth first as a driver and now as a team owner. And the celebration will be large and loud tonight in Bathurst Town. You better believe it. Thomas Randle wins the race with Ben and Michael Kavich. Class winners will be acknowledged as well over the course of the celebrations this afternoon. And just a word for Team Puccini Racing, who not only defend their victory last year, but they win the year before, and they become the first team in Bathurst 6 Hour history to win their class 3 years in a row. Well done Tabitha Ambrose, Courtney Prince and Carly Puccini. Standing by to celebrate this one. That's the view from the Thrive drone cam. You can see their car there. Let's go to Brian van der Wakker for the Bathurst 6 Hour podium.
You've got an easy job just standing there.
Yeah, pretty much. Third place. Okay, we're ready.
Welcome to the podium presentation for the 10th anniversary running of the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. We congratulate all teams who competed in today's race, and we thank our officials and volunteers for their incredible efforts across the Easter weekend here at Mount Panorama. We now begin with our outright podium for the 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour Presenting the third place trophies today is Robert Taylor, Mayor of Bathurst. In third place in the A2 Camaro, it's Chris Lillis, Josh Muggleton and Zach Bates. Presenting the second place trophies today is JJ Cho, Managing Director of Hankook Tyre Australia. And in that second place, the Wills FX Racing Mustang of Keith Kasulki and Cameron McLeod. Presenting the winners' trophies for the 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour is George Gambino, CEO of Hi-Tec Oils. And the winners of the 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour in the Team Thrive Race for a Cure BMW, it's Michael Kavich, Ben Kavich and Thomas Randle. Ladies and gentlemen, your outright podium for the 2026 Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And now it's time for the celebrations.
So the champagne flies at Mount Panorama, and what a way to celebrate a 10th anniversary of the 6 Hour. Jason Bargwanna, we've seen the brothers in BMWs win here before. In 1997, it was the Brabhams. Today, it's the Kaviches. That's a special one.
How exciting, guys. That was one of the most exhausting days we've had here at the mountain. What a classic to come right down to the wire, to see those penalties play out, the lead across the line, not be the winner. The Kaviches got there. Pole position to first place. What a day.
Oh, it's an amazing day. And we talked about the A2 cars, the Camaros and the Mustangs. Could they maybe win? This year, they came unbelievably close. There's two of them on the outright podium. That's amazing.
They're getting closer, aren't they? Absolutely. Yeah. That V8 power is going to get there one day, that's for sure. But to come down to that last couple of corners to have those position changes, what a day, what an exciting race, what another classic Bathurst event.
It has been another absolute classic here at Easter. It has been locked in and loaded for another 5 years under a new deal announced this weekend. Thank you to our entire team for being here at Mount Panorama. To everyone, all the drivers and teams, it's been a fantastic Bathurst Easter weekend. On behalf of everybody, I hope you enjoyed it. We'll catch you next year with the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, your outright